When I grow up, I want to be a ballerina.
Because dancing makes me happy. I get to entertain people, and nothing makes me feel more like me.
PI, a defect of the immune system, affects millions of children. Early and accurate diagnosis and treatment give children like Olivia a chance to achieve their dreams.
It takes a great team to put on a show. It also takes a great team of caring people to keep a dream alive. And now my dreams are coming true.
For more information, visit the Jeffrey Modell Foundation at info4pi.org.
KMVP FM Phoenix.
Live from the Casino Arizona and Talking Stick Resort Studio.
Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
This is what's trending now, presented by Parker & Sons Heating, Cooling, Plumbing, and Electrical. The Phoenix Suns return to the court in just a few hours as they close out their 4-game road trip with a stop in Cleveland versus the Cavaliers. The Suns are going for their 5th win in a row and will most likely be shorthanded again, with Grayson Allen doubtful, Ryan Dunn questionable, and Jalen Green still out. Tip-off is 1:30 p.m., and you can hear all the action on Arizona Sports 98.7 and the Arizona Sports app. Speaking of early start times, the ASU Sun Devils will try to finish their 2025 season on a high note when they play the ACC champion Duke Blue Devils in the Sun Bowl today. Kickoff for that game is 12 p.m., and you can hear all the coverage on ESPN 620. And what does the future hold for the Arizona Cardinals and GM Monty Ossenfort? Our very own Tyler Boom Boom Drake examined that question more in a new column you could read right now on ArizonaSports.com. This report is brought to you by Asset Preservation Wealth and Tax. Roth conversions mean tax-free growth. Consider whether a Roth conversion makes sense for you. Act before December 31st, running out of time, at AssetPreservationWealth.com.
Good morning. Time to get up and go to work.
The power-packed morning zoo. Are you kidding me?
Fire.
It's the greatest radio show ever.
Good morning and welcome.
Dan Bickley.
When America needs real advice about real life, they turn to Dan
Vince Marotta.
And that's crushed. Deep right center field. And Vinny has a 2-home run, 6 RBI night in the first 4 innings.
Jared Carlin.
This is a ferret. That's a ferret. Ferret. That's a ferret.
And Sammy Sepulka.
Sammy, you're not going to sing for us, are you?
Arizona Sports, the local sports leader. Bickley and Marotta Mornings.
Shout out to Dan Bickley, my boy, him and Vince. Okay.
Time to go to work. Time to go to work.
Good morning. Happy Wednesday, Valley sports fans. Welcome to the end of 2025. And to that we say, thank merciful God. Luke Lipinski filling in for Vince Marotta today. This should be fun because you do know that you're Jarrett's absolute favorite broadcast.
Oh, absolutely, yeah. This is what a great way for us to all close out 2025 together. This is fantastic, Jarrett. How you doing, buddy?
I'm one day away from my New Year's resolution coming true, and yet I said I will never work with Luke Lipinski in 2025, and yet here we do. I couldn't make it.
Oh, okay, that was
so close.
Well, I was thinking, other than Bickley and Marotta, Luke is the person I've worked with the most at this station.
Yeah, there was a time. There was a time before Luke got his own show that he was my wingman when Vinny wasn't gone. In fact, you had that crazy little saying about Luke Lipinski. When
well, it was either when
Bickley is sickly,
Lipinski is Insky.
That's it. That's what it was.
Well, we used to do the rundown together.
What's I was saying? Then even when he did get his own show, I'm not going to say I produced it, but I sat on this side of the glass and
no, that was
interrupted him
because that was the first time I've ever done a show by myself that wasn't like a pre or post game show. And so I would come in, I would prep, I would do everything. Then Jarrett would roll in around 5 for a 6 o'clock show and just completely derail everything for an hour. But I actually mean that in a good way. Then we would be like, hey, we should get food. So Jarrett would order it and then go pick it up at 5:57 and come running back in as the show was starting.
Yeah, that sounds like
it's true. The ID for the top of the hour would be hitting, and I'd be running with a chicken Parmesan sandwich in my hand trying to get into the studio.
Yeah. All right, before we get started today, I did have one observation that I just made about 15 minutes ago, and there are some things that get old very quickly in life, like a Jared Carlin, Andy Reid joke, or a Jared Carlin, Adam Silver joke, right? Nothing gets older quicker than Christmas music.
Because it's playing in the lobby right now.
It's in the lobby. It was in the bathroom. Santa Baby was playing in the bathroom, and I almost vomited.
I do not like that song, but I could not disagree with you more. Really? I love the holiday season so much that from Thanksgiving until it goes off the air, I listen to nothing but Christmas music. And I don't even celebrate Christmas.
You're that person?
I am that person. And the satellite radio stations that you shouldn't listen. You should listen to local radio. But
those don't even exist. What are you
I
talking
don't
about?
know.
Back when they did, yeah. I hear
they get rid of all their Christmas music the day after Christmas.
As they should.
Give me a buffer. Give me a wind down. You don't run a marathon and then.
Day. I just walked out there before the show and they were playing Jingle Bells.
It's the best.
I'm already thrown off.
It's the worst.
It's 5:30 in the morning and they're playing Jingle Bells. I don't know where I am.
I can't believe how much I disagree with you. When I came in this week and we still had the Christmas tree in the lobby and there was still Christmas music playing, I'm like, oh, this is fantastic. I don't have to return to my miserable life yet.
There's your first social studies question of the day, Jared Carlin.
Yes.
Okay? Do you want an immediate end to Christmas music, or do you would like it to continue through the new year?
But you have to differentiate music from, like, I don't mind the lights still being up. And I actually don't mind Christmas music prior to Christmas. But when they're saying, like, hey, please come home for Christmas, and it's January 15th, I'm like, wait, this isn't even an option. So you have to differentiate the music part of it, because the music's the confusing part.
Look, I just think it starts so early now. I'm telling you, it was the day after Halloween when I saw Santa Coke cans in Target. One day after Halloween.
Do you think there's an untapped market for other holiday music?
Like Arbor Day?
Because, think about it. There's so much Christmas music. There is a decent amount of Halloween type music. There's really not any other.
That's interesting. You could create this entire niche.
Yeah. You could say maybe July 4th, there's some patriotic music, but there's no Thanksgiving music. That's a major holiday.
The one to tap into.
There's one New Year's song.
Wow.
For all the blah, blah.
Yeah,
like what?
You're onto something here. You've got Old Lang Syne for New Year's Day. You've got Yankee Doodle Dandy on July 4th. There's a void of music for every other holiday. This should be your call. Pour your ample, prodigious musical talents into creating that niche.
There's Boston bands that make their entire year's income on St. Patrick's Day just because they sound Irish.
This is your calling, just preferably without the singing. They're going to play the New Year's music in our lobby in late February. And we're going to be walking around here in Old Lang Syne.
Right. All right, start the show, Ferret.
The Splash. The stories making waves in the sports world. The Splash.
Cannonball coming.
The Splash, brought to you by Presidential Pools, Arizona's #1 pool builder. See why at presidentialpools.com.
All right, this is a very interesting New Year's Eve for Valley sports fans. You got a pair of matinees, folks. You've got ASU playing Duke in the Sun Bowl, kicking off at noon today. Then you've got the Suns and the Cavaliers tipping off at 1:30 today. How's that for a New Year's Eve?
You know, it's kind of fitting. Let's get 2025 Valley sports over as quickly as possible. Like if we're gonna go all the way to December 31st, let's play as early in the day as possible. But no, those two teams have been the highlights of this year. So yeah, that's actually a good way to close.
You know,
it out.
that's a great point. Those two teams have pretty much been our shining lights in the last few months.
Yeah,
that's a very good point. I'm very interested in that Suns game as well because if they can beat the Cavaliers today, Cavaliers are considered a pretty good team. You wouldn't know it looking at the standings, but they do that. They're at 20 wins before the new year, and that's quite an accomplishment.
Yeah, Cavs just beat the Spurs, too. So
that's right. So there you go. All right, college football bowls continue. Illinois beat Tennessee last night, 30-28, and you know what? The SEC SUX. You get that, Jarrett? The SEC sucks. They're 1-4 in bowl games this year, and they can't beat anybody.
But it doesn't matter because they were the greatest conference ever at some point. I mean, they still probably are, but the ability to ride that wave forever and just be like, well, yeah, but I mean, Texas, yeah, they had a few losses, but they lost to other SEC schools, so those don't go. Oh, yeah, Alabama lost 3 times. It doesn't matter. They lost to an SEC school. It's real nice when you're your own bubble and it doesn't ever affect you if you lose.
That's it. Texas A&M scored 3 points against Miami. Houston beat LSU. Virginia beat Missouri. And now Illinois basically dominated Tennessee.
Yeah, and you're right. Alabama, 3 losses. They deserve to be in the college playoffs. And then, look, they won a game in the college playoffs. Of course. Who did they beat? They beat another SEC school in the college playoffs.
Yeah.
Didn't prove anything.
Yeah, the only victory they have against non-SEC teams is when Ole Miss beat Tulane. That is it. That's it.
They own the American Conference. The SEC is superior.
Yes, they do. It was an interesting day for the Diggs brothers yesterday. We're going to get into this later. Patriots' Stephon Diggs is facing strangulation and assault charges against a chef that was living at his home. The Patriots are standing by their wide receiver because they really don't have anybody else. Meanwhile, Trayvon Diggs released by the Cowboys.
Yeah. How do you even, where do you start? The Stephon Diggs stuff, it was popping up on Twitter or X or whatever yesterday as we're doing the show, and I'm looking at this this is clearly some sort of fake story trend. Somebody, and then you're like, no. Because all the stuff that we hear covering sports over the years, I don't think I've ever seen that headline before.
No.
Which is saying something.
It's odd that strangulation and assault are 2 different
things.
Yeah, you would think they'd kind of fall under the same umbrella.
Yeah, that is a good point.
Yeah.
Finally, Mike Hazen on record is saying the Catel Marte trade talks will not linger much longer. Not sure what that means, whether he's trying to ramp up the market. But Catel Marte put out a very cryptic Instagram post yesterday. We're going to get into the Diamondbacks a little bit as well. But on the other side, we're going to dive into the Suns' matinee New Year's Eve matchup with the Cleveland Cavaliers. Luke Lipinski in for Vinny. I'm Dan Bickley. You're listening to Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Phoenix Suns basketball.
Suns have the ball in a 3-point lead with 50 seconds left. Brooks hits Booker, a lob down low. Williams will jam it home on the alley-oop. Devin Booker hits Mark Williams. That's the bookmark.
Suns at the Cavs with pregame at 12:30 this afternoon. 1:30 tip on Arizona Sports 98.7 and the Arizona Sports app.
Hey Arizona, it's Vince Marotta back again with some amazing holiday deals from our friends at Earnhardt Ford in Chandler. During Ford's year-end sales event, General Manager John Nissen and his team have just announced 000. What does that mean? For a limited time, you can take advantage of 0% APR financing for 60 months. Plus 0 down payment, plus 0 payments for 90 days. And just announced, get $1,000 Ford bonus cash towards your purchase. That's on nearly every 2025 model, including America's favorite F-150 trucks and 3-row Explorer SUVs. This is just a sample of the outstanding holiday deals at Earnhardt Ford, your locally owned Ford dealer. Check them out in Chandler or online at earnhardtford.com.
Most new vehicles include the no dual protection packages and added benefit. $699 for cars and SUVs, $1598 for trucks. After all applicable offers on select models, exclusions apply. APR is $1,667 per month per $1,000 financed. Interest accrues from date of signing. For well-qualified customers through Ford Credit, plus tax, title, license, and $599 doc fee. See dealer for details. Offers in 1/5/26.
All right, Basin Earnings, it's starting to cool down, so All Pro Shade is heating things up. Right now, when you buy a motorized patio shade or awning, you'll get a patio heater absolutely free. These shades aren't just for summer. They'll stop that winter wind and hold the warmth from your new free patio heater, keeping your patio cozy and game day ready all season long. Get your free estimate today at allproshade.com and snag free patio heaters while this offer lasts. That's allproshade.com.
A new exclusive offer with an eligible Bank of America Visa credit card is your opportunity to go from cardholder to ticket holder for the FIFA World Cup 2026. For a limited time, when you're approved for a new customized cash rewards or unlimited cash rewards Visa credit card, you're eligible for a chance to purchase FIFA World Cup 2026 tickets. Learn more today at BofA.com/card FWC26. What would you like the power to do? Bank of America, proud to be the official bank of FIFA World Cup 2026. Bank of America N.A. in partnership with Visa. Terms apply. All rights reserved.
CVS Health supports people in the moments that matter, from picking up a prescription to connecting care. With nearly 5 million daily interactions and serving 185 million consumers and 1.5 million healthcare professionals, CVS Health holds a trusted place in healthcare. By simplifying care and improving health, we're helping people get the care they need. Learn more at cvshealth.com/investor day.
Because we have lawyers in all 50 states, I see lots of lawyers' ads. Most seem to be bragging on results, but are they true or misleading? For example, in some cases, a firm may try a case even though the at-fault party has no lawyer, then brag in the ad about their results. My son Matt got one for nearly $50 million, but we never collected one dime. Some lawyers may say they got a result even though they were sitting second chair at a firm like mine, and even though they had little to do with it. Happens all the time. All that glitters is not gold. At Morgan & Morgan, our results are real. Visit forthepeople.com and go to settlements and verdicts to see for yourself what your case may be worth before you hire a law firm. Do your homework. Fact check. It's easy and too important not to. Morgan & Morgan, forthepeople.com.
Injured? Dial Pound Law or visit forthepeople.com for an office near you.
Whether picking up a prescription, getting help navigating the healthcare system, or checking in at home, CVS Health is there to make care easier and more connected. Our future is brighter together. Learn more at cvshealth.com/Investor Day.
Hey, it's Luke, and the Phoenix Suns keep this winning streak going against the Cleveland Cavaliers. Mitch and Kellen will discuss at 10 a.m. It's Wolf and Luke on Arizona Sports 98.7, the Arizona Sports app, and the Arizona Sports YouTube channel.
Good morning. Happy New Year's Eve, Valley sports fans. Welcome live from the Casino Arizona Talking Stick Resort Studios. Big shout out to our friends and listeners in Chandler. Good morning, Chandler.
What's going on, Chandler?
What's up, Chandler? All right, the Phoenix Suns in Cleveland today. This is a battle between owners who do not like each other very much, but more notably, it's the return of Jordan Knott to the team in the city that the Suns poached him from. And so I'm sure there's some meaning to that. I don't think anybody in their wildest dreams, Luke, would have thought that on this return to Cleveland for Jordan Knott, that Jordan Knott would be a front runner for NBA Coach of the Year as a rookie.
It's one of the craziest stories of 2025, and I don't even think it's just a local thing. I think around the NBA, you're so right. I mean, when Jordan Ott got hired, it was in the middle of every time the Suns did everything, we would play the Michigan State fight song, and there was a reason why. I mean, they were hiring a GM, they were hiring other people, but Jordan Ott has so quickly separated himself from that narrative. It's impressive, and I don't know about you, but like I trust this guy going forward too. I don't think this is a 32-game flash in the pan.
I've made this reference in a column where I said he almost reminds me of a very young Beethoven, like a guy that just sees the music or hears and sees the game differently than everybody else. Has a much keener interpretation of what's happening right in front of him.
It's funny you say that too, because if you look at the Suns and even ASU, I mean, they've both been really down really recently, and yet they found the right coach, and all of a sudden it just flips everything. You see how quickly things can change, even when they feel like dire, if you just get the right coach in there.
How about that? And that's been one of the takeaways. And we all know that introductory press conference with Jordan Knott. At that point in time, the whole nepotism thing, the MSU Michigan State thing, there was a fever pitch in the Valley around, are you kidding me? Are we really doubling down on this? And that was when Jordan Knott flat out responded to a question about it with a very stern, almost defiant, angry tone that I earned this. But ever since, he's coached like that.
And I feel like it wasn't unfair for Suns fans to doubt the Brian Gregory and Jordan Ott hires.
Absolutely not.
Coming off of everything, it wasn't unfair. And yes, they're proving us wrong, or they're at least proving that they were worthy, which is great.
Especially Ott. I mean, and not to take anything away from Brian Gregory, but it's going to take more time for the GM, obviously, to do it. had the interesting to-do list of, hey, you've never been a GM before. Come in, trade Kevin Durant, and do all these other things. Hire a coach. But Ott in particular, because I think we all remember what you're saying at that press conference, and you hear it, and I can't believe I'm saying this early in the show, but Jarrett's right. We all had the right to feel that way, but he also had the right to be like, yeah, look, I get it, but my path through the NBA hasn't been because I was at Michigan State. And it was interesting to hear him say that. and then actually follow it up. Because I think we're all fed up with just hearing about how a team's going to be better. To actually see it play out is that there's a lot of substance.
Well, when I talk about vision, when you think about a young guy getting his first opportunity at a head coaching job, you come into a situation like that, you may not even be in tune to the criticism of Michigan State that's swirling around. And even if you are, you might be a little more kind of sheepish about it. For him to hit that head on the way he did, first, it made everybody go, whoa, okay. There's something here. And look, I watch his demeanor on the sideline. He has never once looked in over his skis. Not once. And this is a first-time head coach.
Yeah, it's crazy to be able to do this the way he's done it, to get the guys to buy in, to get. I mean, the chemistry, I know that's not all coaching. Some of it's probably just good luck, honestly.
Oh, yeah.
Some of it's having Dillon Brooks. Some of it is having Devin Booker, who's willing to kind of step back and let Dillon Brooks almost be the face of this year's team, even though he's always the face of the Suns. But a lot of that's coaching to put this all together.
Well, it's interesting because before the season began, and talking to some of my basketball reporter friends across the country, that was one of the things they talked about, that if this thing goes really south, and that's what most national people thought was going to happen to the Suns, that it was going to be ugly early. How would a young coach like Jordan Knott control or coach a guy like Dillon Brooks on a bad team?
Yeah.
And that's never happened. And to the contrary, you're getting the best version of Dillon Brooks we have ever seen.
Yeah, those are the two things, and I don't know which came first, but the other part of this is Jordan Ott, there's that component, but there's also the Dillon Brooks getting traded away from a team that was the number 2 seed in the Western Conference to go play for a team that was a mess when he got here. And him immediately buying in even before the season and being like, no, I'm going to take this and run with it.
That's a great point, because you could very easily, as a veteran, be like, oh, heck no.
We've seen that.
Oh, heck no.
In the city.
I'm gonna show up in that city. I'm going to be such a pain in the backside that they're going to trade me within 2 months.
And we've pointed this out. I mean, Jalen Green essentially hasn't played this season. So essentially, on paper, you're replacing Kevin Durant, Bradley Beal, and Yusuf Nurkic with Mark Williams and Dillon Brooks. And that second team is much better than the first team. It doesn't make any sense.
Doesn't make any sense.
He even took a shot at KD in his post-game comments the other night. Did you hear that? When they were asking him about how often he expected to be in the 2025 montage.
Here, I'll play that for you.
Totally unprompted.
Yeah. No, I definitely want to hear this. I apologize. I probably had access to that sound yesterday.
Yeah, they said yes. Yes, exactly.
We're going to have our New Year's Eve special, the best moments of 2025. For you now, maybe looking back, best moment for you being traded to the Suns. It certainly has been a great moment for Suns fans and everybody surrounding this team.
It's been amazing. I hope on those, New Year's, there's no Kevin Durant on there. But, overall, I'm glad I'm here. I'm glad they made the trade. And, I'm showcasing my skills, and I'm working well with Book, with the team, giving guys energy, not taking, and, we making stuff happen.
Giving guys energy and not taking. That last line, that might be as veiled of a shot at KD as the first part of that soundbite was a direct shot at KD.
Yeah.
It is weird when you think about a year-end highlight, a calendar year for basketball, because it goes across 2 seasons.
Yeah.
The second part of one season and the first part of another season. You would think that the highlight montage of the 2025 Suns would feature mostly stuff from the beginning of this season, right? Like, they just want to act like last year didn't even happen last season.
Yeah. It's going to be one of those things where, like, that year doesn't show up in the media guide. Like, in 10 years, you're like, what happened in that 20?
What happened to that?
Was that the COVID year? No, I can't remember.
How often do you hear a player take a shot at the player he got traded for?
Yeah, I don't remember that. I'm sorry, Luke.
No, that's getting scratched right out of the media guide. That's not even.
I can answer that. No, he didn't.
Yeah. He was here for a little bit,
but he just didn't do any coaching. So and again, the most fascinating thing to me about all of this is the fact that the Suns knew at some point last year that the Kevin Durant energy drain was a very real thing, and that there was nobody getting elevated and nobody leading the basketball team, including the head coach, that they became obsessed with Jimmy Butler. Wanted him at any cost. And then when it got down to the finish line, they realized, okay, you know what? We want him so bad, we'll give up Kevin Durant to get him even though Kevin Durant was probably the one recruiting him in the first place. And that made Kevin Durant so angry that he's out of here. And not only did it make him so mad that he's out of here, he made it so that the Suns could only trade him to one place, the Houston Rockets. And in return, the Suns got a deal that most everybody was underwhelmed by. And then they end up with a piece in Dillon Brooks that is everything they were looking for from Jimmy Butler and more, and younger.
It looked like in the moment, Matt Ishbia just finally said, all right, forget it. We got pushed around for an entire year. If I can't make the trade I want, I'll just get a guy that makes sure we never get pushed around. But it's been so much more than that, right? Like, if you're the team that's been getting pushed around for a full season, then you just bring in Dillon Brooks to start fights. That's what it looked like in the offseason. But it's been so much better.
You've pointed this out, Dan, but you would trade... in retrospect, you would trade Kevin Durant straight up for Dillon Brooks.
I would. It sounds absurd every time I say it, but I would.
And they didn't.
I know.
We have another 20-point-a-game player just waiting to come to join the team.
Now, and again, and there's a lot of people worried about what that's going to mean for Colin Gillespie's minutes. So, what do you think about trading Jalen Green to the Pelicans for Zion Williamson? Because the Pelicans are just about done with Zion.
Well, he won't cut into anybody's minutes.
I was going to say, it'd be good to finally get a healthy player on the Suns.
He won't cut into anybody's minutes.
Maybe that's how you do it, though. I mean, we in this city, you trade for Corbin Burns. He's never been hurt, and all of a sudden he's gone for a year. Like, you trade for all these guys, they're immediately hurt, and then you trade for Mark Williams, and he can play. We're just the bizarro world.
That's so true. Maybe Zion comes here and finds perfect health.
The Grant Hill syndrome from years ago.
That's funny. All right, coming up on the other side, ASU football back in action today. Will you even recognize these Sun Devils on the field? That's next. Luke Lipinski, Dan Bickley, Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Larry Legend.
2nd down and goal at the 5. They can win it with a touchdown. Snap to Palmer, rolls out, and it's a pitch to Fitz, running straight ahead into the end zone. The shovel pass for the touchdown and the win.
A top 15 finalist for the Pro Football Hall of Fame.
Fitz on the shovel pass scores, and the Cardinals win it in overtime.
We find out if number 11 becomes a first ballot Hall of Famer on February 5th. The home of the Cardinals. Arizona Sports 98.7, the Arizona Sports YouTube channel, and the Arizona Sports app.
All right, so a new year is a great time for resolutions. It's also a great time to get moving. And if joint pain is holding you back, there is a way for you to get real relief without surgery, without downtime, without putting your life on pause. My friends at QC Kinetics specialize in and deliver advanced regenerative treatments that help your body repair and restore damaged joint tissue wherever you are hurting. And these treatments happen right in the office. You get your treatment, you walk right back out the door, you go about your day. They are simple procedures that deliver life-changing results. I've leaned on them a couple times. It worked incredibly well for me. They've got a 92% satisfaction rate among patients, which is incredible. So move better, get stronger by taking care of your pain the smart way with game-changing regenerative treatment. Stop managing your pain. Start solving it. Call now to schedule your free consultation. You can find them in Phoenix, Scottsdale, Peoria, and Chandler. Get on the books by calling 602-837-PAIN, 602-837-PAIN for QC Kinetics.
250,000 people across Arizona rely on St. Mary's Food Bank every day. Your donations make feeding them possible, and you can benefit too. In Arizona, there's an incentive called the Arizona Charitable Tax Credit. You can make your donation today and get it back up to $987 on your taxes when you file. It's a great way to help your neighbors in need. For more info, visit stmarysfoodbank.org.
Pros don't just show up. They prove how it's done, with precision and without shortcuts. Makita tools are built the same way, with a dedication to lasting quality, trusted performance, and results that reward your effort year after year. When the job calls for the best, call on Makita. Built to be the best. Available at the Home Depot.
Taxes was feeling so stuck. Sitting in traffic, squeezing into a parking spot, all to squeeze in getting tax help during your lunch break. Now Taxes is a TurboTax expert who does your taxes for you, while you go about your day getting real-time notifications about their progress and the most money back guaranteed. Now this is Taxes. Intuit TurboTax. See guarantee details at turbotax.com/guarantees. Only available with TurboTax experts. Real-time updates only in iOS mobile app.
Makita knows that pros never settle, and neither do we. With Makita, you get tools that perform at the highest level on every job without compromise. Makita is for the most detailed pros, expertly engineered to deliver precision, job after job. When your work calls for the best, call on Makita. Makita, built to be the best. Available at the Home Depot.
Wesley Financial Group is not a law firm.
I'm Chuck McDowell, founder of Wesley Financial Group. Did you buy a timeshare because they told you it was a great investment? That's a lie. Most timeshares can be bought online for $1. To find out what your timeshare is worth and to cancel it, call us today and we'll send you our timeshare exit kit free with all your options for cancellation.
Call Wesley for your free exit info guide. 800-771-1300. That's 800-771-1300.
This holiday season, AutoNation is unwrapping the biggest gift of all. The car you actually want with 0 down and no payments for 90 days. With our coast-to-coast inventory of nearly 100,000 new and used cars, trucks, and crossovers, you'll find exactly what you're looking for. 0 down, no payments until April. That's the deal you deserve on the car you love. Hurry to your nearest AutoNation store or AutoNation.com. Limited term financing on approved credit. Interest accrues from date of purchase on deferred payments. See store for details.
This is what's trending now, presented by Parker & Sons, heating, cooling, plumbing, and electrical. The Phoenix Suns return to the court in just a few hours as they close out their 4-game road trip with a stop in Cleveland versus the Cavaliers. The Suns are going for their 5th win in a row and will most likely be shorthanded again, with Grayson Allen doubtful, Ryan Dunn questionable, and Jalen Green still out. Tip-off is at 1:30 p.m. You could hear all of the action on Arizona Sports 98.7 and the Arizona Sports app. Speaking of early start times, the ASU Sun Devils will try to finish their 2025 season on a high note when they play the ACC champion Duke Blue Devils in the Sun Bowl today. Kickoff for that game is 12 p.m., and you can hear all the coverage on ESPN 620. And what does the future hold for the Arizona Cardinals and GM Monty Austinfort? Our very own Tyler Boom Boom Drake examined that question and more in a new column you could read right now on ArizonaSports.com. This report is brought to you by Casino Arizona and Talking Stick Resort. Win big at Talking Stick Resort. Earn entries all December for a chance at $10,000 or a 2026 Mercedes-Benz AMG GT. Details at TalkingStickResort.com.
Hey, it's Gambo, the final show of 2025. How much longer will this Catel Marte drama go on? We'll discuss after the Suns and Cavs game. It's the Burns and Gambo show on Arizona Sports 98.7, the Arizona Sports app, and the Arizona Sports YouTube channel.
All right, after a year full of weirdness and unhappiness and tension in college football, in a year where Lane Kiffin bailed on a team that was going to the playoffs, in a year where NIL has blown the sport to smithereens, the good stuff begins tonight, Luke Lipinski. Not only is ASU football playing in the Sun Bowl, we're going to get to them in a minute, but the college football playoff from this point forward looks like it has a chance of being really, really good. Miami, Ohio State tonight. Oregon, Texas Tech, Indiana, Alabama, Ole Miss, Georgia tomorrow.
Yeah, Jarrett and I were talking about this actually before the show. College football, I don't know how they managed to do this because they bumble everything, and yet the product is amazing, right?
Mm-hmm.
But even this is what we're talking about. It's like, you know, they played the first round of this playoff. It feels like 4 months ago. I know it was only a week and a half ago, but then you're like waiting to play on a Wednesday and a third. Like any momentum that they naturally, organically get, they try to kill themselves.
Yeah.
But it's still so good that I can't wait for the game.
Yeah, no, that's a real good point. So Ohio State's trying to become a back-to-back champion. That hasn't happened since Georgia did it a few years ago. It's only happened once in the college football playoff era. Then you've got that Indiana story with Curt Cignetti, who has passed Kenny Dillingham as the most ascendant young coach in college football.
Did it quickly, too.
Did it very quickly. And what's interesting is that everybody who encounters Curt Cignetti, they're all kind of like, ooh, that guy's arrogant. Ooh, that guy's different. But that's why he has won. I mean, that dude took the job at Indiana. No one had heard of him, and he's telling people, Google me. All I do is win.
Well, that's a piece of the puzzle falling into place because Wolf knows him. They were teammates, and Wolf walks around saying, Google it. So maybe this was a thing back in the 80s at West Virginia.
Wow. That's pretty funny.
Google wasn't even invented yet.
Google it.
Took 20 years for it to make sense what the hell they were saying.
They were ahead of their time. I'll ask you the question I asked on my show yesterday about that Indiana-Alabama game. If Indiana wins, do you believe Alabama's eliminated, or they just get to move on anyway with 4 losses? Because, I mean, clearly we can't live without them in the playoff.
That is so funny. They kind of get thrown back into the consolation bracket, and they've got to beat up on a couple ACC schools, and they get back in. Is that what it is?
Bring on Tulane so we can get right.
Tulane. Yeah, that's pretty funny. So in all of this, while all this excitement is beginning to happen now as the sport's going to try to crown a champion that makes you forget about all this awfulness that's preceded it. I mean, this is a year where USC and Notre Dame split up. This is like the royal marriage of college football. Okay, while all this is happening, you've got ASU resurfacing at the Sun Bowl. There might be as many as 9 players making their ASU debut in this ball game.
I don't know what to make of this game. I mean, I was very much of the belief earlier in the season when they still had a shot to make the Big 12 championship, but my big thing was if you can still get to 9 or even 10 wins at that point, it's still a big deal. I know Kenny Dillingham's brought this up a lot because if they get to 9, that's 20 wins over 2 years, which is something that, you know, to be fair, I think it's happened once or twice in the last 50 years for ASU. So if you're a program on the rise, like those milestones that you can point to when you're recruiting, those I think are still important. Now, obviously, it's a bigger deal that he just turned down Michigan and came back. That's bigger than them winning this game. I don't even know, and I'm trying to calibrate this before the game starts, trying to figure out how to feel about this game, because if they lose, is it a big deal? If they win, is it a big deal? It's not next year's team. It's not this year's team. Like, what is it?
That's a great point. I think that for most ASU fans, given everything that's been thrown at this team this year with injuries and Sam Leavitt and Jordan Tyson and all that stuff, I think everything was acceptable until that loss to Arizona. Yeah. And I think that kind of dragged everything down a little bit. I think this is a chance to kind of at least end on a good note, if you will. I don't think losing this game would be a good deal for ASU. I think it kind of creates this narrative, oh, that team sure fell apart at the end. They had a chance. And you know what I really would hope would happen today? I'm hoping that Jeff Sims has a good game. I think what Jeff Sims gave ASU when he was right, especially that game at Iowa State, was so good and so necessary given where the program was, that if he has another one of these super high turnover games and people look, I brought this up to you before we came back. I couldn't believe, and I love Jordan Simone. I love his candor. I couldn't believe how hard he went at Jeff Sims yesterday.
Yeah, he was. We had him on our show, and Jody Jackson was in for Wolf, and we were just looking at each other halfway through the interview like, should we stop the fight? Like, what's going on?
And we had, I think
call it? It's over, folks.
I think we had him on after the U of A game, and he was equally as.
I heard him on your guys' show. He went pretty hard on your show.
He cursed 4 times. Were you? I don't remember if you were here for that.
That's right. Yeah, and you had to excoriate him on social media afterwards. That's right.
Yeah, look, I mean,
he's like at one point, I'd like to see anybody else at quarterback. To be honest with you,
he was going through the emotional roller coaster of Jeff Sims on the air yesterday, and with you guys the day after. And I just stopped talking and let him go through it because he was doing the whole Jeff Sims is a really good guy. He's stuck with ASU, like all these things that are true, right? Oh, Iowa State was great, but then he was like, I never want to see him play again. He felt like he just gave the game away against U of A. I'm with you. Like I would like to see Sims go out on a high note because he is a good dude and he did do a lot from this program. I mean, that U of A game it wasn't just a lost U of A. It felt like he handed them the game several times.
It is, though, the bigger picture that you were kind of pointing out there, though, about what even is the point of these kinds of bowl games anymore. And the argument used to be, well, you get all these extra practices, but you're getting extra practices with what? It's not this year's team.
No.
And it's not players that are going to be on the team next year.
It's very, very odd.
I wouldn't mind seeing Cameron Dyer play a little bit.
I would be down for that as well, to be honest with you.
That's about it.
So here's why I think some of this is important, that ASU wins today and kind of just keeps their image out there as a rising program alive. When Kenny Dillingham made the comments that what we need is for somebody to stroke that $20 million check, a lot of people were like, wow, that's interesting. Well, I didn't expect to hear that from a head coach at a university. There was a story by The Athletic that a salary cap is effectively coming to college football in terms of how much money universities are willing to spend on their football players. I think it's 20-something million.
Okay.
That's where he got the number from.
Okay.
Because that's what the floor is going to be, or the ceiling is going to be. There was a story in The Athletic that showed there are going to be many schools that will willingly pay that $20+ million for talent and then find some ways to backdoor probably another $10 million.
That doesn't sound like college football at all.
Not at all, right? They'll go in the front door and the back door. Then there's also going to be a lot of schools that don't, that just do not, that we're not spending that much.
Yeah.
I know we can, but we're not gonna.
Yeah.
There was speculation that there's going to be 3 quarterbacks next year that are going to make between $5 and $6 million, and Sam Levitt was listed as one of those guys.
Jeez. Yeah.
$5 to $6 million bucks.
Well, what's Arch Manning's got to? If he's coming back to Texas, that's got to be.
Yeah. I have to think on some level he's like, I can make as much money in college and not play for the Raiders. I mean, that's got to be what it is, right? Why? Because if he went in the draft, he'd probably be a top 3-4 pick for sure, Arch Manning, and it doesn't sound like he's going. Here's how crazy it's gotten, Bick. You could have said anything right there, and I would have believed it. You could have said, like, you know what? Yeah, it's going to be a $20 million cap, but then if you're in the SEC, you can spend $90 million. You could have said Sam Levitt's actually going to get $20 million.
And you would have believed it all.
I mean, it's all like, you can't, it's so ridiculous. You can't be like, no, now you've crossed the line.
Yeah,
right.
right.
Nobody's in charge.
No, that's exactly right. What a time.
If they don't go in the front door and they don't go in the back door, they're going to find a way to go in through the window.
Yeah. That's basically what it's going to be. So that $20 million figure, it was Kenny Dillingham's way of saying, I need this school to spend every dollar we are allowed to spend.
Well,
that's what he's saying.
And to your point, I mean, again, this doesn't apply to like a Georgia, but ASU hasn't lost 2 in a row in the last 2 years. You don't want to go out there and start that trend. If you are a program on the rise, but you're not at the top, every single game matters in terms of marketing your program. So this does matter a lot today. I'm interested, like, is Miles Rouser going to play? I mean, it seems like he might play even though he's going to the NFL, which I would give him all the credit in the world to actually step up and do that.
Well, that would be, in this day and age, that would almost be unheard of.
Yeah, which would be cool.
And very exemplary.
Yeah.
Yeah, all right. On the other side, the NFL has had a wacky year, but I tell you what, the Coach of the Year battle in the NFL, good luck getting to the bottom of that one. There is a ton of great candidates, some hash marks on the other side. Luke Lipinski, Dan Bickley, Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Win tickets to the Verbo Fiesta Bowl from Arizona Sports. This show's keyword is
end zone. End zone.
Text end zone to 620-620.
End zone.
Text the word end zone to 620-620 right now for your chance to win tickets to the Verbo Fiesta Bowl. Message and data rates may apply.
When your private student loans go into default, you don't feel very good about things. You feel stuck. You're embarrassed. You feel like you're out of moves at the end of the road. But just know there is a way forward, and that way forward is called Y-Refi. Hi, it's Vince Marotta. Y-Refi works specifically with people who are already in default. They help you refinance into a low, fixed-rate payment that fits your actual budget. Not a fantasy budget, but one that you can afford. And they don't ask a million questions. They do it without lecture, without judgment. They're just here to help you start fresh. If other lenders have told you no, don't assume that's the end. You've got options, and that option, Y-Refi, built for the people who've already been told no. Default does not have to control your future. You can take back control today. To learn more, go to YRefi.com. That's the letter Y. REFY.com.
Upgrading your windows and doors isn't just about comfort. It's about lowering energy costs all year long. That's why Valley homeowners trust the Window and Door Store and our exclusive Seal and Shield installation. We don't just replace windows. We seal, secure, and protect your home from heat, dust, and water leaks for life. Precision craftsmanship, a lifetime labor warranty, and over 1,200 five-star reviews say it all. Call 480-562-3902 now for your free in-home consultation or book anytime at thewindowdoorstore.com.
1877 Cars for Kids. KARS Cars for Kids. 1877 Cars for Kids. Donate your car today.
Call 1-877-CARS-FOR-KIDS to reach a friendly live agent. Donation's super easy, and your car can be picked up as soon as tomorrow. Call us now.
1-877-CARS-FOR-KIDS. Donate your car today.
Hurry! It's our last chance to donate for 2025.
Hi, I'm John Ray, your friend and jeweler at Shane Company. Getting engaged? So friends, listen up. Shane Company engagement rings are protected with our all-inclusive free lifetime warranty. We stand behind the same quality we've offered since 1929. Our rings are crafted to last. It's why our warranty is the only one that protects your center stone. We also cover repairs, resizings, cleanings, and so much more. That's money you keep for you and your family. Because a friend always has your back. Shane Company, your friend and jeweler.
Get in the zone, AutoZone.
Charlie's battery is struggling to start. Not ideal before the tailgate, so he goes to AutoZone.
Welcome to AutoZone,
where a friendly AutoZoner tests his battery for free. Looks like he needs a new one, so he gets a Duralast battery.
Have fun and stay warm.
And he makes it to the tailgate early enough to get his favorite spot. Free battery testing and charging. No hassles, just help.
Get in the zone, AutoZone.
Restrictions apply.
Taxes was feeling so stuck. Sitting in traffic, squeezing into a parking spot. All to squeeze in getting tax help during your lunch break. Now Taxes is a TurboTax expert who does your taxes for you, while you go about your day getting real-time notifications about their progress and the most money back guaranteed. Now this is Taxes. Intuit TurboTax. See guarantee details at turbotax.com/guarantees. Only available with TurboTax experts. Real-time updates only in iOS mobile app.
Arizona Sports, the local sports leader. Bickley and Murata. Hash marks.
Week 18 in the NFL upon us, and after that, it will be the postseason. It's a great time in the NFL. The trophy seems to be pretty much up for grabs, Luke Lipinski, when you're talking about teams. I don't know if you, we've done this bit a couple of times. If somebody came and gave you $1,000 and said, this is your money and you've got to place it right now in a Super Bowl matchup, who would that be?
Man.
Jared Carlin, you're the resident football expert of this show.
Yeah. I saw that the Seahawks are the favorites to win it all. It wouldn't be them. And maybe, I mean, I would probably go with the Rams against the Bills. I hate that as I say it out loud.
The Rams and the Bills.
Yeah.
Been watching football lately there, Chachi?
Yeah, well, I think the Rams, they'll get Devontae Adams. I think they'll be okay. The Bills is more of a just like, and I've never been to Buffalo, but it's just like, dude, if you're ever going to do it, this is your year. But they can't tackle it all, so the Bills would be a bad pick. Maybe it'd be like Houston or somebody just coming out of nowhere.
It feels like, well, that's what I would have picked, Houston. They've been really hot, and they have a great defense. But the Bills feel like the team because they have Josh Allen.
Yeah.
And the other top teams in the AFC have unproven playoff quarterbacks.
But they don't seem to have much other than Josh. I already would like to retract my Bills prediction.
I'm going to say the Eagles versus Houston.
See, now that was my secondary pick. My first pick was 49ers versus Houston. That Eagles game that they just played last weekend against the Bills, when the Bills couldn't do a thing against that defense, made me go, you know what? For all the dysfunction and all the weirdness they've got on the offensive side of the football, that team defensively, when Jalen Carter is playing, good luck with that team.
When he's not spitting on Dak Prescott. And that's how the season started, too. Wouldn't that be the most disappointing finish to the season, though? The Eagles just win the Super Bowl again on like a tush push or something. I mean, them winning once was fine, whatever.
That would be terrible.
All of the twists and turns of this season were like, hey, maybe this is the Bears' year. I mean, that's not even crazy to say that. San Francisco winning despite all the injuries. Certainly if Buffalo could win finally, I mean, I don't really want to see New England there already. Jacksonville, whatever. But if it just ends with the Eagles winning the Super Bowl again, it's going to be like, oh, that we just watched the same movie with a different start.
I mean, the lack of the Chiefs does make this feel like a pretty, one of the most open playoff scenarios that there's been in years.
Yeah, it really kind of does, because you just don't know who you're going to trust in the postseason, right? And
I feel like not Carolina or the Steelers. I'm going to go ahead and roll those two teams out.
Yeah, I'm not sure the Steelers are even going to make it.
No.
I think the Ravens are going to win that game, and the fallout, I think, is going to be interesting. All right, as I mentioned coming into this segment, the NFL head coach of the year, you've got a lot of great candidates this year. Whom do you choose? Is it Ben Johnson with what he's done with the Bears?
Bears.
Is it Liam Cohen and what he's done with the Jaguars?
The Jags.
Or as Sammy calls them, the Jaguars.
Yes. How do you say that, Luke?
Not Wires. That
Not
sounds like a
Wires.
website that covers the Jaguars. The
That's
Jacksonville
right.
Jaguars.
But do you say Jaguar or do you say Jaguar?
Now I don't know what to say. Not Jaguar. They would be 5-11 if they were called the Jaguars. They would take their wins away from them.
They would.
I think Liam Cohen he's got to be up there. I mean, you could rattle off a bunch of candidates.
Mike Vrabel is a very serious candidate. I just wonder, is there anybody else that we're missing? Are those three clearly the front runners?
I've seen Shanahan and McDonald both up there.
You know what? How could you not put those two guys up there?
Yeah, you have to.
Shanahan, especially with all the injuries.
Yeah, I would put Shanahan ahead of McDonald. And look, what Vrabel's done is impressive, and I do believe the Patriots are legit, but they have only beaten one team with a above 500 record.
Yeah.
So if you're talking about really trying to draw the line between Coach of the Year, I think it's probably Shanahan or like Ben Johnson.
Well,
the difference in he might actually be my pick, honestly.
Especially just given the fact that he went to the worst team in the division from the best team and has taken them all down.
And look what happened to the best team that he left without him. That might be sort of factor into it.
I think the Kyle Shanahan, Mike McDonald thing, even though it is a very fascinating argument, because have the Seahawks lost on the road this year?
Not.
I don't think they have.
No.
I'm going to double check that
It's getting irritating,
fact.
to be honest.
It's getting irritating.
They lost one game on the road.
Oh, well, I know they're the best team on the road over the last 2 years.
You said not that you know of, so
Yeah,
you didn't know about that one.
They're 7-1 on the road this year. 49ers are 7-2 on the road. That's going to take care of itself with their matchup for the number 1 seed.
Yeah. I'll give you one more name, not to win it, but to get votes. Probably Dave Canales with Carolina.
Okay,
because people, including myself, thought they could be one of the worst teams in the NFL, and they could win the division at 9-8, but they could win their division. I mean, that's pretty impressive.
Somebody might make a case for D'Amico Ryans.
Well, how about the fact that none of us have said Sean Payton in Denver's 13-3?
Oh my goodness!
But they were good last year, though.
No, I mean he wouldn't be my pick, but it's just
still,
like that speaks to your point of I don't think any name that's been thrown out here would be ridiculous if they won. A lot of them I would take over Sean Payton, but Denver is 13-3.
And you can't overlook the fact that given whatever troubles Kansas City has caused for themselves, that's the guy that went in there and yanked the division from them.
That's a good point. It feels like he not single-handedly, but he kind of led the charge to just destroy the Chiefs.
That is a crazy list. I'm trying to look now. I mean, again, the culture in Jacksonville was just garbage. The Bears and Ben Johnson getting Caleb Williams right.
The thing on Cohen, too, on Liam Cohen, I mean, I don't know. He would probably have to win 2 Super Bowls to live down the Duval thing at his opening press conference.
Yeah. Uh-huh.
But that's sort of similar to Ben Johnson, where he comes in, all of a sudden Trevor Lawrence is a lot better, and Tampa sucks offensively all of a sudden without him there. So it's sort of the similar of, like, look at his current team, but also look at what his old team is doing without him.
And it also sort of anytime we talk about this kind of thing, I can't help connecting it to the Cardinals because all these coaches and all these teams that had low expectations, all these coaches came into as bad a situations as like Jonathan Gannon did with the Cardinals. And in a lot of these cases, 1 or 2 years later, they're Coach of the Year candidates and playoff teams.
Yeah.
And we're in year 3 with the Cardinals.
How many of these guys that we just rattled off have gotten hired since JG got hired or, at the same time? I mean, most of them have all been hired within the last 2 or 3 years.
Well, what's interesting is, so this list we compiled here, Ben Johnson, Mike Vrabel, Liam Cohen, the winner of the Kyle Shanahan, Mike McDonald showdown in Week 18, Dave Canales, maybe Sean Payton, maybe D'Amico Ryans is an outsider. That's 7 to 8 coaches that are worthy candidates for Coach of the Year discussion. That's almost the same amount of coaches that will have been fired by the end of all of this. 2 have already been fired. They're expecting, 5 to 6 to get fired after this?
Yeah.
So 25% of the league might have a Coach of the Year candidate. 50% of the league is just floating in the middle, and there's 25% about ready to fire their coach.
Yep, that's the NFL.
There's
right?
your NFL
That's pretty
for
much
you.
Except the 25% doesn't typically have a Coach of the Year candidate. And I looked up the odds-on favorite right now is Vrabel, followed by Kyle Shanahan, which Vrabel wouldn't be my first choice, but are you really going to sit here if Vrabel wins and be like, that's ridiculous? The Patriots only went 14-3 or whatever they are.
Right. Although Dan predicted the Patriots, this was going to be a huge breakout year for Drake May. I think a lot of people thought that, a lot more people thought that the Patriots could be really good this year than thought the Jaguars could be really good this year or the Bears could be really good this year.
Yeah.
Especially in that division with the Bears. You feel like that you were going to run into roadblocks every year.
It's funny how you have those two chunks you just mentioned, the teams with the coach of the years, then the big chunk of coaches that get fired. And in the middle are the teams that have Josh Allen, Joe Burrow, Patrick Mahomes, Lamar Jackson. Like, it's a very weird year in the NFL.
Yeah.
Then you've got this amazing storyline attached to the showdown Sunday night between the Baltimore Ravens and the Pittsburgh Steelers, where a Hall of Fame coach might be losing his job if he loses this game.
Is this a loser leaves town match?
That's what it is being framed as. Now, unbelievably, this is the 40th meeting between John Harbaugh and Mike Tomlin.
Wow.
40th meeting between these two coaches in this rivalry, and this one might decide the fate of the losing coach.
You know, I know I'm going to say this, it's going to sound ridiculous, but just hear me out. If one of those two really were available, it's not like I believe the Cardinals could get him, but why wouldn't you be going all in on it?
Oh my goodness, of course.
Absolutely.
Because, I mean, if you look at the other teams that need head coaches that are going to, and look, if Mike Tomlin or John Harbaugh were actually available this offseason, and one of them might be, then we might see teams that weren't going to fire their coach, firing their coach. To get, And unfortunately, if there's 8 teams available and John Harbaugh's looking, the Cardinals aren't going to be in his top 1, 2, or 3. But I just feel like in that case, you would have to go all in on a game changer.
Well, going all in would mean giving him the autonomy that he would demand because he wouldn't come here otherwise, which I think is the reason why the Sean Payton thing was never going to happen in Arizona.
Yeah.
But I'm right with you. If John Harbaugh and or Mike Tomlin is on the market, if Todd Bowles, and that's something very specific to Arizona, is on the market, that's something that would really that would motivate me. I know that for a fact.
I mean, you're going to go 3-14. You've won 4 games or less in 3 of your last 4 seasons. I know JG wasn't here for all those. I'm not saying it's all his fault. I'm not saying you fire him for another unproven coordinator. But if you're talking John Harbaugh or Mike Tomlin, at a certain point, I'd like to make the playoffs.
Yeah, exactly. All right, on the other side, speaking of Jonathan Ganon, what are the Cardinals preparing to do? We'll tackle that lingering question next. Luke Lipinski, Dan Bickley, Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Wolf and Luke, middays 10 to 2.
If you are in the newsroom and we all just kind of accept this because it's the norm, but it's not the norm for you, you hear a third of the Bickley and Murata show because Jarrett just yells and has the soundproof door open.
He sings the jingles from the commercials. It's wild.
I'm good with it. Yeah. I love the exuberance.
I don't work in news, and I know they're doing a bunch of serious news stuff, and you look over and they're just like, news. Like, they're super serious. It's got to be a nice break for them to hear Jarrett doing whatever he's doing and Wolf blasting Metallica and Guns N' Roses out of the prep room every morning.
That's why you guys are, number one.
Wolf and Luke, middays 10 to 2 on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Hi, I'm Elizabeth Smith with Oliver Smith Jeweler. Gold prices are at an all-time high, so if you've been procrastinating selling your watches, jewelry, or gold, you're in luck. Dad, you've been doing this in Arizona for almost 45 years. What should people know before they sell?
First, don't get scammed by those roadshows that pop up in hotel ballrooms, please. We're a local family-owned jeweler, and we've been advising Arizona families for decades.
Does someone need an appointment?
No appointment necessary. We'll evaluate your watches, jewelry, or gold and give you a check on the spot in minutes.
Have you ever seen gold this high?
Never. Do yourself a favor, search your jewelry box, find out if there's anything in there that might have value or things that you aren't wearing and bring them in.
Weren't you an appraiser on Antiques Roadshow?
Yeah, that was the original reality show.
Sell your watches, jewelry, and gold with confidence. Visit Oliver Smith Jeweler in our 2 Scottsdale locations or online at oliversmithjeweler.com.
In football, the best teams rise to the top. In medicine, the same is true. That's why Barrow Neurological Institute is consistently ranked among the nation's best in brain and spine care. From game day concussions to the most complex neurological conditions, Barrow delivers world-class expertise right here in Arizona. When it comes to your brain, your spine, your future, you want the very best on your side. Barrow Neurological Institute. It matters where you get your care. Visit barrowneuro.org.
Oh,
Could this vintage store be any cuter?
Right? And the best part? They accept Discover.
Accept Discover? In a little place like this? I don't think so, Jennifer.
Oh, yeah, huh? Discover's accepted where I like to shop. Come on, baby, get with the times.
Right, so we shouldn't get the parachute pants?
These are making a comeback. I think.
Discover is accepted at 99% of places that take credit cards nationwide. Based on the February 2025 Nielsen report.
The Lowe's Closeout event is here with the final savings of the season. Grab amazing deals on seasonal decor, tools, flooring, and more before they're gone. Plus, My Lowe's Rewards and My Lowe's Pro Rewards members get free standard shipping. Lowe's, we help, you save. Valid through 1/7. Selection varies by location while supplies last. Free shipping excludes Alaska and Hawaii. Exclusions and more terms apply. Loyalty program subject to terms and conditions. Subject to change. Visit Lowe's.com/shipping terms for details.
There's nothing quite like the Verbo Fiesta Bowl. For locals, it's been a point of pride for 50-plus years. For players, it's where legends emerge. For fans, it's the trip of a lifetime. But this year is even bigger. It's the College Football Playoff semifinal on January the 8th. Viva Fiesta. Tickets on sale now at fiestabowl.org. That's fiestabowl.org.
Imagine finding your dream home and moving in right away. No waiting to sell your old place first. Sounds perfect, right? That's exactly what Orchard's Move First, Sell Later program lets you do. Buy your new home now and sell the old one later. Here's how it works. Orchard gives you cash so you can buy and move into your new home first. On your timeline. No waiting, no showings, no double moves. Then the Orchard experts take it from there. They handle repairs on your old home so you can attract the right buyers. Once they're done, a local Orchard agent lists and sells your home for top dollar. Orchard's Move First program gives you the freedom to buy and move into your new home first and sell your old home later. Buy before you sell and get top dollar for your home with Orchard. Ready to find out how much your home is worth? Visit Orchard.com to get your free home valuation. That's Orchard.com.
The end of the year is upon us, and that means you need a strong finish. Well, good news. The year-end sales event is on at Tim Hovick Santan Ford, and the zeros are back. 0% APR for 60 months, 0 payments for 90 days, and 0 down payment on select models. Finish the year strong, my friends. Get off to an amazing start in 2026. The key is a new Ford from the one and only Tim Hovick Santan Ford in Gilbert. Go to the Santan 202 freeway at Val Vista Drive in Gilbert, or go to santanford.com.
KMVP FM Phoenix, live from the Casino Arizona and Talking Stick Resort Studio. Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
This is what's trending now, presented by Parker & Sons Heating, Cooling, Plumbing, and Electrical. The Phoenix Suns return to the court in just a few hours as they close out their 4-game road trip with a stop in Cleveland versus the Cavaliers. The Suns are going for their 5th win in a row and will most likely be shorthanded again with Grayson Allen doubtful, Ryan Dunn questionable, and Jalen Green still out. Tip-off is at 1:30 p.m., and you can hear all the action on Arizona Sports 98.7 and the Arizona Sports app. Speaking of early starts, the ASU Sun Devils will try to finish their 2025 season on a high note when they play the ACC champion Duke Blue Devils in the Sun Bowl today. Kickoff for that game is 12 p.m., and you can hear all the coverage on ESPN 620. And what does the future hold for the Arizona Cardinals and GM Monty Austin-Fort? Our very own Tyler Boom Boom Drake examined that question and more in a new column you could read right now on ArizonaSports.com. And that is what's trending now.
Hey, it's Luke. What are the futures of the Arizona Cardinals coordinators? Mitch and Callan will get into that at 10 a.m. It's Wolf and Luke on Arizona Sports 98.7, the Arizona Sports app, and the Arizona Sports YouTube channel.
No doubt about it. You're definitely looking at, how your coach is, conducting himself, on a day in and day out basis, because at the end of the day, we're looking at him, for guidance. We're looking at him for, leadership. So how his manner is around the building, the team 9 times out of 10 should follow. And I do believe that he will be back next year.
That the voice of Cardinal legend Patrick Peterson talking about Jonathan Gannon And once again, you'll find no shortage of voices of people who think that, I can see Jonathan Gannon coming back next year. It leads you to believe that there's been some information kind of floating out there that Jonathan Gannon will be back. Yet you're also talking about a coach right now that's experiencing an extreme drop in local popularity.
Yeah, I don't know. I don't know how you sell this to the fan base. Not even just JG. I mean, I guess if you bring him back, you're going to have to change something dramatically this offseason. It's not just because you're having a miserable year. Look at the division you're in. Look at really like the last 10 years. Look at how patient I believe the fan base was the previous 2 seasons coming into this one, and people started to believe. And I'm not saying it's all Jonathan Gannon, but if you don't change something dramatic, I don't think you're going to win over a good portion of the fan base until you just win 10 games at this point. Because I don't think you can talk people into this anymore.
No, I was so in agreement with you about that. So, but here's what's kind of floating out there. And I heard Gambo say this near the end of his show yesterday. He drew the comparison to what the Diamondbacks did or didn't do with Torey Lovullo after the 2021 season. He pointed out that year, the Diamondbacks went 52 and 110. Terrible year. 110 losses. Woo! Terrible year. Woo! But they stuck with Torey Lovullo, and here he still is motoring along. So that comparison, while in theory works, the idea that if you've got a person that you really believe in, stick with them. It's the Steelers' way. It's the Diamondbacks' way. Don't let the vagaries of a bad year or an injury-filled year kind of get you out of your mindset about what you think about this person. It's all well and good. But by 2021, Torey Lovullo had already been to the playoffs.
Yeah, I thought he won Manager of the Year somewhere in
already
there, too.
Won Manager of the Year somewhere. So there was a body of work and success with Torey Lovullo that makes this comparison null and void, in my opinion.
Yeah.
And that is my only issue with this idea of Jonathan Gannon coming back. I don't know what he does that's next level.
And if they say, well, it was the injuries' fault. It was all about the injuries. As we've been saying, okay, if it's the difference between making the playoffs and barely missing the playoffs, man, if only they didn't have injuries, they could have done it.
Yeah.
You know, the difference between they could have won 10 games if they were injured. They only won 7.
Yeah.
Having injuries doesn't mean you should never win any games ever.
Yeah.
Right? And
that's
down the
it.
stretch here, they're getting blown out in these games too.
Now, that's the other point. From my experience with football coaches, the best football coaches will not get blown out on a weekly basis, no matter what they have in their locker room. You will find a way to scheme a closer game. You will find a way to impact a game. That's not happening here.
No, it isn't. In the injury thing, and I heard you guys talking about this the other day, and Jared just kind of said it right there. It's so spot on because I'll just use ASU as the example because they had injuries, right? But they still go 8-4. It's not what you set out to do this season. They had an unusual number of injuries. They were probably fortunate last year, and it caught up with them this year. But they didn't go 3-9. Mm-hmm. They didn't just stop winning when conference play started. They weren't getting blown out by Iowa State and West Virginia and Colorado. Like, you find ways to adapt. Yes, the Cardinals have had some bad injuries, but 3-13 is a lot different than 7-10 or whatever by the end of the season.
And here's the other thing. When it comes to injuries, in football, you could say, like, you could overcome and win some games no matter who gets injured. Unless it's your starting quarterback who you truly rely on. Okay, the Cardinals' starting quarterback got injured. Except their backup has done even better than the quarterback that they had.
Yeah.
And the offense, most of the time, has looked better with him. So it's hard to use that as an excuse.
And you're in a division with San Francisco, who has a ton of injuries, and they might be the number 1 seed.
And half the season didn't have their starting quarterback.
Yeah, that's it. I mean, and that is why what you said at the outset of this. If this football team thinks that they can go in front of the fan base and A, blame it all on injuries, and B, say we're convinced that this is the right way forward, they ain't gonna believe it. They're gonna think they're getting gaslit.
There's also something to be said about, are you seeing the development of like first and second year players over the last 2-3 years? Not that much over the guys that have been drafted over the last couple of years.
Why was Max Melton not a participant this past weekend?
Yeah, that's a great question. I was talking with somebody about that yesterday. Was that game too big to play him in? I mean, you were getting blown out by Cincinnati, who isn't good.
Yeah, and all you're doing defensively is playing that soft, cushy zone. Those touchdown passes were just ridiculously easy.
And we've talked about Darius Robinson, we've talked about Marvin Harrison Jr. and their lack of sort of development also.
The injury thing, it's a real thing. I get that. Looking back, there's no way they were going to make the playoffs in this division with the injuries they've had. That is a totally true statement, and I'm not trying to write that off. But it's not. If you had a pie chart, it's not 95% of the pie. It's like, I don't know, 30. Maybe. I mean, whatever it is, the other portion of the pie is bigger, and that needs to be addressed because that's stuff you can control.
Here's one last thing to think about. We have seen this year at least one football game where football players at State Farm Stadium had a hard time staying on their feet. Slippage, right? We've seen that game. We've seen this in Fiesta Bowls. Walter Mitchell used to write for Revenge of the Birds and now does a podcast about the Cardinals. I respect his opinion a lot. He's an independent thinker and a former football guy. He put together this chart that charts all the injuries that have happened at State Farm Stadium in the past, from Carson Palmer's ACL to Darnell Dockett to Jared Valdir to A.Q. Shipley, and he comes down to this year, and he lists all the people who have suffered injuries at home, and it's a long list, and all the people who have suffered injuries on the road, and it's a much shorter list. And when it comes down to lower leg injuries, there have been 16 at home and 3 on the road. His point is that while this natural grass in Glendale is a good idea, the idea that you're training on it and playing on it full time when it can be slippery is not a good deal. And he points out that there's a certain kind of AstroTurf that the Rams and the Chargers that play on that are allegedly decrease the amount of injuries. I don't know where that plays in the grand scheme of things. So but it might be this injury situation is something they might be actually better to control.
They have to look at that every possible way. I have to think on some level they are, and something like that is something you have to be looking at because it is easy to say with the injuries, well, what are you going to do? Bad luck.
Yeah.
But, I mean, how many guys had calf injuries over the last 2 years? And that's kind of what you're saying,
the lower leg injuries from consistently playing on a grass field that is occasionally too slippery.
Yeah. Is his thought you can play the games there but don't train on it, or is his thought just change it entirely?
I think his thought was change it out with this new hybrid whatever turf that they're using in Los Angeles. I don't know enough about it to venture or voice an opinion about it. I just thought that was interesting, that there might be some cause and effect happening there with the field on top of everything else to consider.
Yeah, I mean, you have to be looking at everything, and something like that is something to look at, especially if they've gotten it right apparently in LA. Although in LA it's probably just made out of like kale and fat-free smoothies or whatever they're doing over there. If it's working,
fat-free smoothies.
Yeah, just run on that for a while.
Great traction running on kale and fat-free
you just
smoothies.
need longer cleats.
I love it. All right, on the other side, we're going to begin our year in review. What a year 2025 was. Right, Jared? You sure took a lot of vacation in 2025.
Oh, yeah. Okay. You got another boat to go on there, Chachi?
Luke Kopinski, Dan Bickley, Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Larry Legend.
It's a flea flicker, pitching it back to Palmer as Johnson up throws a deep ball right side, end zone touchdown, Larry Fitzgerald.
A top 15 finalist for the Pro Football Hall of Fame.
Great memories of a great player and a great guy.
We find out if number 11 becomes a first ballot Hall of Famer on February 5th. The home of the Cardinals. Arizona Sports 98.7, the Arizona Sports YouTube channel, and the Arizona Sports app.
Hey everybody, Dan Bickley here for Chapman BMW this weekend. A great time to head on down to Chapman BMW. Their year-end sale is wrapping up. They're even going to be open for business on Sunday. All sorts of cool things going on. 0.9% APR financing for up to 5 years. No payments for 90 days. Payments as low as $379 a month on select models. If you've always wanted to drive off in the ultimate driving machine, now is the best time to do it. Remember, Chapman BMW, your premier destination for luxury and performance. They have got 2 great locations, which means you are going to get the best selection you are going to find in the Valley. And as many of our listeners attest, they are committed to delivering an exceptional car buying experience. From Ted Chapman all the way down to the techs in the garage, everything they do is first-class elite. You feel it the minute you walk into either of those locations. And don't forget, you've got a friend in the business, so pick a location, take a test drive, find what you like. Ask for my guy, Shane O'Hanrahan, GM of both locations. He will hook you up. You can always shop online at chapmanbmw.com. ChapmanBMW.com. That's Chapman BMW. 2 great locations, 1 great experience.
250,000 people across Arizona rely on St. Mary's Food Bank every day. Your donations make feeding them possible, and you can benefit too. In Arizona, there's an incentive called the Arizona Charitable Tax Credit. You can make your donation today and get it back up to $987 on your taxes when you file. It's a great way to help your neighbors in need. For more info, visit stmarysfoodbank.org.
Wesley Financial Group is not a law firm.
I'm Chuck McDowell, founder of Wesley Financial Group. Did you buy a timeshare because they told you it was a great investment? That's a lie. Most timeshares can be bought online for $1. To find out what your timeshare is worth and to cancel it, call us today and we'll send you our timeshare exit kit free with all your options for cancellation.
Call Wesley for your free exit info guide. 800-897-4400. That's 800-897-4400.
Get in the zone, AutoZone.
Charlie's battery is struggling to start. Not ideal before the tailgate, so he goes to AutoZone.
Welcome to AutoZone,
where a friendly AutoZoner tests his battery for free. Looks like he needs a new one, so he gets the Duralast battery.
have fun and stay warm.
And he makes it to the tailgate early enough to get his favorite spot. Free battery testing and charging. No hassles, just help.
Get in the zone, AutoZone.
Restrictions apply.
Oh, could this vintage store be any cuter?
Right? And the best part? They accept Discover.
Accept Discover? In a little place like this? I don't think so, Jennifer.
Oh, yeah, huh? Discover's accepted where I like to shop. Come on, baby, get with the times.
Right, so we shouldn't get the parachute pants?
These are making a comeback. I think.
Discover is accepted at 99% of places that take credit cards nationwide. Based on the February 2025 Nielsen report.
The Lowe's Closeout event is here with the final savings of the season. Grab amazing deals on seasonal decor, tools, flooring, and more before they're gone. Plus, My Lowe's Rewards and My Lowe's Pro Rewards members get free standard shipping. Lowe's, we help, you save. Valid through 1/7. Selection varies by location while supplies last. Free shipping excludes Alaska and Hawaii. Exclusions and more terms apply. Loyalty program subject to terms and conditions. Subject to change. Visit Lowe's.com/shipping terms for details.
Hi, this is Stuart Willis, President of Asset Preservation Wealth and Tax. A personal relationship with your financial advisor really matters. It's super important that you have the ability to talk about anything you need to with your advisor. So if you have been pushed off to a call center and you don't have a one-on-one relationship with your financial advisor, then reach out to us at assetpreservationwealth.com. That's assetpreservationwealth.com.
Investment advisory services offered through Foundations Investment Advisors, LLC, an SEC registered investment advisor.
Here's the 0-2 pitch. Bounces one up the middle. Bats to the back. Over to first to beat the champ. You gotta knock him out. The Dodgers stand tall and win back-to-back titles.
Valley sports fans sincerely apologize for that PTSD we just caused with the highlight of the Dodgers winning back-to-back World Series titles. But there is a question that has to be asked as we end the year 2025, an eventful year to say the least in the world of sports. Who is the team of the year? Would it be those Los Angeles Dodgers? Would it be the Philadelphia Eagles, who ran roughshod over the NFL and blew out the Chiefs in a Super Bowl when the Chiefs were looking for a three-peat, which had never been done before? Or would it be the Oklahoma City Thunder that redefined the way basketball teams win with youth and depth?
Man, this is tough to say.
While you think about that,
I lean towards the Thunder, honestly, but that might be my...
First, a big shout-out to our friends in Avondale. Sorry, I forgot that. Avondale, good morning.
The weird thing about sports is that baseball is the only season that plays its whole season in one calendar year. Hockey, basketball, both half and half. And now with 17 games, the NFL now plays their regular season games over 2 years.
Yeah, that's a good point.
Their entire playoffs the next year.
Yeah, that is. I mean, it is easier with that to just say it's the Dodgers. I just don't want to. But Oklahoma, like, if you're saying who's the team of the decade right now, maybe, or something, or just maybe that's the Dodgers because they've won a couple in a row. But I just think Oklahoma City looks so unbeatable unless Victor Wembanyama is on the court that Maybe I'm spinning it forward too much, but I just feel like they're starting something huge.
It's a fair point. So by your theory, you could take the Eagles' playoff run at the beginning of 2025 and their season to now, and you could do the same with the Oklahoma City Thunder.
Right. In
Winning
that
a title,
scenario, it would probably be the Thunder because the Thunder won the championship this calendar year and have the best record in the NBA the following season this calendar year so far.
So we give it to the Oklahoma City Thunder just because we cannot give it to the Dodgers?
Can't give it to the Dodgers.
It is probably the Dodgers, although that World Series was epic. They didn't dominate it, but it was so inevitable that the Dodgers were going to win the World Series this year.
Do you think it's definitely the only reason I would say you could give it to Oklahoma City over the Dodgers because I think it's so close. Like I don't think it's like ridiculous to say. I mean, Oklahoma City. How many times they play San Antonio? 5. So take those off. They're going to win 77 games, 75 games. Like they beat everybody that isn't San Antonio.
I know. And again, they came through a gauntlet of a playoff run that featured a couple of Game 7s, but they delivered in both those Game 7s. You could make the same argument about the Dodgers. That Game 7 they won to win the World Series was about as white knuckle as you remember the play at the plate.
The Dodgers, I said this at the time, if they weren't the Dodgers, they are a really entertaining, fun team to watch in these playoffs because of some of the stuff they pulled off. But then you realize they shouldn't be able to pull it off because they're an all-star team, and that's not supposed to happen.
Interesting.
And you didn't mention the college teams, but Ohio State won last year, right?
Mm-hmm.
And they're in the playoffs this year. And I have absolutely no memory of who won the Final Four. Who are the college basketball national champions?
It wasn't U of A?
Okay, that is... Listen,
that's the way that college basketball is nowadays.
There's no stickiness anymore. You just you watch these events, you cheer, and then you just forget because there's no... You don't attach any name recognition with these teams because they're constantly regenerating.
There's no player you think of. And I mean,
right.
You're so right. With college basketball, not with college football. College football, you remember pretty quick. But college basketball is like,
Yeah. All right, so let's give it to the Oklahoma City Thunder just because they're not the Dodgers. National Athlete of the Year. Shohei Ohtani, who played the perfect game in the Dodgers postseason. Remember that? 3 home runs, 6 shutout innings, 10 strikeouts in the game that clinched the World Series berth, right?
Yeah.
Obvious candidate. Shai Gilgeous-Alexander, who won MVP and Finals MVP. Rory McIlroy, who won the Masters and led the Ryder Cup team that won. And then maybe A'ja Wilson, who won her 4th MVP and her 3rd WNBA title.
Is there any hockey people in any of this? Because you're the hockey guy.
I mean, the 2 greatest players right now are Nathan McKinnon and Connor McDavid. And McDavid just gets to the cup and loses every year. So you can't give it to him.
Well, listen, Matthew Tkachuk, is he a candidate?
He might be, honestly. But again, that's sort of spread out over a couple years because he just keeps winning. Yeah, Matthew Tkachuk would probably be the candidate from hockey right now.
Because not only did he win a back-to-back cup, he started that fisticuff war with Canada, right?
Yeah, you don't even have to say with. Any fisticuff war that was started, he started it over the last 5 years. Yeah, he would be the hockey candidate right now. I don't know how you go against Shohei at this point.
The greatest
I would love to make a
player
pick
of all
against
time.
that. But yeah, I mean, that game that you threw out there is insane.
World Series is MVPs in history. Got to be Shohei.
Even though, as I made the point out, he might not have been the most important Japanese-born player in the World Series.
True. That is true.
All right, story of the year. Let me run some out of here because there's a lot of them. The year when the calf strain became the 2 scariest words in basketball, starting with Tyrese Halliburton. A year when Cinderella was declared dead in college basketball, chalkiest first round of the NCAA tournament in history.
4 number 1 seeds in the Final Four.
That's it. The WNBA, the growth of the league and the growing pains and the jealousy that came with it. The NFL selling off all its games to streaming platforms, and the ratings aren't suffering a bit. In fact, you may not know this. You would need 7 different subscriptions to watch every football game that was played last week. 7.
And they're asking you to get those subscriptions to watch Max Brosmer and whoever's the quarterback.
Right.
I heard somebody call him Michael Olowokandi. I don't think that's the quarterback of the Chiefs, but it's somebody.
It was the year that gambling became an issue, from legalized to athletes getting in trouble with it. It was a year when tennis kind of regenerated itself with Carlos Alcaraz and Jannik Sinner splitting all 4 majors, and then the NIL explosion in college and the general state of lawlessness in college sports. Am I missing any major development?
I don't think so. And a lot of those are off the field, too. That's the crazy part.
Yeah, that's a good point.
if we're picking winners, I would probably go with the NIL and just because now you're hearing so many coaches talk about how out of control it is. I mean, you guys were talking about this yesterday. Baylor's just going out in basketball and bringing in players that have already been drafted in the NBA.
I know.
They're playing professionally overseas, and nobody's stopping it. So if I'm picking, I would say it's the NIL or the gambling stuff because that could be going somewhere in the future, too.
I feel like the Caitlin Clark WNBA stuff was more last year than this year.
All right.
As the biggest national story, especially because you barely played this year.
Okay.
It does feel like the state of college athletics in general, whether it's the NIL, the transfer portal, or all the college football jobs that became open this year for all kinds of different crazy reasons, I think that might be the biggest story.
Oh,
if college sports still resonate in America the same way that the pro ones do.
Yeah, that's fair.
It's a really interesting point because, as you pointed out yesterday, we've dealt with all this weirdness in football and the transfer portal and what it's done to teams and athletes and coaches who have to coach them. Now you're getting all this weirdness in basketball, where, as we outlined yesterday and as Luke referenced, you are now getting basketball teams that are looking at dudes who are playing in Europe professionally.
Yeah.
And getting eligibility for them because the NCAA is in a spot right now where they're giving away eligibility to anybody who asks because they do not want to get hit with lawsuits saying you are stopping this person from an opportunity. And you pointed out yesterday, the game's changed now when you can call all college athletes professional athletes.
We should create some sort of like mythological player on this show and see if we can get him recruited to a school.
That's like, what was the guy, Sports Illustrated back in the 70s or 80s that threw like 100?
Sid Finch.
Sid Finch. You ever heard of that, Luke?
Yeah.
Wow, Luke knew something.
Hey, look at that. It's just Sid Finch knowledge and nothing else. That's tap out there.
With the NFL, I would broaden it to just NFL chasing money. Because you could do all the streaming stuff, all the international games they're doing now.
Right.
It's not just England anymore. It's Germany, it's Brazil, it's Australia, it's Mexico, and it's just chasing money any way they can. Adding this, could an 18th game be coming? Playing on Christmas, playing on Fridays, all these things that they never would ever do before.
What you said about them not even taking a hit, hiding some of the games on, a lot of people don't have every streaming service. But when you're putting games on Christmas, there's some family member that's like, hey, I want to watch the Vikings game. You got to scramble to get Netflix or whatever. And the games were horrible, and they still didn't take a hit. So why would they ever stop?
Super Bowl between the Chiefs and the Eagles, 127.7 million viewers, a brand new record. Thanksgiving Day between the Chiefs and the Cowboys, 57 million people watch that, a brand new record. So people are not holding any animosity towards the NFL. Remember we had those discussions about 10 years ago, will CTE kill the NFL?
Nothing can kill the NFL.
Nothing can kill the NFL. All right, we'll do our local version of the year in review in a couple of segments from now. Coming up on the other side, it is time for Jarrett Carlin's Rush Hour Reboot. Luke Lipinski, Dan Bickley, Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Phoenix Suns basketball.
Suns bring it into the forecourt, and Book will wait for the rest of his teammates to join him on the offensive end. He gives to a cutting Goodwin, out to O'Neal. Now Brooks is open for three left wing. That's good. Dylan Brooks from downtown.
Suns at the Cavs with pregame at 12:30 this afternoon. 1:30 tip on Arizona Sports 98.7 and the Arizona Sports app.
So there's a myth in the electronics industry that big box stores offer the best prices, and that's true because you walk into a big box store, you're likely to see a big screen television right at the front, really cheap, and you think, wow, the prices are great here. This is where I'm going to get my electronics. What you don't know is that television is probably hot garbage. It's going to rob you of quality and experience. One of many reasons you shop with my friends at Waltz TV and Appliance. They're going to give you everything, a great selection of big screen televisions all the way up to 115 inches. All the major name brands you are looking for. Inventory you will not find anywhere else in the valley. Great selection of outdoor televisions, great selection of audio components, and they've got an extremely knowledgeable staff that can help you sift through everything and get you into the products that work best for live action sports. You can also get same-day delivery 7 days a week, and you can enjoy a worry-free installation done by a professional, which means something to idiots like me. Now, while you're at Waltz, make sure you drop my name. You get extra extra added incentive. You get 10% off installation or a 3-year warranty for free. That's your decision. You can find Waltz off the I-10 in Warner, right behind IKEA. You can find them online at waltz.com. Shop local. Shop Waltz.
Freeway Chevrolet.
The year is almost over, but you can still unwrap huge savings at Freeway Chevrolet. Right now, get up to $11,000 off new 2025 Silverado 1500 crew cabs. Chevrolet. Together, let's drive. Up to $11,000 off select new 2025 Silverado 1500 crew cab models from dealer inventory. Excludes trail box. Not available with special financing, lease, and some other offers. Restrictions apply. Take new retail delivery by January 2nd, 2026.
Arizona sports fans, you're served this holiday season. Give the gift that keeps everyone playing. Right now, Just Pickle Courts is offering a free court planning consultation plus 2 free upgrades when you sign up before year end. From cozy backyard retreats to resort quality builds, they handle it all. Designed to being done. Make memories last a lifetime. JustPickleCourts.com/radio.
JustPickleCourts.com. Design, build, play, pop, pop, every day.
I'm John Morgan of Morgan & Morgan. If you've been injured in a car accident, call America's largest injury law firm. For over 35 years, my mission has been to deliver more for our clients, to deliver more for you. If you or anyone in your family has been injured in a car accident, call us now, as the time to file a claim may be limited. Last year, more clients hired Morgan & Morgan than ever before, protecting America, fighting for you. Morgan & Morgan. Visit forthepeople.com for an office near you.
When I was in Iraq, our convoy was hit. It was bad. After I came home, I could still hear booms and see tracer fire. Makes it hard to be a good mom.
As America's veterans face challenges, DAV is there.
I'm Naomi Mathis, Air Force veteran.
With the right support, more veterans can reach victories, great and small.
With help from DAV, I was able to begin to heal.
DAV provides a lifetime of support to veterans of every generation, helping more than 1 million veterans each year.
Today, I'm part of DAV. We're veterans helping veterans to get the benefits they've earned. And I give my veterans my all.
But there's more to be done and more victories to be won.
My victory is being able to be here for my children.
Naomi Mathis, thank you for your service. May your victories inspire many more. Support more victories for veterans. Go to DAV.org.
It's where every slam dunk dream and memory of your favorite game is stored. Your brain shapes you, defines you, makes you you. Yet as many athletes know, a brain or spine condition can change that. That's why Barrow pushes the boundaries of neuroscience medicine and what's possible. Consistently ranked among the best in the country, Barrow fights to help patients hold on to their dreams, memories, and themselves right here in Arizona. Barrow Neurological Institute, minding what matters most. Visit barrowneuro.org to learn more.
This is what's trending now, presented by Parker & Sons, Heating, Cooling, Plumbing, and Electrical. The Phoenix Suns return to the court in just a few hours as they close out their 4-game road trip with a day game in Cleveland versus the Cavaliers. The Suns are going for their 5th win in a row and will most likely be shorthanded again, with Grayson Allen doubtful, Ryan Dunn questionable, and Jalen Green still out. Tip-off is at 1:30 p.m., and you can hear all of the action on Arizona Sports 98.7 and the Arizona Sports app. Speaking of early start times, the ASU Sun Devils will try to finish their 2025 season on a high note when they play the ACC champion Duke Blue Devils in the Sun Bowl today. Kickoff for that game is at 12 p.m., and you can hear all the coverage on ESPN 620. And what does the future hold for the Arizona Cardinals and GM Monty Austinfort? Well, our very own Tyler Boom Boom Drake examined that question and more in a new column you can read right now on arizonasports.com. That is what's trending now.
Arizona Sports, the local sports leader. Bentley and Morano Mornings. Rush Hour Reboot. Rush Hour Reboot. Getting you up to speed on everything happening in sports this morning.
For old acquaintance me forgot. And does anyone know the words to that song, like all the way through?
No.
I didn't know it had words.
It's Ald. I always thought it was Old Lang Syne, but it's Ald.
Like you thought it was a guy named Lang Syne. That
Yeah.
He was old.
He was like lamenting the end of the year because he's getting older. Hey, Lang, come over here. Sing a song for the people. Anyway, this New Year's Eve edition of Rush Hour Reboot, where we go through the top stories of the day with Dan Bickley and Luke Lipinski, who is filling in ski from the midday show from Wolf and Luke, now here on Bickley and Murata Mornings, in for Vince.
Jarrett, you're going to go do the midday show today now, right, to even this out?
I would happily.
Okay.
I got nothing planned for New Year's Eve.
Do it. All right.
We'll go through the Suns here. First of all,
doesn't look like you have anything planned for the segment either, to be honest.
Don't interrupt my stalling.
Okay, sorry.
He's already ticked off at me. Every time I mention how much time off he's taken this year, gets him very aggravated.
I have vacation. It's not to look. It's not to look at on my phone and see how much vacation I have left.
Listen, I'm not saying it's not. It's there to be used. I'm just saying when I brought it up that you've actually been diligent in using your vacation time this year, you've gotten very, very sensitive.
It makes me feel bad for missing the show, but it also makes me feel like you feel I'm an essential part of the show, and you don't want me not to be here.
You are an essential part of the show. Right. Pains me to admit it, but you are.
If you wanted to see what does Luke Lipinski look like sitting in that chair, wearing a hat, go to YouTube, www.youtube.com.
And that was the Rush Hour Reboot.
He really has nothing prepared.
Type in Arizona Sports and you can see, you can watch us live. Okay.
Anybody who says www is stalling for something because it's not 1998.
Stalling for some reason.
Just get on
Netscape. Open up the World Wide Web. All right, we'll start with the Phoenix Suns, who have a day game today versus the Cleveland Cavaliers. After the last game, Devin Booker started about his sort of crazy, weird calendar year that he's had with the Suns.
Yeah, I mean, it's been a lot. I mean, really my whole career. You know, it's nothing I'm not used to. You know, we still have great jobs. You know, we're blessed to be in this position, so I don't take it for granted. So, you know, every day is a new challenge. You know, and I pride myself on, you know, just going out there and, you know, trying to be the best we can be and, you know, be the leader that I can be. And, you know, we got some good energy on this team.
Devin Booker's had a kind of inconsistent season so far, especially lately. The scoring really hasn't been there. The three-point shooting has been really bad for the month of December. One, how worried are you about that? Two, can the Suns continue to win if Devin Booker is just good and not great?
You know, going into the year, that was my only hope for the Phoenix Suns, is that he was going to take the reins and get back to the player he had been before and maybe even beyond that and better than that. And none of that's happened, and yet the season is unfolding in a very, very satisfying, awesome way. So my short answer is Devin Booker is never going to not be good. And this team has shown that they can win consistently without him being great. So I think the answer is yes, and I would have never believed that going into this year. I would have never believed going into this year that on a year when Kevin Durant leaves Arizona, the next Phoenix Suns All-Star might be Dylan Brooks and not Devin Booker. The DB would have been a little different.
I'm with you, honestly. I mean, I think if anything with Book, maybe his point total doesn't go up, his points per game, because they're going to get Jalen Green back here at some point. But I think his efficiency will go up because he's not going to see the defense necessarily that he's been seeing once Jalen Green's out there. The fact that they're winning and we're 32 games in, it's not like we're 8 games in with him not scoring. I thought he was going to have to be like a top 5 scorer in the league this year just for this team to survive. The fact that they're winning and he's not doing that, I think I'm almost viewing this as a positive where he's going to get better over the course of the year. It can only help.
All right, we're running a little short on time here. I don't know why. But we'll go over to the Arizona Cardinals. Nick Rallis talked yesterday about the impact that Calais Campbell has had on the team and the locker room this year.
Knowledge, leadership, energy. I mean, he shows up every day and does the right thing. You know, like practices hard, studies hard, knows his assignments. And I think he's just been a good example to look at. Hey, this is, you know, the standard of what being a pro looks like. But he is a very good outgoing leader and is very intentional about bringing people along with him.
Fair to say Calais Campbell, one of the very few bright spots this season for the Arizona Cardinals. Thought on Calais this season, and would you want to bring him back next
certainly
year?
would. I don't know whether he would be into it. I'm not sure he'd want to go out on this note, but I don't know how much more football he'd want to play. I think clearly he still gives you a lot of value in the locker room and on the field. He is just defied his age continuously. So I would have no issues whatsoever.
Yeah, I would love to bring him back. I mean, it's one of the biggest, just wrong things about this season that you're probably going to send him off. He's probably going to retire. I would think it's 18 years, although he looks like he can obviously still play. But if he had kind of already made up his mind coming into this season, hey, I want to do one last year with the Cardinals. I'm going to go out there and give it everything I have, help these guys develop. This is not the right way to send him off. It's a lack of sports justice. But yeah, I'd love to have him back because he might be one of your best coaches right now too.
He's older than almost the entire coaching staff.
Yeah, that's right.
Literally, not even exaggerating.
Yeah, no, it's
true. All right,
true.
real quickly, the college football playoff next round begins tonight, goes tomorrow. So by the time we have our next show, we will know who is in these semifinals. So let's go through it real quick and get your thoughts and picks on these games tonight. Miami versus Ohio State.
This is going to be very interesting to me. I don't know what to make of this because Ryan Day is going to call offensive plays for Ohio State because Brian Hartline is leaving to coach another school. So Ryan Day is notoriously conservative. I'm going to pick Miami to spring the upset.
Wow. Ooh. I'm going to go with Ohio State, but I do think they're a little bit of an unknown because they really didn't have to play anybody this year. So they could be great, but we haven't really seen it yet. We haven't been able to point to that.
All right, tomorrow morning, Oregon, Texas Tech.
That's the toughest one to me. These are two teams I had in my Final Four, and they're playing.
I almost want to backtrack on that prediction because I am realizing now that it's Mario Cristobal on the other sideline. And he's a very good coach, but just not on game day.
Miami never wins big games.
He's a very good coach, just not on game day.
Not when the games are being played.
Right, that's exactly.
Yeah. I won't hold you to it.
Oregon, Texas Tech.
Yeah, Oregon, Texas Tech, the Big 12 representative.
I'm picking Oregon.
I am too. I really do think Texas Tech could win the national championship, but I think Oregon could too. In games like this, I just still feel like there's always that moment where Oregon's speed could just get them 2 touchdowns in 2 minutes and completely alter the course of the game. But I fully believe Texas Tech could win this game.
All right, the old guard Alabama with 3 losses versus the best team in college football this season. Inarguable.
Yeah.
The number 1 seed, Indiana.
This is somebody who is from the Midwest. I cannot stress again how improbable it is that that school is in the running for a football championship. I'm going to pick them to win. They're fantastic at stopping the run, and this Alabama team can be had. But then, like Luke's right, they're going to find a way to backdoor and get back into the
They'll just be there in the Final Four anyway.
Indiana won at Oregon, and they won on a neutral field versus Ohio State.
It's pretty big.
How could you not say they could beat anybody?
I'll take Indiana, but I think this is their last win of the season. But I think they'll beat Alabama.
All right, and finally, those scrappy underdogs without a coach, Ole Miss versus Georgia.
I would love for Ole Miss to win that game. I'm all about that team thriving and pulling a Steve Fisher, winning a title once their head coach bails on them.
That would be great.
I just don't see it happening.
I mean, as you pointed out earlier, they're the only SEC team that's actually getting it done so far against a team that isn't an SEC team in the bowl games. Ole Miss, I mean, I think we're all adopting this team, right? But I think Georgia wins the whole thing, so they obviously have to win this game.
And with all those predictions, it's either going to be 1, 2, 3, and 4 or 1, 2, 3, and 5 in the Final Four, saying, do we really need a 12-team playoff or a 16-team playoff as it will come be?
The answer is yes.
Okay.
The answer is yes.
The answer is yes.
More playoff teams, the more the better. I understand the qualms
about... The lower
about,
seeds just never win.
I get it.
2 years.
I get it. That's why you have to expand it.
But if you're going to do that, you need to get these it can't just be to put 3 more SEC schools in. You know what I mean?
Right, I do know what you mean.
That's where you got to
get more James Madisons and Tulanes.
Fit the middle, like BYU. If you had a 16 team, I don't even like BYU, but that's a team that should be in there then. But instead, they would be trying to fit like Kentucky in there.
What about the Arizona Wildcats getting a berth?
Why not? One of the hottest teams in the entire Big 12 conference.
Said by the alum who doesn't even know what day they're playing.
I do now. It's January 2nd.
I do now that I have the internet. www.whenisarizona play.
All right. Thank you, Jarrett. You've been rebooted. On the other side, we're going to give you our local year in review. Stick around. We're back right after this.
Win tickets to the Verbo Fiesta Bowl from Arizona Sports. This show's keyword is end zone. End zone. Text end zone to 620-620. End zone. Text the word end zone to 620-620 right now for your chance to win tickets to the Verbo Fiesta Bowl. Message and data rates may apply.
Hey everybody, Dan Bickley here, and you might have noticed Sweet James is everywhere, from billboards to Valley buses to television commercials during Suns games. It's a fun name, it's a fun brand, but the work they do is extremely serious, and when you're hurt in an accident, Sweet James plays to win. They are unstoppable in their pursuit of justice. They are a world-class law firm with over 25 years of experience, more than 500 trials, and over $2 billion recovered for accident victims. They even have a full in-house trial team, and all that trial experience their attorneys have gives them incredible leverage when negotiating with and dealing with those insurance companies that don't want to pay you a nickel for your injuries. It's why they not only win 98% of the time, they win big, consistently delivering some of the largest settlements in the country. And remember this, having the right attorney on your side can literally mean the difference between a $2,000 check and a $2 million settlement. If you're hurt in an accident, do not settle for less. Call Sweet James at 1-800-9-MILLION. That's 1-800-900-0000, online at sweetjames.com.
Nothing makes a gathering great like Eggland's best eggs. They're just so delicious, with better nutrition, too. For us, it's eggs any style, as long as they're the best. Eggland's best. Better taste, better nutrition, better eggs. We are back with wide receiver Michael Wilson. Hey, Michael, how's your new Honda?
Man, I love it. It's so smooth, reliable, and perfect for my busy life. Whether I'm heading to practice or a game, my Honda from Arrowhead Honda gets me there in style.
Visit Arrowhead Honda today at the 101 at Bell Road, or shop online at arrowheadhonda.com.
Be sure to tell them number 14, Michael Wilson, sent you. Go Red.
Get in the zone, AutoZone. Rain on game day doesn't faze Dave. He's already got his poncho. Just needs to do something about those wipers. So Dave heads to AutoZone.
Welcome to AutoZone,
where a friendly AutoZoner helps him get premium quiet wipers and some hand warmers.
You're all set.
Now, if only his team can handle the elements as well as his new wipers. Get wipers, glass cleaner, and more with no hassles, just help at AutoZone.
Get in the zone, AutoZone. Taxes was feeling so stuck. Sitting in traffic, squeezing into a parking spot, all to squeeze in getting tax help during your lunch break. Now Taxes is a TurboTax expert who does your taxes for you, while you go about your day getting real-time notifications about their progress and the most money back guaranteed. Now this is Taxes. Intuit TurboTax. See guarantee details at turbotax.com/guarantees. Only available with TurboTax experts. Real-time updates only in iOS mobile app.
Is your financial advisor offering you up to a 30% upfront bonus? Or are they promising you up to 10% growth per year, all for your retirement income? If not, then you need to come to Trajan Wealth. I'm Jeff Jr., founder of Trajan Wealth. If you have a plan to retire within the next 10 years, don't wait only to find out it's too late. I've seen hardworking folks like you retire only to be required to go back to work, all because their advisor told them guarantees like these were too good to be true. They're not. That's up to $30,000 upfront or up to $10,000 per year on $100,000, all guaranteed for retirement income. Don't keep working when you're supposed to be retired, and don't let any financial advisor tell you it's too good to be true. Call Trajan today, 480-360-7900. That's 480-360-7900.
Annuities, not advisory products. DBA Trajan Wealth Insurance Solutions. Additional disclosures at trajanwealth.com.
Hand off to Scadaboo, and Scadaboo runs right into the big guy, but powers in for the touchdown. Scadaboo ran right into the grasp of 335-pound Bill Norton, but Norton couldn't get him down.
Welcome back, everybody. Happy New Year's Eve. Dan Bickley here, Luke Lipinski here, and I gotta say, man, it's so cool. I've done so many shows with Luke Lipinski in the past. I forgot how funny he was.
What?
Why do you rag on this guy so much?
Well, it's so easy to forget that.
He's fantastic.
The thing is, it's so easy to forget how funny he is if you listen to him. No, but
well played, Jared.
I
was nodding along like, yeah, no, that makes sense.
That highlight I played coming back was Cam Scadaboo scoring the go-ahead touchdown to make it 30-24, 31-24, ASU in the Peach Bowl, in the playoffs, on January 1st of this year. And that might have been the last positive highlight of any local sports team this entire year.
That is literally the definition of it's all downhill from here, right? And have you ever noticed that saying is used to be a premonition of something good and bad?
I bring this up all the time.
Do you?
I do, because going downhill is much easier than going uphill.
Unless you're coming down a mountain, you have to navigate steps and stones. And
well, you don't want to fall down a hill.
You don't want to fall downhill.
I guess you want to stay at the peak is the key. You don't want to go uphill or downhill.
It's saying it's all downhill from here. It can be used as something good and or bad.
It's true, because like when your parents said they had to walk to school uphill in the snow both ways, they definitely made it seem like that's much worse than the whole downhill thing, right?
Or like if you're doing something really difficult, when you finally finish it, you go, okay, all right, it's all downhill from here.
Yeah, that's it.
But it's mostly in this context.
This year we learned it's a negative thing.
That might have been, I will say this, that clip you played right there might have been the most excited I was about anything in the year 2025. Anything.
Yeah.
And this is, listen, and I saw a lot of stuff last year, but that feeling that, oh my goodness, this team got off the mat and they're going to win a playoff game?
I was standing right actually where you are right now because I was doing the pre and post game for that game. And you always kind of have the thought, I think we all believed in ASU by that point last year, but you're going up against Texas, right? You're like, okay, this, and the way it started, but there was that moment. I remember Jamal, who helps run our show, him and I stared at each other through the glass and had the exact same thought you just said of like, they're going to win this game.
Yeah.
And then it was 365 days of pain.
And then it was blitzing on fourth down and, oh, boy.
Targeting.
Yeah, and targeting and blitzing and then,
It's like the feeling of Larry Fitzgerald scoring the touchdown in the Super Bowl.
That's exactly what I was going to say. That feeling of suspended animation that that you don't believe this great thing that's about to happen to us.
And then,
it
doesn't
happen. And then it doesn't happen.
Wait, I live in Phoenix. It's not going to happen.
We live in Phoenix. So our local team of the year, I know we've kind of talked about this in a different context before. Is it the Mercury for getting to the WNBA Finals where they were swept? Is it the Sun Devils who reached the college football playoff? Then no, you're already shaking your head.
It can't be the Sun Devils because, as we just said, they only played one game with that team this year and they lost it.
Right,
so
but it was
the
an
team of
epic game. And then you'd have this season as well, which didn't turn out the way you'd want. Okay, so let's disqualify them. Would it be the Diamondbacks after the trade deadline? No, you can't give it to them. You mentioned UA basketball. What did they do last year?
What do they do every year? They make it to the Sweet 16 and lose. But they're the number one team and undefeated right now.
That is true. And then you've got this current Suns team, which feels very Cinderella-like, but very premature.
Is it who like just won the year, or is it who has the popularity vote right now among fans in the Valley? Like, who do you feel good about? I'll say this, and I think Jarrett's right. It can't be ASU because of the way this season played out. But I think the argument for ASU is they sort of defied the odds with Kenny Dillingham turning down Michigan to come back. That to me is almost as big of a story as what they did at the start of the year. I'd almost have to say the Suns, just because it's been such a quick turnaround. The problem is they're turning around from the first half of this year. So I don't even know what the answer is on this.
The actual answer is probably the Mercury because they actually made the finals.
Yeah.
And had, that was all in this calendar year.
And that was kind of a surprise, too. I mean, that's so.
Or ASU women's basketball, if we want to give them some love.
With Molly Miller and the start they've been off to?
They just have to go 30-0 to get ranked.
It is very strange.
Undefeated.
Okay, we'll give it to the Mercury.
Okay.
It's hard to argue with
They
that.
made the championship.
Local story of the year. ASU with the epic playoff loss on day one of the new year. Catel Marte and the All-Star Game fiasco. The failed pursuit of Jimmy Butler, the divorce with Kevin Durant, and the end of the super team. Matt Ishbia doubling down on himself and his Michigan State ties, unveiling a team that shocks the NBA. Cardinals cutting the cord with Kyler Murray.
Ooh.
There's a lot of that's a hard one.
That might be it, actually. I was going to say ASU because what they did at the start of the year was something that they've never done before.
Right.
But a lot of that was done in 2024 to get to that point. If the Cardinals, if they are truly cutting the cord with Kyler Murray, which it certainly, I mean, we all believe they are, that might actually be the story of the year.
I was going to say the fall and then rise of the Suns.
Combine the two.
Because the end of the big three and that just disastrous era started the year, and then the rise of the absolutely new feeling Suns.
I like that. Okay. Local athlete of the year. Cam Scadaboo. The cut you just played for the playoff game. And
epic playoff game.
For the epic playoff game, followed with a very good beginning to his NFL career before he got injured. Geraldo Perdomo, who is ice cold like frog.
Became the face of the Diamondbacks.
Became the face of the Diamondbacks. Corbin Carroll, who also had a very good year, the fastest triple in Major League Baseball. Alyssa Thomas, who starred for the Mercury. Trey McBride, who set a record for the Cardinals. And then Dylan the Villain.
This is tough, too.
It is tough.
This is where I'm going to make the case for the ASU guy and actually go with it. Scadaboo, not only because that game feels like it put ASU on the map nationally.
Mm-hmm.
They had the record they had. They got to the playoff, but it felt, if you remember, in the hours after that game, so many people that don't care about ASU nationally were freaking out that they didn't win that game. It was all because of Scadaboo.
That's it.
And then for it to carry over where he didn't get drafted by like the Seahawks or something where you couldn't pull for him. He went to the Giants. I mean, that's fairly neutral around here. And that he was winning the NFL over in ways that you don't often just see a random player do. I'm going to go with Scadaboo, but Dylan Brooks is really close.
I'll make two arguments for other players.
Okay.
Trey McBride, can you give it to somebody who had such a great year on such a bad team? Ooh. Does that make it more impressive that they set literal records, did stuff that has never been done in the NFL with such a bad team, around them, at least record-wise? So that's an argument for Trey McBride. Cam Scadaboo had an amazing year. He was not in the Final Four for the Heisman, right?
But he should have been. But yeah.
Dylan Brooks is having a great impact, but he's not going to be an MVP candidate. Geraldo Perdomo finished fourth in the MVP this year, and really, really had a breakout season. So that's my argument.
Let our listeners decide that. Put that up online. You know what else I would like you to put online in social studies?
What do you got?
Because it's the end of the year, cultivate or cull some memories. The best thing you witnessed in person in Arizona sports this year. From any games that you, the listener, might have attended, the best thing you saw in person.
Okay.
Okay.
I'm gonna do that. I'm gonna save that for Friday because that'll be too many. We won't be able to get all the.
That's too much work for you to do. I got you.
Well, we won't be able to get through all because I already have several. I was also going to ask you,
what is the most Arizona moment of the year? The moment that makes you shake your head like nothing else. ASU blowing that game at Texas at the end. That loss to the Titans. The Diamondbacks scoring 10 runs in an inning and still losing.
Diamondbacks had a few of them.
Or Jarrett Carlin and Sammy Sobolka putting together a Christmas song.
With Luke Lipinski. Should we play that today?
Song of the day. You write it down.
Okay, all right.
Sammy steals that. Have you not heard it yet?
Not yet. I've never heard it.
I'm so jealous of you right now that you haven't heard it. I have to ask this before you go to break real quick. How often do you ask Jarrett on the air to do something and he says, okay, I'm not going to do that on the air? Like that was just so pure.
Right. It was just so pure.
He didn't
got it.
He
not
didn't appease you and then, whatever, and then just not do it. He's like, okay, I'm not going to.
Coming up on the other side, the Bickley Blast. Fire! Stick around. You're listening to Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Burns and Gambo, afternoons.
Diamondbacks do not want this to drag on much longer. Either they're going to trade Catel Marte or they're going to shut it down. They're going to be like Gordon Ramsay in the kitchen, Hell's Kitchen. Shut it down! Shut it down! And there won't be any more service. They don't want this to drag on forever. They do want to get to the point where if they can't get a good enough offer, they're not going to drag this into spring training. They want to be able to just say, okay, we're done. Because they have to move on. They've got to get a first baseman. They've got to get a reliever. They've got other areas they have to address. They might trade one of their two outfielders. Like, there's things
that they have to do that's truly being held up by a potential Marte trade.
Burns and Gambo, afternoons 2 till 6 on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
They call Life Changer Loan the loan the big banks don't want you to know about, and that is because for ages, the home buying process has remained largely archaic. You apply for a mortgage, you make a big down payment, then you spend the next 30 years of your life paying off that home. And a lot of people reconcile it because they think they've got a really good interest rate. Like one of our listeners named Jack, who before switching over to a Life Changer Loan, realized a couple of things that really shook his world. Number one, he realized it wouldn't be until year 22 of that 30-year mortgage when he finally paid more principal than interest. At the end of it all, he was going to end up spending $700,000 for a $300,000 home. There's a better way, folks. On a Life Changer Loan, you do your banking inside of your mortgage. All of your income goes to paying off all your debt, and you do it without any anxiety because you always have access to your equity. In fact, 5 years, the average length of time it takes a Life Changer Loan client to pay off their home, which does a lot of great things, quite obviously. Now, it's not for everybody. You've got to have the right set of financials. They'll be upfront with you if you're not a good fit, but if you are, you're going to love the results. Find out more by calling 480-504-0844, online at lifechangerloan.com.
The end of the year is upon us, and that means you need a strong finish. Well, good news. The year-end sales event is on at Tim Hovick Santan Ford, and the zeros are back. 0% APR for 60 months, 0 payments for 90 days, and 0 down payment on select models. Finish the year strong, my friends. Get off to an amazing start in 2026. The key is a new Ford from the one and only Tim Hovick Santan Ford in Gilbert. Go to the Santan 202 freeway at Val Vista Drive in Gilbert, or go to santanford.com.
Upgrading your windows and doors isn't just about comfort. It's about lowering energy costs all year long. That's why Valley homeowners trust the Window and Door Store and our exclusive Seal and Shield installation. We don't just replace windows. We seal, secure, and protect your home from heat, dust, and water leaks for life. Precision craftsmanship, a lifetime labor warranty, and over 1,200 five-star reviews say it all. Call 480-562-3902 now for your free in-home consultation or book anytime at thewindowdoorstore.com.
Hey, it's Gambo, and I'm here with Stuart Willis from Asset Preservation, Wealth, and Tax. Stuart, let's talk fees. I hear people all the time saying, I don't want to pay too much for advice, but sometimes they're looking at it the wrong way.
Exactly, Gambo. Too many folks, especially the middle market, people with $750,000 to $1 million saved, get fixated on finding a discount advisor. But being penny wise and pound foolish can cost them way more in the long run.
Yeah, meanwhile, the ultra-rich don't blink at fees. They pay 2% plus 20% of the upside because they know the value is there.
That's the key. At Asset Preservation, Wealth, and Tax, we are fiduciaries. That means we're legally obligated to put your best interests first, and our pricing is fair, transparent, and reasonable without all the Wall Street games.
So, folks, don't settle for cheap when your retirement is on the line. Call Asset Preservation, Wealth, and Tax at 602-877-PLAN or go to AssetPreservationWealth.com.
Investment advisory services offered through Foundations Investment Advisors, LLC, and SEC Registered Investment Advisor.
Sun Devil men's basketball is heating up, and now you can build a ticket plan on your terms. With the Sun Devils mini plan, you choose any 6 home games you want, including the biggest Big 12 matchups of the year, Kansas and Arizona. Lock in the rivalries, circle the heavy hitters, or stack your schedule with weekends that work for you. 6 games, your choice, your vibes, your Sun Devils. Grab your mini plan today at sundeviltickets.com. That's sundeviltickets.com.
Do you owe $10,000 or more to the IRS like Will?
When I was 50, my whole life fell apart. I lost my job, I lost my wife, I lost the house, I lost pretty much everything except for my life. When the IRS came calling, I just didn't have it in me. I felt like Wile E. Coyote, just waiting for that IRS anvil to drop.
Then Will found tax relief advocates.
I heard their advertisement on the radio, I wrote down the number, and I made the call that changed everything. The IRS gave me a bill for $40,000. Tax Relief Advocates got that down to $3,200. I've paid 9 cents on the dollar. Now that's a great deal in anybody's book.
If you owe 10 or even hundreds of thousands of dollars to the IRS, don't lose hope. Do what Will did and call TRA for a consultation.
But for me, the real win is I got my life back.
Visit TRA.com or call 800-488-2578. 800-488-2578. That's 800-488-2578.
KMVP FM Phoenix.
Live from the Casino Arizona and Talking Stick Resort Studio.
Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
This is what's trending now, presented by Parker & Sons Heating, Cooling, Plumbing, and Electrical. The Phoenix Suns return to the court in just a few hours as they close out their 4-game road trip with a day game in Cleveland versus the Cavaliers. The Suns are going for their 5th win in a row and will most likely be shorthanded again without Grayson Allen, who is doubtful, Ryan Dunn questionable, and Jalen Green, who is still out. Tip-off is 1:30 p.m., and you can hear all the action on Arizona Sports 98.7 and the Arizona Sports app. And speaking of early start times, the ASU Sun Devils will try to finish their 2025 season on a high note when they play the ACC champion Duke Blue Devils in the Sun Bowl today. Kickoff for that game is at 12 p.m. and you can hear all the coverage on ESPN 620. This report is brought to you by Casino Arizona and Talking Stick Resort. Win big at Talking Stick Resort. Earn entries all December for a chance at $10,000 or a 2026 Mercedes-Benz AMG GT. Details at TalkingStickResort.com.
Bickley and Marotta Mornings. Arizona Sports. The local sports leader. Bickley Blast.
Point a finger in any direction and you will likely find somebody to blame for the debacle that has been the 2025 Arizona Cardinals. You can make a strong case that a full house cleaning is warranted and necessary, from the GM to the head coach to both of the top coordinators. And while you're at it, you might even want to replace the natural grass at State Farm Stadium for state-of-the-art turf that seems to help prevent injuries. Now, granted, you'll also find no shortage of voices from people who seem to be okay with some form of the status quo, with only minor changes to maybe a coordinator or two. And to all of those people, I say, hold on, because this is a very dangerous time. Jonathan Gannon's popularity has plummeted. Monty Ossenfort has had very shaky results as a team builder, and Cardinal fans are already feeling neglected and mistreated, mostly because of those casitas that replaced an end zone full of diehard fans. Try telling them to their collective faces that substantial changes aren't necessary and that the Cardinals are on the right track, and see how that goes over. Change for the sake of change might be imperative after a year like this. So my appeal to Michael Bidwill will be a recurring plea. Go find yourself an experienced football man who has already climbed the ladder, maybe even Bruce Arians. Make him team president and give him the keys, allowing him to make all the big decisions at a pivotal time in team history. All right, today's Bickley Blast brought to you by my great friends at Chapman BMW. Make luxury attainable. Find them online at chapmanbmw.com.
It's kind of scary, isn't it? So I was looking at this the other day. 2018. Now, these are the two seasons in Cardinals' recent memory that match this feeling, right? 2018, it just felt so repetitive after week 5, and it was just loss after loss and the same comments after every game. Well, after that season, I mean, they went from Steve Wilkes and Josh Rosen to Cliff and Kyler. Okay, so they did make changes. 2022, not so much repetitive, just chaotic and a miserable season, and they fired everybody basically, except that, they kept Kyler. So the track record recently would indicate they realize they have to make changes, but that's just recently. And the problem is, I don't know, it's feeling like they just plan on running everything back.
It kind of feels that way to me too, Luke, and that is, I think, it's going to be a problem that, and I think they should be aware of it. I think they'd have to be very out of touch if they weren't aware of it, because the general state of the fan base, and you heard this very early on, when things started to go south, there was that letter written to Michael Bidwill on behalf of fans who don't like this catering to the most wealthy of clients. There have been any number of people online creating movements of let's cancel our season tickets, and I have heard more squawking and more general unhappiness this year than I have in quite some time.
Yeah, it's the sort of stuff that individually you would go through those things and you'd say, okay, yeah, but winning will cure that. But it's just it's building and it's building. And what if they've won one playoff game since the Super Bowl run in 2009? I know that blame doesn't all go on the current regime, obviously. I get that. But it's just, at a certain point, you can't talk about winning. You have to win. And you're in a division where it's going to get only tougher and tougher to do it. You have to look at San Francisco winning despite injuries. You have to look at Seattle winning with a guy that just took over as head coach last year. And it highlights how far behind you are falling. And I'm not going to sit here and pretend to know that, hey, if you just get rid of Drew Petzing, that's going to solve everything. Or, hey, if you just get rid of JG, that'll solve it. Or switching. But something has to be done. We were talking about this yesterday on the midday show, and it's fascinating to me because I don't know what the answer is. I don't even know how you win the fans back over at this point. I truly, you're going to have like a 10-win season. There's nothing you can say to them that's going to make them feel like, oh, okay, well, that's good enough.
Listen, I'm right there with you. I think for a lot of reasons that Cardinal fans, I think that they are really clamoring to be heard, and they don't want to be fed. Trust us, this is the guy to get us where we want to go. And I brought up the example earlier. Gambo made this point that the Diamondbacks stayed true to Torey Lovello after a 110-loss season in 2021, and then a couple years later, they're in the World Series. In theory, I buy what he's saying, that sometimes if you are convinced you have a transcendent head coach, you don't fire him based off one really bad year. You believe in the person, not the vagaries of human competition. But I just don't know what Jonathan Gannon has accomplished.
Right,
because this culture that he was allegedly building doesn't exist.
You either have to have a track record that you could rely on and say he could take us out of this, or it has to be so early, like Kenny Dillingham had a really bad first year at ASU. But it was his first year, and you believed he was going to build it. This is year 3 with Jonathan Gannon. We gave him that benefit of the doubt his first really bad year. We saw a little progress year 2. Gave him the benefit of the doubt. You're right. What is the reason that you can still believe in him at this point?
Michael Bidwill or Monty Ossenfort is going to have to really verbalize what that is.
That's it.
What they see, if Jonathan Gannon is indeed coming back, it's going to take more than trust us, guys.
Yeah, it can't just be he's our guy. Right. You are and I'm so glad you said that because that's exactly what I was thinking. You're going to have to specifically verbalize why you believe he's the guy. And that's not going to win everybody over anyway, but it's at least going to appease people to you go out and make some blockbuster move to get a quarterback, and then people can be excited about whoever you added at quarterback or whatever. But you can't just say he's our guy. Because what are you basing that on?
I could predict what the message might be. It's going to be, look at how many close losses we had. We weren't as bad as our record. We're going to be healthier this year. We have to be healthier. Just by default, we can't be less healthy. We're going to have a new quarterback this year. Get excited to see what this offense looks like with our hand-picked guy.
There's going to be a certain level of excitement for the quarterback, whoever it is. I mean, if they choose to move up a couple picks in the draft and they draft Dante Moore and Oregon just went to the national championship or something, there's going to be excitement there. But there's like a difference between excitement and belief, right? I mean, no matter what they do this offseason, how convicted are you going to be that they're going to be a playoff team next year?
How about it?
That's the part where there's a disconnect there.
There is, because again, Cardinals fans are smart football fans, and they've given this team a ton of patience and a ton of grace for 2+ years, and the payoff came, and it was a joke. And now this is the fans need to be served here. And I think that's they're going to have to be really deft at maneuvering through this, because even Monty Ossenfort, you can make a stronger case that he's failed the team more than Jonathan Gannon. You can go in a lot of different directions with this. You can look at Jonathan Gannon's personality and how he committed to being one of those guys who never gave anything during a press conference, which is fine when you're winning. It's fine when you got the results on the field, but then when you don't, then you're saying those same things over and over again. You see how quickly it's got older faster than that Christmas music we were talking about.
Which, by the way, I just heard Jingle Bells again out in the lobby during the last break. It really fired me up for Christmas 2026.
A literal timeless classic.
Yes, you just play it whenever. Play it in May. Why not?
We got to fire up that argument later. All right, coming up on the other side, the Diamondbacks and Catel Marte. Where do they stand? And is Catel going to be back with the team next year? We'll discuss the latest. Luke Lipinski, Dan Bickley, Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Phoenix Suns basketball.
Suns have the ball in a 3-point lead with 50 seconds left. Brooks hits Booker, a lob down low. Williams will jam it home on the alley-oop. Devin Booker hits Mark Williams. That's the bookmark.
Suns at the Cavs with pregame at 12:30 this afternoon. 1:30 tip on Arizona Sports 98.7 and the Arizona Sports app.
You know, in the game of life, a lot of people are in the red zone close to retirement, and they haven't thought about what happens after they're gone. It's not easy. Paul Calvisi here. That's why I went to Matt Dagas and his Bright Wealth Management team. Matt.
And that's a tough conversation, Paul, because the retirement red zone is one of the most important times of life. And estate planning isn't just about money. It's about making life easier for the people you love.
So what happens if someone doesn't have a proper plan?
Well, their family could be left with court battles, confusion, and a lot of stress during an already difficult time. And that's where we help people create a full strategy for that next phase of life.
Because it doesn't have to be that way, right?
Not at all. And a simple estate planning session can give you peace of mind. And we'll walk you through the next steps to make sure that your legacy ends with a win and not a turnover.
Call Bright Wealth Management at 844-726-9116 or click brightwm.com.
Investment advisory services offered through Foundations Investment Advisors, LLC, an SEC-registered investment advisor. The content provided is for educational purposes only.
Everybody loves the season of giving, but now the season of paying for it is upon us. That not-so-wonderful time of the year when millions of Americans open their credit card statements, stare in horror at the balance, and resolve then and there to find new ways to save money. If you're among those Americans, why not start by cutting your wireless bill in half right now with Pure Talk's Saver Plan? It's easy. You'll get unlimited talk, text, and 3 gigs of high-speed data on a super-fast, nationwide 5G network for just $20 a month. Just dial pound 250, say Mike Rowe, and you'll save an additional 50% off your first month. Ho, ho, ho! And if you're active or former military or a first responder, you'll save an additional 20% every single month. That's pound 250. Say Mike Rowe for the gift that keeps on saving from America's wireless company, Pure Talk.
When I was in Iraq, our convoy was hit. It was bad. After I came home, I could still hear booms and see tracer fire. Makes it hard to be a good mom.
As America's veterans face challenges, DAV is there.
I'm Naomi Mathis, Air Force veteran.
With the right support, more veterans can reach victories, great and small.
With help from DAV, I was able to begin to heal.
DAV provides a lifetime of support to veterans of every generation, helping more than 1 million veterans each year.
Today, I'm part of DAV. We're veterans helping veterans to get the benefits they've earned. And I give my veterans my all.
But there's more to be done and more victories to be won.
My victory is being able to be here for my children.
Naomi Mathis, thank you for your service. May your victories inspire many more. Support more victories for veterans. Go to DAV.org.
It's where every slam dunk dream and memory of your favorite game is stored. Your brain shapes you, defines you, makes you you. Yet as many athletes know, a brain or spine condition can change that. That's why Barrow pushes the boundaries of neuroscience medicine and what's possible. Consistently ranked among the best in the country, Barrow fights to help patients hold on to their dreams, memories, and themselves right here in Arizona. Barrow Neurological Institute, minding what matters most. Visit barrowneuro.org to learn more.
When you're hurt in an accident, results matter, and Sweet James stands above all the rest. They deliver the best medical care, the most amount of money, and justice to every single injured victim. You're not just another number. You're a real person who deserves the best. Oftentimes, the attorneys at Sweet James represent a second chance at life for many clients. They take that seriously. If you're ever hurt in an accident, call Sweet James at 800-9-MILLION. That's 800-9-MILLION. 800-900-0000 or sweetjames.com. Proud partner of your Phoenix Suns.
Hey, it's Gambo, the final show of 2025. How much longer will this Catel Marte drama go on? We'll discuss after the Suns and Cavs game. It's the Burns and Gambo show on Arizona Sports 98.7, the Arizona Sports app, and the Arizona Sports YouTube channel.
Welcome back to a special New Year's Eve edition. Dan Bickley here with Luke Lipinski live from the Casino Arizona and Talking Stick Resort Studios. Big shout out to our friends and listeners in Glendale, city of Glendale. Good morning. All right, the Catel Marte saga, as you heard from Gambo just seconds ago, It does linger, but for how much longer? Mike Hazen, in talking with MLB.com's Steve Gilbert, made it clear that this is not going to linger that much longer, that they don't want to get too far down the road, kind of weighing offers for Catel Marte when they've got other things they need to do, other positions they need to fill. What do you make of this?
Yeah, I mean, I guess when you put it that way, I understand it feels like it's holding everything else up, and you have other needs, and for the most part, it feels like since Mike Hazen has taken over, they address the needs in the offseason, whether it works out or not, they do address them, and they haven't really addressed them yet because it feels like the Catel Marte domino needs to fall first. What is that deadline? I mean, the season's not spring training's you're still 2 months away even from spring training.
Yeah.
If you want to trade Catel Marte, trade him. You know what I mean? Like, don't just give him away. But if you don't want to, how awkward is it already going to be if he comes back, if he was that much of an outlier in the locker room, let's put it that way.
Yeah.
If he also knows you were trying to trade him all summer and then he's back, and if he's back for like 5 years plus a player option in 2031, and he can veto every trade.
That's right. So I think that is part of the incentive that they have when they have been not necessarily shopping him, but just doing their due diligence and listening to offers for him.
Yeah, it's like we're going to break up and date other people, but otherwise we'll get married next week.
Yeah.
It's like one of the two, right? Because you're not bringing him back for this season, but we're going to revisit it at the trade deadline. You're not going to be able to trade him forever now if you want. And you know, even that sounds crazy to say. He's a great player when he plays. I'm not saying you need to get rid of him. I'm just saying that whatever decision is made here in the next month and a half, basically, is going to define this franchise for the next half decade.
Shouldn't it be you either want him or don't want him?
Yes.
You either think you can win with him or you don't.
I think
it shouldn't be dependent on anything.
I think I shared with you what I believe the answer is to all of this. Is I believe that they have got something close to an agreement with Alex Bregman if dominoes fall. And I said this a week ago. It caused a bit of a stir. This is not news to anybody around the Diamondbacks. Alex Bregman wants to be in Arizona very much the same way and as badly as Corbin Burns did. His family is here. He wants to live here full time. And he very, very incentivized to play here. But there's money attached to a player like Alex Bregman. And the Red Sox might want him back. The Tigers might want him. The Cubs might want him. My belief is the Catel Marte thing is going to be the domino that either lets Alex Bregman come here or not. That's my belief. Because I don't know if they're going to go in that deep financially to add Alex Bregman to this team when you've got these other needs as well. Now, that's just me spitballing. It's not me reporting facts. It's me putting pieces together.
But it does change everything because if you're of the belief of like, really, we're just going to run Catel Marte out of town and then what, right? Well, if you're weighing what makes you a better team and you're saying Catel Marte or whatever the unknown other option is, when you throw Alex Bregman's name in there, and I agree with you, I think there's a lot of substance to that, then it becomes, do you want Catel Marte or do you want Alex Bregman and all the pieces you get back for Catel Marte? Like, what actually makes you a better team next year?
Yeah.
Because if you're getting 2 or 3 pieces back for Catel and then you're using that money to go add Alex Bregman, you could make a case that path makes you better right now.
Now, the Mariners have been in pursuit of Catel Marte, and their fan base badly wants him back, okay? A Seattle reporter came out and said the Diamondbacks are asking a lot for Catel Marte. In return, they said that they want a starting pitcher and multiple high-level prospects. So according to a Mariners writer who no doubt got that information from the Mariners themselves, the Diamondbacks are asking for an awful lot. There are reports coming out of Cincinnati about the same kind of thing, where the package of young players they want back from the Reds is more than the Reds want to give up. So I hear reports like this, and I don't get upset at stuff like that. It means Mike Hazen is asking for a lot.
He should.
Which means he isn't trying to give away Catel Marte.
Yeah.
Unless you think you can't win with Catel Marte. Then, you know what I'm saying?
Yeah, like if he's such a problem.
If he's such a problem that, you know, holding on to him just puts you in the same position you were in last place, regardless of how good it played. Because he had a great season last year.
I wouldn't say great. I would say it was really good, but then it really tailed off. And then everything that happened at the All-Star break. Here's the other thing, the most latest thing about this. Catel Marte posted a picture on Instagram, and it was him kind of dapping up Corbin Carroll after scoring a run. And on top of the picture, he wrote the words, "Not good teammate." So he is obviously taking a shot at the perception that he's a bad teammate.
Yeah, that's going to help things along. Like, that'll really speed everything up.
And I don't think Catel Marte wants to go anywhere. In fact, I'm fairly convinced that the idea of going someplace else is very problematic to him, or he wouldn't have posted something like that.
He should have put ... Or he should have put a question mark at the end.
He put a couple emojis.
Okay, maybe that counts.
A couple smiley emojis, but that's about it. No, look, it's
because it's like not good teammate, huh? Well, what do you call
Look
this?
at me, I'm dapping up a teammate.
Look, I'm celebrating a home run with somebody.
Right.
Would a bad teammate celebrate? No, there is something to what Jarrett's saying, though, of what pushed you down this path where you were even considering it at all. You know, it's like I look at the Diamondbacks and I'm thinking, okay, just my opinion, they don't feel like they have to trade Catel Marte, that it's so bad that they have to move off of him. And look, everything that was going on was clearly an issue, but it is the sort of, it's not like he was getting arrested. It's the sort of thing where maybe they could work it out behind the scenes and then they're just fine going forward. But something pushed them to at least explore options for him anyway. And it was either that or they were getting crazy good offers. But it doesn't sound like they're getting the crazy good offers. So what is even leading you down this path in the first place?
It's a great question, but I think a lot of it has to do with the fact that once he gets to 10-5, he's calling the shots. And what you know about him in the last couple of years now is that you cannot count on him at times when you think you should obviously be able to count on one of your team's best players. There are people who love Catel Marte who can't even get this fact in their brain that what Catel Marte did to this group in successive years was a horrible breach of trust inside the clubhouse.
People do forget the previous year when they were trying to make the playoffs in the final week of the season.
Again, and if you're in a locker room full of guys, in a clubhouse full of guys who are all pushing for something they want more than anything, and one of your best players is like, "No, I'm not feeling it, man." It's and again, it's something that I think is, had this thing been fully resolved, and if this were not an ongoing concern, given the fact that Catel Marte is become so muscular that he's not as fluid as he once was, and he's susceptible to, sliding into second and coming up grimacing, and he's gone for a week.
Well, that's the other part. So the 10-5 rights that you keep talking about, that is such a complicating factor here, because even if you believe, you know what, we worked this out, let's see how this goes. Well, if you get 2 months into the season and he's like, yeah, I'm not playing this week, I'm going home.
Yeah.
You can't do anything at that point, because you can be like, well, we're going to try and trade you then. I'm sorry, man, this just isn't working anymore. Like, we had a good run. He's going to be like, hey, you can't trade me. So you better be 100% certain that no other issue is going to pop up. And even if you believe that issue is not going to pop up, like you said, he's been more injury prone lately and he's heading towards his mid-30s. And so again, you're locked in. You just, in a situation like that, you want to feel 100% confident because you're locked in for 5 years.
The only other thing too is Torey Lovullo has had to manage Catel Marte, and I've been told that this is very much like what Phil Jackson had to do with Dennis Rodman, always giving the player concessions to keep the player engaged. This has cost Torey Lovullo's credibility with the other 24 guys. And that's not fair to Torey.
I feel like it almost cost Torey his job.
And it almost cost Torey his job. All right, we are giving you the chance to win tickets to the Verbo Fiesta Bowl on January 8th. Listen for the code word during Bickley and Murata, Wolf and Luke, and Burns and Gambo. When you hear that code word, text it to 620-620. And if you're looking for extra chances to win, head to the live video stream on our YouTube page, ArizonaSports.com, or the Arizona Sports app. All right, on the other side, always a fun time. Our weekly visit with Mark Schlerith next. Stick around. We're back right after this.
Burns and Gambo, afternoons.
I would go offensive line. I'd see if there's a better option than Jacoby Brissett out there, and if I can't get a better option than him, I come back with him. But I got to win football games. It's a really tough spot to be in if they bring back the GM and the coach, which they very well may do. We haven't heard otherwise. There's going to be a mandate to win next year. You're not going to go out there and go 6-11, 7-10, and keep your jobs with another losing season. If you were a new coach and you had 4 years to build this thing up, you might say draft a quarterback. We'll develop the guy. But if the pressure's on you to win right now, the best guy that can help you is an offensive lineman.
Burns and Gambo, afternoons 2 till 6 on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
When your private student loans go into default, you don't feel very good about things. You feel stuck. You're embarrassed. You feel like you're out of moves at the end of the road. But just know there is a way forward, and that way forward is called Y-Refi. Hi, it's Vince Marotta. Y-Refi works specifically with people who are already in default. They help you refinance into a low, fixed-rate payment that fits your actual budget. Not a fantasy budget, but one that you can afford. And they don't ask a million questions. They do it without lecture, without judgment. They're just here to help you start fresh. If other lenders have told you no, don't assume that's the end. You've got options, and that option, Y-Refi, built for the people who've already been told no. Default does not have to control your future. You can take back control today. To learn more, go to YRefi.com. That's the letter Y, REFY.com.
I'm John Morgan of Morgan & Morgan. Why should you hire America's largest injury law firm for your case? There's lots of reasons. Just like there's a reason millions of people called us last year in their time of need. When it comes to fighting for justice and compensation, millions of people across the country trust us to go to battle for them. We became the largest injury law firm in the world for a reason. There's only one Morgan & Morgan, forthepeople.com. Injured? Dial #law or visit forthepeople.com for an office near you.
Celebrate the season with the most colorful day of the year. The Verbo Fiesta Bowl Parade presented by Lerner & Rowe on January 3rd in Central Phoenix. You'll see Valley Pride on full display with giant balloons, show-stopping floats, non-stop music, and the kind of feel-good energy that happens when the entire city comes together. Start 2026 with joy. Join us on January 3rd and learn more at fiestasportsfoundation.org. Viva Fiesta.
Imagine finding your dream home and moving in right away. No waiting to sell your old place first. Sounds perfect, right? That's exactly what Orchard's Move First, Sell Later program lets you do. Buy your new home now and sell the old one later. Here's how it works. Orchard gives you cash so you can buy and move into your new home first. On your timeline. No waiting, no showings, no double moves. Then the Orchard experts take it from there. They handle repairs on your old home so you can attract the right buyers. Once they're done, a local Orchard agent lists and sells your home for top dollar. Orchard's Move First program gives you the freedom to buy and move into your new home first and sell your old home later. Buy before you sell and get top dollar for your home with Orchard. Ready to find out how much your home is worth? Visit Orchard.com to get your free home valuation. That's Orchard.com.
A new diamond era begins. Desert Diamond Casino White Tanks is now open. An atmosphere sparkling with excitement and top names like the legendary Morton's Steakhouse and signature Starbucks coffee. Best of all, this stunning new destination is right at Loop 303 and Northern Parkway. So come and live the diamond life. Desert Diamond Casino.
An enterprise of the Donna Autumn Nation.
Earnhardt Ford has been helping Arizonans get great deals on new Fords for over 74 years. Hi, it's Vince Marotta, and traditions that were started by Tex Earnhardt back in 1951 are still very much in practice today at Earnhardt Ford. Whether you're looking for a truck like the F-Series, America's best-selling truck brand every year since 1977, or any of Ford's full line of gas-powered, hybrid, and all-electric SUVs, Earnhardt Ford has you covered. Visit them in person at I-10 and Ray Road in Chandler, or complete your purchase online at earnhardtford.com.
This is what's trending now, presented by Parker & Sons Heating, Cooling, Plumbing, and Electrical. The Phoenix Suns return to the court in just a few hours as they close out their 4-game road trip with a day game in Cleveland versus the Cavaliers. The Suns are going for their 5th straight win and will most likely be shorthanded again, with Grayson Allen doubtful, Ryan Dunn questionable, and Jalen Green still out. Tip-off is 1:30 p.m. and you can hear all the action on Arizona Sports 98.7 and the Arizona Sports app. Speaking of early start times, the ASU Sun Devils will try to finish their 2025 season on a high note when they play the ACC champion Duke Blue Devils in the Sun Bowl today. Kickoff for that game is 12 p.m., and you can hear all the coverage on ESPN 620. This report is brought to you by Asset Preservation Wealth and Tax. Roth conversions mean tax-free growth. Consider whether a Roth conversion makes sense for you. Act before December 31st at assetpreservationwealth.com.
Have you heard about the lonesome loser? Sit down, take a look at yourself.
Arizona Sports, the local sports leader. NFL analyst Mark Schlerith talks football with Bickley and Murata. Brought to you by Earnhardt Ford and Chandler. Shop local. Shop EarnhardtFord.com.
Welcome back, everybody. Happy Wednesday. Our listeners might call this the best segment of the week. It's when we are joined by the one, the only, the iconic Mark Schlerith. Mark, good morning. How are you?
I am doing great. A little family vacation. We're actually in Hawaii right now for me for a few days. So aloha to you guys, and jumping on a plane tomorrow to head back out to call a game next weekend, or this coming weekend. But it's all good, man. Always good to be with you.
Oh, that is fantastic. All right, let's start locally, because I know that through your reporting and talking to people, you kind of got the idea that Jonathan Ganon might be back, and yet now the Cardinals have lost 8 consecutive games. They might end up with 14 losses, which they've never lost that many in their sordid history. Is it still feasible to bring back a head coach under these circumstances?
I think, yeah, and again, I have no idea whether they're going to keep him or they're going to let him go, but I do know this. You guys are about the most injured team in football, and when you have the level and the number of injuries and the number of backup players that are playing for you, it is virtually impossible to win. And, I think there's a lot that goes into that, obviously. And there's a lot of decisions to make, but are you going to start over? Do you believe in the guy who's leading your football team? And frankly, I do. Again, I don't know. Change for the sake of change doesn't really do a whole lot for me. There's very few times when you look at a franchise and the way a franchise is run that changing coaches just for the sake of change, or because obviously there's a lot of losses that have piled up. But I think it's feasible to say, hey man, one more year, bring him back. And I think a lot of it is we've got to move on from the quarterback that we made the mistake of paying a ton of money to. And so there's a lot of different things that go in that are I think that are a bigger issue than just Jonathan Ganon.
Well, so that's the other part of the major offseason that we anticipate that I'm curious about is if the decision comes that they're going to hold on to at minimum Ganon and Ossenfort and they decide to change the quarterback, like what is the risk of deciding to move on from the quarterback while keeping the head coach and general manager that have yet to produce a winning season in their first 3 years?
Yeah, I don't know. I don't know that there's a risk. I mean, for me, I look at it like you guys invested, or the organization invested money under a different regime in a quarterback that is exciting. There's no question about it. That is athletic, but that doesn't win on a high enough level. And, in the former regime, I had long conversations with several people in the former regime just about, you fool yourself into thinking, hey, we're close because you win a lot of or you lose a lot of close games.
Yep.
Right? You're down 14, all of a sudden you drive for a touchdown, and you get a 2-point conversion, you lose by 6 if that math is right. And everybody goes, "Oh, we're close." No, you're not. You're not close. Mm-hmm. You're not anywhere near close because everybody plays prevent, lets you just chip that yourself down the field, 6 yards, 8 yards, 8 yards, 8 yards, because they're just basically they're trading a score for time on the clock. You're not close. You're not anywhere near close. And, and a lot of it comes down to, how do you operate as an organization? Are you all on the same page? Those are the things that to me have to be in the forefront of your mind. The other thing is the right people. And this is easy to say, and everybody talks about the culture and the right people, but it's really hard because most coaches don't have either the wherewithal or don't have the support to get rid of the turds. And if you have, I don't care how good the punch is, if you put one turd in the punch bowl, it tastes like crap.
The punch is ruined.
And so, yes. And so, people get so enamored by talent that they think they can polish that turd, and you can't. you can't. So you got to be able to move on from that, and it's really, really, really hard to do. I mean, I live in Denver, and the conversation when Sean Payton came in and just let go of Russell Wilson, benched him at the end of the season, and everybody's like, oh, he yelled at Russell Wilson, the lack of respect, oh, blah, 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 and people were crying, and everybody was clutching their pearls, and oh, my gosh, we let Russell Wilson go. It's $80 million on the cap. We'll never be able to field a team in Denver. Oh, it's horrible. And that's people fall victim to that baloney. The cap is fungible. You can pay anybody you want to pay. You can manipulate it any way you want to manipulate it. It's a bunch of garbage.
So true.
And so you've got to be able to make hard decisions. You got to be able to put your onions on the line. When it comes down to nut cutting time, you got to cut nuts. And if you don't, you're just fooling yourself.
Couple of marquee matchups this weekend, the Steelers and the Ravens. It seems like there's going to be heavy consequences for the loser of that game. There have been predictions that maybe the losing head coach might have to take a walk and end up in a broadcast booth. And then there's the potential end of Aaron Rodgers, maybe Lamar Jackson wanting out in Baltimore. What do you make of that matchup and the consequences?
Yeah, I mean, it's one of those big-time matchups. Obviously, there's a rivalry there. The two teams don't like each other in today's football. That doesn't happen very often anymore. Everybody's trading jerseys and exchanging cell phone numbers. So and getting on each other's podcasts. So it's a little bit different than it used to be. But that one still feels like there are true consequences, and the teams truly don't like each other, which is kind of a cool thing for me. So I love that. I don't know. I was thinking about this as I was watching that San Francisco-Chicago game. Why would you ever in this league ever pay a wide receiver? There's about 3 of them I think that I would pay. And yet, we are so enamored with, oh, my God, we got to get a wide receiver. Oh, we don't have one. What are we going to do? There's no way we can survive. It just is insane to me. Would I pay Jamar Chase? Yeah, I would. Justin Jefferson, sure, of course. But there's like 3 or 4 of those guys in the entire league that are that big of difference makers. Everybody else is a guy. Like, it just is. I don't even know. I'm on a tangent right now. I don't even know what the question was. But whatever the question was,
but you sounded great.
Better than the question. The answer is way better than the question, whatever it was.
Mark, it feels like there's been a lot of overturn this year in the NFL. I think we could have as many as 6 new playoff teams when the year is said and done. Can you remember a time when there was this much turnover from a year to year, and how weird it's going to be not having some of the marquee names playing in January and February?
Yeah, I can't recall, but the marquee names, not having the Kansas Cities in there, not having some of the teams that we've grown accustomed to seeing in the playoffs. And personally, man, I think it's kind of cool. I think it's cool to see the Seattles of the world step up. I think it's cool to see the Rams doing what they're doing, the Broncos, turning that division on its head. I think it's good for the league to watch New England all of a sudden rise up. And it just goes to show you, man, you put the right people in place. When Tony Baselli and James Gladstone, their GM, hired Liam Cohen, it was because everybody else tried to push on them, hey, man, the passing game, we're going to fix Trevor Lawrence. And the first thing Liam Cohen said was, we're going to fix this run game. And we're going to become a physical football team. We're going to control the line of scrimmage. These are the things that we are going to do to fix this. And then from that point, they brought in Nick Mullins from Minnesota, backup quarterback. He's the kind of guy that everybody says, hey, he'll make a great coach someday, which means he can't play. But he's super smart, right? And he's not going to lose you games. So they brought in Nick Mullins. They brought in the quarterback coach who has been in that system in L.A., with him from Minnesota, and then they brought in the center Robert Hainsey from Tampa Bay, who was with Liam Cohen. So they had somebody in that quarterback room that could speak the language, that played the position, that could help the quarterback, that could help grow Trevor Lawrence. Then they brought in Hainsey because he could call all the protections and take that off of Trevor Lawrence's plate so that he could focus on the footwork and the things that he had to do to become a better quarterback. That's every level of that organization going, this is what we are. This is who we want to be. These are the type of players we need. And sitting down talking to Tony Baselli, he said, man, we had too many soft players. We had too many guys, when the going gets tough, they just fold their tents and go, well, I guess we're going to lose this one again.
Mm-hmm.
And so we had to increase the competitive, not the athletic nature. They said we went and planned in our free agent plan was not to get the highest paid guys or whatever. We get the right guys.
Mark, you are content gold. Enjoy the rest of your time in Hawaii. Thanks as always for your time. We'll catch up with you next week.
Sounds good, guys. Take care.
Take care, man. Mark Schlerith, our weekly guest. He is iconic, as Mitch Verrell has said. Stick around. We are back right after this.
Win tickets to the Verbo Fiesta Bowl from Arizona Sports. This show's keyword is end zone. End zone. Text end zone to 620-620. End zone. Text the word end zone to 620-620 right now for your chance to win tickets to the Verbo Fiesta Bowl. Message and data rates may apply.
Hey everybody, Dan Bickley here. Do not be surprised if you see a Turf Monsters vehicle in your neighborhood because they are everywhere, from Queen Creek to Cave Creek, from Buckeye to Apache Junction, all the way up to Black Canyon City, ready to build you the backyard of your dreams. Their landscapers have been serving satisfied customers in the greater Phoenix area since 2018, and their range is unbelievable. Here's what they can do for you: landscape lighting, outdoor lighting, traditional landscaping, outdoor pergolas, hardscape like patios and sidewalks. They're a leading installer of artificial turf in the valley, which means they can give you a beautiful green sparkling lawn. They're great at custom-made putting greens. They can build you a pickleball court. Anything you want. They specialize in creating backyard oases that you can enjoy every day of the week. And right now, through the end of the year, you still have a little bit of time left. If you call them today, you can take advantage of a great deal, 15% off all new jobs involving artificial turf. Highly recommend you go to their website, check out some samples of their work, and nearly 1,000 five-star reviews gives you a real clear indication as to the character and the craftsmanship of this company. Visit turfmonstersaz.com or give them a call. Tell them I sent you. 623-263-7388 for Turf Monsters.
Earnhardt Ford has been helping Arizonans get great deals on new Fords for over 74 years. Hi, it's Vince Marotta, and traditions that were started by Tex Earnhardt back in 1951 are still very much in practice today at Earnhardt Ford. Whether you're looking for a truck like the F-Series, America's best-selling truck brand every year since 1977, or any of Ford's full line of gas-powered, hybrid, and all-electric SUVs, Earnhardt Ford has you covered. Visit them in person at I-10 and Ray Road in Chandler, or complete your purchase online at earnhardtford.com.
There are only about 4,300 publicly traded companies on the U.S. Stock Exchange. But there are an estimated 33 million companies in the U.S. Hi, I'm Jeff Jr., founder of Trajan Wealth. The average investor is missing out on over 99% of the investment opportunity that's happening in this beautiful country until now. True portfolio strength is found beyond the confines of the S&P 500, investing in promising companies before they go public. Private real estate, infrastructure, world-changing technologies. This is called the endowment model. The endowment model has historically outperformed the traditional model of just stocks and bonds. If you're an accredited investor and want more from your investments, it's time to think beyond just stocks and bonds. Call Trajan today. 480-360-7900. That's 480-360-7900.
Advisory services offered through Trajan Wealth, LLC, an SEC-registered investment advisor. See website for details.
Taxes was feeling so stuck. Sitting in traffic, squeezing into a parking spot, all to squeeze in getting tax help during your lunch break. Now Taxes is a TurboTax expert who does your taxes for you, while you go about your day getting real-time notifications about their progress and the most money back guaranteed. Now this is Taxes. Intuit TurboTax. See guarantee details at turbotax.com/guarantees. Only available with TurboTax experts. Real-time updates only in iOS mobile app.
Get in the zone, AutoZone. Rain on game day doesn't faze Dave. He's already got his poncho. Just needs to do something about those wipers. So Dave heads to AutoZone.
Welcome to AutoZone,
where a friendly AutoZoner helps him get premium quiet wipers and some hand warmers.
You're all set.
Now, if only his team can handle the elements as well as his new wipers. Get wipers, glass cleaner, and more with no hassles, just help at AutoZone. Get in the zone, AutoZone.
Hey, it's Gambo. How did the Suns look against the Cavaliers on the final game of their 4-game road trip? We'll react after the game. It's the Burns and Gambo show on Arizona Sports 98.7, the Arizona Sports app, and the Arizona Sports YouTube channel.
Welcome back, everybody. Dan Bickley here alongside Luke Lipinski, who is filling in for Vinny. Big day for the Phoenix Suns ahead. If they can take down the Cavaliers, they will have reached 20 victories before the new year. Quite an accomplishment, and our great pleasure to welcome in the CEO of both the Suns and the Mercury. He is Josh Bartlestein. Hello, Josh. How are you?
I'm doing great. Good morning, guys, and Happy New Year, and thanks for having me.
Likewise, right back at you. I want to give you a second here to flex because you and I have had conversations about how much ridicule Matt Ishbia took after last season and all the people basically declaring the Suns dead in the water. I just read a story in Forbes with the headline, "The Phoenix Suns and the Mercury are changing the way sports teams are run." It's a great piece that illustrates a lot of things you guys have done, primarily with this idea that in an era where sports are playing a real perilous game by putting their games and events behind a paywall, you guys have put everything right out there on free television. Tell us what you've done to achieve what you've done.
Yeah, well, it's all very fragile, but I think, and I give Matt a lot of credit, is he truly thinks about the fans every day, all day. And when he bought the team and he hired me, the first thing we talked about was just the disruption on local TV. And how it's crazy that your fans can't watch your team, whether it's the Mercury or Suns. So it was really our first joint project. And he just said, if I'm going to be the steward of this team, our fans are going to be able to watch it. So we talked to a bunch of different people and found an amazing partner in Arizona family. And everyone can watch our games. And I can tell you that when I walk around and talk to people, the number one thing people bring up is how grateful they are to be able to see our games. Because as you look at the sports world and local TV, it's getting worse and worse. You can't find your team. You can't watch your team. For us, it's really easy. And that's something that I think is, when we look back on this era, this chapter, Matt's ownership, the fact that from day one said a ton about him.
Josh, was it ever difficult to sort of stick to that plan and keep that as a focus while all the basketball stuff was changing so dramatically this offseason?
You know what? That's the fun part of the job is there's so much going on. It could be Mercury, Suns, business, media deals, real estate, opening a new facility. But we have our priorities. We have the things we care about. We have our pillars, and fandom's at the core of it. So, as much as the media space keeps changing and evolving, we have a great relationship with Arizona family. We talk to them a ton. We just extended, in the last 6 months, so we know where we're going to be. And it was something that we just had to get done. So it was a priority, and I'm proud of it, and we'll keep going.
All right, so this basketball team sitting here at 19-13, 6 games over 500. I know you don't want to get ahead of yourself after all that we've seen in the rearview mirror, but everything that was promised to the Suns fan base is all coming to life. Let's start with the head coach, Jordan Knott. When in the interview process did you know that you were looking at a head coach that might be a difference maker?
Yeah. Well, I got to give Brian Gregory a ton of credit, to start with him, because he kind of led the way on this and spoke to probably 15 different coaches. And I can tell you every time we spoke to Matt, Coach Ott's name, was right at the top of the list. And I think what makes Coach Ott pretty special is he's a great combination of incredible basketball acumen. I mean, that guy could spend all day breaking down film, and he's innovative. And you can see the things we're doing are different than a lot of teams. But a lot of times those types of coaches don't also have the feel and to build relationships. And you got to have both. You can't just lock yourself in the office, but you also got to be able to talk to players and connect, hold them accountable, set a vision. And he's got a great balance of both, where on any given day you'll see him drawing up new plays and new defensive coverages, but you'll also see him walking around the facility talking to anyone in there. And that's what great leaders do. And, from the beginning of the interview process, that kind of stood out. The people we talked to said this guy is incredibly special and talented. And as you said, it's a long way to go. The NBA is a brutally hard season. It's a long season. But we're proud of as much the results as how we are playing, making the fans proud, the things that we care about, the grit, the toughness. That's what we laid out in the spring. And I think the success of this team is tied up in those things.
Josh, you mentioned Brian Gregory, and one of the first things he had to do on the job was trade Kevin Durant. And, Jalen Green's the headliner. You haven't really gotten to see him yet on the court consistently. You get that top 10 pick as well. But Dylan Brooks, did you ever expect behind the scenes that he would make this type of impact this quickly?
Being honest, no. But he's been everything and more. And I think the basketball piece of it doesn't get talked about enough. You know, he's the shot making, the ability to get to a spot, raise up and shoot over people. You know, the shots, the step back three hit in Washington, we need those points. And then the leadership piece of it. You know, when you talk about what a Phoenix Suns player should look like from a grit, toughness standpoint, getting the right players around Devin, it's Dillon Brooks. And I can tell you the best part is he loves being here. I mean, every day, every time I see him, he's got this big smile on his face, how much he loves Phoenix. And I think it's a combination of the culture we built, the runway he has to help build that culture, and then empowering him to go be a basketball player. You go average 20 points a game. Go into your mid-range and your Hakeem fadeaway and all those things. And it's working, and we love having him here. He's been everything we could have hoped for.
Now, you played the sport. Matt obviously played the sport as well. I'm sure there were times last year when the low wattage temperature of the basketball team was driving you guys crazy, particularly when opponents would seem to punk some of your players and nothing would happen. You guys have flipped that paradigm on its head, and now you've got a team that nobody wants to deal with, and you guys, the grittier the game, the better you guys seem and the more comfortable this basketball team seems in that element. How gratifying is it to at least have that level of fight after what we've seen?
You know what? It's the best. I was saying this to Matt and BG yesterday. In the past, we had to rely on shot making, which is not really fun because it's when you have amazing shot makers, and we did, you can go into a game, but the shooting variance of any game swings it. If another team hits 15, 16 threes, you're just hoping that you make 17 or 18 threes, but you're completely relying on shot making. That's not a good way in today's era of basketball to do it. And the grit toughness piece makes up for that because grit toughness you can see through the possession game. And we had 22 more possessions than Washington, which is tied to rebounds and rebounding and boxing people out and attacking the boards and forcing turnovers. So every game now you feel like, the shooting piece is great. When you have a Devin Booker, you're going to make a lot of shots, and Grayson Allen and Dillon, and we get Jalen back and what Colin Gillespie's done. But there's other pieces to our team now. It's a team that defines itself through how hard they play on our defense. And when someone dives on the floor, you see everyone run and pick them up. And it's not by accident, guys. Like, we talk about these things. When we started the year, we said, here's what we're going to stand for. When there's an altercation, our guys are backing each other up. When someone dives on the floor, everyone's running up to pick him up. If you notice, our bench is way more active. Everyone's standing up and cheering. We said if we do these things and we talk about it and make it a priority, I think you'll see it translate to the success on the court. And again, 19-13 is early, but I think you've seen that.
Josh, to turn things around as quickly as you guys have, and yeah, it isn't just the record, it's the full identity and a clear direction of this team. How important is it to have somebody that maybe at least on the outside is maybe delivering some unexpected results, like a guy like Colin Gillespie, who showed flashes last year, but now he's one of the more consistent players in the league?
Yeah. It's the best. I'm just so happy for Colin because everything we talked about, he was here all summer. He works on his craft every single day. I don't know about you guys, but whenever he shoots, I assume it's going in.
It's going in.
And it's pure. It's pure. It doesn't touch a lot of the rim, and he's been so good. You can see his confidence growing. Now he's taking a step back too. He's getting to the basket. It's a pretty unbelievable story. But I do think one of the cool parts about this team is the impact from all over the roster. I mean, Jamari Bouye, like how the impact he's had. Isaiah Livers, what Oso has done in getting real minutes. Nick Richards steps up there at night and plays really good. Ryan Dunn. It's truly a team. And we've been banged up. Jalen's played one game. Grayson's been out for there's many games you've had two starters down. And it's just next man up mentality, which I give a ton of credit again to BG, our scouting department, for identifying the talent, for Coach Ott for putting them in great spots, and then ultimately to the player, the Colin Gillespie, the Jamari Bouyes, the Jordan Goodwins, who are all having really, really good years.
All right, Josh, great stuff this morning. Great job overall. Thanks to an organization that delivers exactly what they say they're going to. We appreciate that. All the best to you in the coming year, Josh.
Thanks, Josh.
I appreciate it, guys. Talk soon. Have a great day.
You got it. Josh Bartlestein, CEO of the Suns and the Mercury, joining us. What a year for both those franchises. All right, on the other side, 9 o'clock hour here, Jared Carlin takes us through social studies. Luke Lipinski, Dan Bickley, Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Wolf and Luke, middays 10 to 2.
The reason that a lot of us were impressed by what Jacoby Brissett did was he had 1 second to throw on every play. Like you're saying, he'd been standing there in the pocket, and that pocket was collapsing instantly. It's not like their offensive line was the best in football last year, but it was a lot better. You know, that year when Kyler had that monster first half, when he was getting MVP consideration in the first half, it's not like he was behind 5 Hall of Famers on the offensive line, but it was better than this. He had a lot more to work with than the Cardinals had to work with in the second half of the season. And that's where the injuries come into play. I get it. It's also, though, the offensive line wasn't good even when it was healthy this season outside of like Paris Johnson.
Wolf and Luke, middays 10 to 2 on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
If you're considering a dental procedure to fix your teeth and give you the confidence to smile again, I'm 100% certain you'll choose ProSmile. Why? Because ProSmile really is different. They're Arizona's Smile Center, experts in all-on-X implants and custom cosmetic veneers. They're the only practice in Arizona with full-service oral surgeons and cosmetic dentists on site. Many implant centers use regular dentists for oral surgery, not ProSmile. ProSmile is the only implant center where the lab technicians, anesthesiologists, and board-certified oral surgeons are all in office. No outsourcing, no delays, no mistakes. Specializing in all-on-X implants and custom veneers, ProSmile can give you the gift of a smile this holiday. ProSmile is offering $1,000 off services through December 31st. Call 1-888-GO-SMILE or text PRO to 620-620, and I'll send you a link to schedule your free consultation. Locations in Paradise Valley and Scottsdale.
Message and data rates may apply. Upgrading your windows and doors isn't just about comfort. It's about lowering energy costs all year long. That's why Valley homeowners trust the Window and Door Store and our exclusive Seal and Shield installation. We don't just replace windows. We seal, secure, and protect your home from heat, dust, and water leaks for life. Precision craftsmanship, a lifetime labor warranty, and over 1,200 5-star reviews say it all. Call 480-562-3902 now for your free in-home consultation or book anytime at thewindowdoorstore.com.
Kick off game day with the mouth-watering taste of Redbird Farms chicken. Humanely raised and cage-free. Redbird Farms chicken is what real chicken tastes like. Whether you're tailgating or hosting a watch party, Redbird Farms will be the MVP of your game day menu. Tackle your hunger with Redbird Farms chicken. Available at Albertsons, Safeway, and Bash's'.
Grill it, fry it, put it in parm. As long as you make it Redbird Farms.
This message comes from Viking, committed to exploring the world in comfort. Journey through the heart of Europe on an elegant Viking longship with thoughtful service, destination-focused dining, and cultural enrichment on board and on shore. With small ships that bring travelers closer to the destination, there's more time to explore. And every Viking voyage is all-inclusive, with no children and no casinos. Discover more at Viking.com.
You still thinking job change in the new year?
Yeah, I need something that's in high demand and more stable in this economy.
IT?
Yeah, cybersecurity, maybe even AI.
That's what I did.
Really? How?
Went to My Computer Career. You don't need any prior experience, and you could start your new career in a matter of months. A lot of IT pros go to school there, too, to level up.
Sweet. Are classes online or on campus?
Both.
Wow, I'll check it out. Thanks.
Make this your year. Take the free career evaluation now at mycomputercareer.edu, an Elite CompTIA certification partner.
Financial aid is available to those who qualify, including VA benefits.
Start the year moving, not hurting. If joint pain is holding you back, there's a way to get real relief without surgery, without downtime, and without putting your life on pause. QC Kinetics delivers regenerative treatments that actually help your body repair the areas that are causing you pain. Instead of facing an invasive operation that sidelines you for months, these treatments happen right in the office and you go about your day. Simple procedures that can deliver big, life-changing results. Imagine this instead. You're moving better, stronger, planning the year you actually want, all because you took care of the pain the smart way. Game-changing regenerative treatments from QC Kinetics. January's supposed to be your clean slate, so make it one. Stop managing the pain and start solving it with QC Kinetics. Call now for your free consultation with clinics in Phoenix, Scottsdale, Peoria, and Chandler. 602-837-PAIN. That's 602-837-PAIN.
Hi, folks. Lorenzo Alexander here.
After 15 years playing professional football, I've been through plenty of winning and losing. If you feel like you're losing because of private student loan debt, call my friends at Y-Refi. They refinance loans others won't touch and create a payment plan based on what you can afford, even if you're behind or in default. Y-Refi can help lower your interest rate and reduce your monthly payment. And they don't care what your credit score is. Call 888-502-2612 or visit yrefi.com.
Not available in all states. KMVP FM Phoenix, live from the Casino Arizona and Talking Stick Resort Studio. Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
This is what's trending now, presented by Parker & Sons Heating, Cooling, Plumbing, and Electrical. The Phoenix Suns return to the court in just a few hours as they close out their 4-game road trip with a day game in Cleveland versus the Cavaliers. The Suns are going for their 5th win in a row and will most likely be shorthanded again, with Grayson Allen doubtful, Ryan Dunn questionable, and Jalen Green still out. Tip-off is 1:30 p.m. You can hear all the action on Arizona Sports 98.7 and the Arizona Sports app. Speaking of early starts, the ASU Sun Devils will try to finish their 2025 season on a high note when they play the ACC champion Duke Blue Devils in the Sun Bowl today. Kickoff for that game is 12 p.m., and you can hear all the coverage on ESPN 620 a.m. and also on ESPN 620 a.m. Starting at 5 o'clock, kickoff at 5:30 p.m., the Cotton Bowl. The college football playoffs continue with Miami and Ohio State. This report is brought to you by Casino Arizona and Talking Stick Resort. Join the football watch parties every Sunday with special guests, food and drink specials, and more. Only at Casino Arizona and Talking Stick Resort.
Arizona Sports, the local sports leader. Bickley and Murata Mornings. Social Studies. Brought to you by Carol Royce, your home sold guaranteed realty.
I'm very much looking forward to today's array of social studies questions, especially I gave a great one to Jarrett. What did he say to me earlier?
He said, yeah, I'm not going to do that. On the air. It was great. It was one of my favorite moments in radio history. He didn't even waste time. It was so agreeable. Like, you're like, hey, I got this idea. Why don't you do this? And Jared's like, yeah, I'm not going to do that.
I'm not going to do that.
You gave me a few ideas. One of them I did put up there.
Okay.
And the other one I didn't say I'm not going to do it. I just said I'm not going to do that today because we're so jam-packed with other questions. Friday, if you remind me what the hell it was, I will put it back up there.
It won't resonate on Friday. It was going to be your best... what was the best thing you saw as a sports fan in Arizona while attending a game this year?
It'll resonate.
Not on January 2nd. It's
Why not? I can say look back, turn around.
Look back to that miserable year.
Didn't Boston told you, don't look back.
It's true.
It's true.
Don't argue with Boston.
Wouldn't it have been funny if the band Boston had really, really thick Boston accents whenever they sang?
They were from like Kansas or something.
Yeah, they do have that band. It's called Godsmack.
Yeah. All right.
All right, take it away, Jarrett.
Bickley_Murata on X. That is where you get the questions to interact with us during social studies. But you could also follow us and see videos from the show on Instagram and on Facebook, Bickley and Murata. And if you want to watch us live in person all day long, go to YouTube. Dial it up on the keyboard. Arizona Sports.
You forgot
Type it in. Hit enter.
www part.
Hit enter, yes.
Dial it up on web TV.
And then you can watch us live. All right, we do have a lot of year-end questions today on social studies. And we'll start with this one, the one that you suggested, Dan. One that we talked about earlier. What would the audience say when I asked who was the Arizona Sports Athlete of the Year in 2025 and why? Your choices: Cam Scadaboo, Geraldo Perdomo, Dylan Brooks, and Trey McBride.
It's a great question. Really, really is.
Each of those answers, and this is kind of the way you have to be, I guess, with the way sports were here in 2025, but they come at the question very different ways.
Okay, so the way I'm going to answer this is I love Trey McBride. I am really loving what Dylan Brooks is all about. Geraldo Perdomo is morphing into an unbelievable baseball player, but Cam Scadaboo blew my mind. And everything about the way he plays football is what I love about football. I'm voting for Cam Scadaboo.
Cam Scadaboo is winning Wow. At 44%, even though he only played one day the entire year in Arizona with an Arizona team. The rest of it was with the New York Giants.
But it feels like he's representing Arizona on the national stage.
46.2% now he's up to. Trey McBride, as somebody pointed out, always the McBridesmaid, never the McBride. Finishing second, 39.2%. Perdomo, 10.8%, only 3.8% with Dylan Brooks. Let's go on to the next year-end question. Based on expectations, now this is the key part of it, okay? Based on expectations, what team had the most disappointing season this year and why? Was it the 2024-25 Phoenix Suns, the one with Kevin Durant and Bradley Beal and Mike Budenholzer? Was it ASU football, this current season that is going to end tonight with the Sun Bowl? Is it the Diamondbacks, or was it the Arizona Cardinals?
Wow. Yeah, I went back and I was reviewing every notable development with the Diamondbacks last year, and we had ourselves quite a dramatic, traumatic season, right? From the opening day starter debacle to the fan who catches all the home run balls and came out our show and ticked off every right. There was to blowing the 10-run lead in Wrigley and ending up in Knives Out. There was a whole bunch of different stuff. But in terms of disappointment, this Cardinals team, I don't know how you top it.
Yeah, I mean, I look at those and I to a certain extent, I can write off the D-backs and ASU football with injuries. And
But not the Cardinals?
Not the Cardinals, because the Diamondbacks and ASU football still fought back. And the Diamondbacks almost made the playoffs. ASU football almost made the Big 12 championship. They were at least in it to the end. So it's got to be Cardinals or the 24-25 Suns. The Sun, man, that Suns team was an all-time disappointer, but they weren't terrible. They were just, I mean, the Cardinals just falling off the face of the earth like they're not even in the NFL is disappointing in a way I didn't think I could feel.
Now, based on expectations, the Suns, ASU football, and Diamondbacks all had a not unrealistic chance before the season of people predicting them that they could compete for a championship.
Yeah, that's a good point.
And they all fell way short. The Cardinals, nobody thought that, but the listeners and followers do agree with you. Cardinals, 46.3%. Suns are close by, though, 42.1%. 7.3% for the D-backs. Only 4% for ASU football. William Melton said Cardinals, the expectations were much higher for them than the others, except for maybe the Suns. ASU was pretty evident when Cam Skadoo wasn't there. Also, their mojo left. And the Diamondbacks needed pitching and had too many injuries. All right.
The beautiful thing is they were all disappointing in their own special way, which really
it's got to be overall, start to finish, got to be one of the most disappointing, to use that specific word, disappointing years in Valley sports.
No doubt.
Because we thought it could be a sort of a renaissance with multiple teams being playoff teams, and none of them so far. So that leads sort of to the next question. What were you the most wrong about this year? It could be sports related or it could be anything related. But
I can answer this pretty quickly.
Go.
And I remember saying this on our show pretty consistently in August. I wasn't going to necessarily say, the Cardinals are going to be good because we've been burned before. But I thought their defense was going to be good. And it was, to be fair, early in the season. They weren't getting a ton of help from the offense. And, I can to a certain extent write off some of the defensive struggles later in the season to the injuries because they really kind of went into a tailspin when Mac Wilson in particular went down.
Yeah.
But I thought they were going to have a good defense, and the last 2 months they have not.
Yeah, that's a good answer. I think I was most wrong about the fact that the Phoenix Suns are having the kind of year I thought the Cardinals were going to have, and the Cardinals are having the kind of year I thought the Suns were going to have. In fact, I would have bet anything that if a team was going to be 3-13 at some point in time in late December, it would have been the Suns.
That's true. Dave Leonard said he was most wrong about my favorite two 2024 quarterbacks named Sam. I was wrong because I thought Sam Leavitt would show loyalty to ASU and end his career here. And I was also wrong about Sam Darnold because I thought he'd be a total dud in Seattle.
Yeah, I mean, the more you guys talk, the more I'm realizing I was wrong about a lot this year.
Yeah.
Because I definitely didn't think Sam Leavitt would play for another college team. I just figured he'd go to the NFL after this year.
Yep. And a lot of people said they were wrong about their expectations about the Cardinals this year. And finally, how we started the show about talking about Christmas music and when it is appropriate to stop playing it. When should someone stop playing Christmas music and why? Is it the day after Christmas? Is it the week after Christmas, like this whole week, stop after the New Year's? Is it never stop playing it? Play it all year long? Or is it, bah, humbug, I hate Christmas music?
You know my feeling on it. The day after Christmas, it needs to all go away in every form and fashion.
Yeah, I don't know that I would have felt this strongly about this until this week being at work. And it's not our station that's playing the Christmas music. But you go out in the lobby, it's just nonstop.
Yeah.
And it's just weird, especially, I said this at the start of the show, for me coming in here earlier than normal. I'm not used to being in here when it's dark out in the morning. I'm sitting on a different side of the studio, and they're playing Christmas music. I don't know where I am or when it is. So I would say the day after Christmas. If you want to play it at home for a week, fine. If you play it year-round, though, you're going to devalue the Christmas music. I don't hate Christmas music, but it's just weird hearing it this week.
I can't stand hearing a note of it after the day after Christmas. From that point forward, I am so done with it.
Well, good luck getting out of the building today.
Well, listen, and this whole thing started because I walked into the bathroom this morning and Santa Baby was playing. And I'm like, okay, can we get on to something else?
53.2% say the day after Christmas is when it should stop. Agree with all you guys. 32.8% said the week after Christmas. 9.1% of our listeners are Scrooges, are Grinches. 9.1 hate Christmas music. Only 4.8% say never stop playing. But everyone agrees, including Luke Lipinski, I'm pretty sure it's not a Christmas song, but it is a holiday song, that this is pretty much a year-round classic.
Oh. God, I knew you were going to play this at some point.
No, we wanted to play this as Song of the Day.
This is a classic.
No.
Halloween, Halloween, Halloween.
This is Luke's favorite Halloween song.
Because when
we used to always play.
Not we used to always play. Jarrett would play it in like July when he was running the rundown when I was doing the evening show. As rejoin music, I would just get this Halloween song, which is very creepy the longer it goes on. You would just be playing it in like April.
Where did you find this?
It's a very real question.
I don't know. It was in the system.
Yeah. You put it there. This sounds like something your relatives recorded in the 30s or something. And now here it is coming back.
Where great uncle Mortimer Carlin is in there doing song parodies. Yeah, that's him. All right, on the other side will be our weekly visit with Grand Canyon University men's basketball coach Bryce Drew. Stick around. Luke Lipinski, Dan Bickley, Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Live streaming audio, podcasts, video highlights. The Arizona Sports app has all this and more from the local sports leader, including Cardinals play-by-play.
Hit by Josh Sweat and dragged down for a sack.
Download the Arizona Sports app, presented by Ready Services Plumbing and Air Conditioning.
Hey everybody, Dan Bickley here for Parker & Sons, and Parker & Sons is great in your time of need. I realized that when I had a plumbing emergency in the middle of the night. My youngest son knocked on my door. Dad, the downstairs bathroom is flooded. Gave them a call at 4:30 in the morning, and a live person answered the phone. I was on my way to the radio station, and I almost drove off the road. I could not believe it, but I subsequently learned that a live person always answers the phone at Parker & Sons, no matter when you call them. 4:30 in the morning, I called them. By 8 a.m. the same day, they were at my house taking care of my issue. I was tremendously impressed, tremendously grateful at all times. But that's what Parker & Sons does. That's what they've been doing for over 50 years. They're fast and reliable. When you need them, they'll be there in minutes, not days. They will not charge you extra for nights, weekends, or holidays. They're the most awarded business in Arizona, A+ rating with the Better Business Bureau. And finally, they're trustworthy and credible. All their technicians are trust certified, which is a pretty big deal in my world. It means they're licensed, bonded, insured. They've all passed drug tests. They've all passed background checks. Look, you don't let anybody into your home. That's your sacred space. You've got to be comfortable with the technicians you let into your home. That's never a concern at Parker & Sons. All you have to do is call 602-2-REPAIR. That's 602, the number 2, then REPAIR for Parker & Sons.
The end of the year is upon us, and that means you need a strong finish. Well, good news. The year-end sales event is on at Tim Hovick Santan Ford, and the zeros are back. 0% APR for 60 months, 0 payments for 90 days, and 0 down payment on select models. Finish the year strong, my friends. Get off to an amazing start in 2026. The key is a new Ford from the one and only Tim Hovick Santan Ford in Gilbert. Go to the Santan 202 freeway at Val Vista Drive in Gilbert, or go to santanford.com.
Hi, I'm Elizabeth Smith with Oliver Smith Jeweler. Gold prices are at an all-time high, so if you've been procrastinating selling your watches, jewelry, or gold, you're in luck. Dad, you've been doing this in Arizona for almost 45 years. What should people know before they sell?
First, don't get scammed by those roadshows that pop up in hotel ballrooms, please. We're a local family-owned jeweler, and we've been advising Arizona families for decades.
Does someone need an appointment?
No appointment necessary. We'll evaluate your watches, jewelry, or gold and give you a check on the spot in minutes.
Have you ever seen gold this high?
Never. Do yourself a favor, search your jewelry box, find out if there's anything in there that might have value or things that you aren't wearing, and bring them in.
Weren't you an appraiser on Antiques Roadshow?
Yeah, that was the original reality show.
Sell your watches, jewelry, and gold with confidence. Visit Oliver Smith Jeweler in our 2 Scottsdale locations or online at oliversmithjeweler.com.
Imagine finding your dream home and moving in right away. No waiting to sell your old place first. Sounds perfect, right? That's exactly what Orchard's Move First, Sell Later program lets you do. Buy your new home now and sell the old one later. Here's how it works. Orchard gives you cash so you can buy and move into your new home first, on your timeline. No waiting, no showings, no double moves. Then the Orchard experts take it from there. They handle repairs on your old home so you can attract the right buyers. Once they're done, a local Orchard agent lists and sells your home for top dollar. Orchard's Move First program gives you the freedom to buy and move into your new home first and sell your old home later. Buy before you sell and get top dollar for your home with Orchard. Ready to find out how much your home is worth? Visit orchard.com to get your free home valuation. That's orchard.com.
You applied to Grand Canyon University because you want somewhere fun and affordable, where hands-on classes and access to industry pros can help you build skills employers need, with the opportunity to graduate in less than 4 years. You want to feel seen, loved, called to more, to know you found your purpose. Make yourself the main character. Begin your story. Find your purpose at GCU. Visit gcu.edu.
Arizona Sports. Bickley and Murata talk Grand Canyon University men's hoops with the head coach. This is the Bryce Drew Show, presented by Global Credit Union. Proud to be GCU's official financial partner and the only place to get your official Lopes debit card.
Welcome back, everybody. Dan Bickley here alongside Luke Lipinski, who is filling in for Vinny. Big shout out to all our listeners and friends in the city of Scottsdale. Good morning, Scottsdale. And a good morning to our next guest. He is the head basketball coach at GCU and the greatest player in Valparaiso history, the one, the only Bryce Drew joining us. Hey, Coach, how are you doing?
I'm doing good. Happy New Year to you all.
Good to see you've got the beard going. Is that like a victory beard? Is that conference play beard? What do we got here?
That's a work mode beard. We've been practicing the last few days. It's coming off, though. Don't worry. Next time you see me, it'll be off.
All right, so let's do a quick recap of your last game. You played a very, very different opponent in IU Indy that plays very strange. They're full court pressing all game long, no matter what the score is. They're shooting threes with impunity. They're a tough team to deal with, and you dealt with them. You got a great game out of Jaden Henley. Your thoughts on the last performance?
Proud of our guys. It wasn't great scheduling on my part. We played at Wyoming, our first Mountain West game, really emotional game. Flew back, really had just one day of prep, and we couldn't really practice because we just played the night before. So we didn't have much prep for that style at all. And like you said, it's so unique how they play. And so proud of the guys that they fought through, being tired some, second game in 3 days. and playing against a style that we really didn't practice much for.
And like you said, 2 days earlier, you were coming off an incredibly impressive road win at Wyoming at high altitude where you guys just put that game and that opponent in a headlock and you didn't relent. And that was quite an entry into the Mountain West for GCU. How proud of you were of that, and how do you feel about going into conference play?
Yeah, it was our best game all year. We played defensively, offensively as well as what we've done all year. The guys are really focused, locked in, and you don't play conference games in a while. You play a conference game, and you forget how intense they are and how emotional they are, and especially being our first one in the Mountain West, it was a little bit more emotional than probably than what I estimated coming back for a game 2 days later. But altitude is for real, and again, our guys really fought through and didn't let it affect them.
How different of a style of play are you expecting in the Mountain West, and what sort of maybe better opportunities does being in this conference open up for your program overall?
I think it starts with the TV coverage. All the national TV games that we're going to have, and just the branding that you get playing on national TV, so many times. And so I think that exposure is really going to help our programs, going to help our school, in the years to come. Next, there's chances, to get quad one wins, throughout the year. And there's a chance, to get multi-bids out of our league. And so it's a really good league. As you guys know, it's really competitive. Teams have played well in the preseason. Some teams are starting to play a lot better right now. And, it's a 20 games of high-intensity basketball.
Ever since you put Caleb Shaw in the starting lineup and you put F.A. Demerol back in the starting lineup, he earned his way back, obviously. You guys have had an edgier kind of team, maybe a more active team. You're starting to look defensively more like that gold standard defensive teams that you've always had at GCU. Your thoughts on the shape of this team in terms of rotations and what you're starting to do defensively?
Yeah, we really like our rotation right now. I think, you definitely hit a key word there, edgy. I do think our starting group's coming out with a little bit more force, a little bit more grit, some high intensity, and then guys coming in are ready to play right off the bench. We really don't see it as starters. We more look at it just how we're going to begin our rotations. And the guys have seemed really comfortable, the last 3 games. And I think it shows, in our play.
You guys have had consistent success over the last few years, really ever since you took over the job. How difficult is that just normally in college basketball, but especially in this era when so much around you is changing all the time?
Yeah, adapting is so important. These college basketball rules are changing by the day sometimes. And, I've said it before, and I'll keep saying it. I'm really thankful for, our administration. They adapt, quicker than the coaches do sometimes. And they have things ready for the adaptions that are coming in college sports. And so, we're given a set of rules. Each year it changes. But we have to go out and do the best that we can to put the best team we can together and try to win as many games as possible. And so, there's a lot of challenges, but there's also a lot of fun in it too, figuring out ways to make the portal recruiting better, find out ways to bring a team together quicker. It's definitely challenging and stretching us as coaches.
Yeah, you talk about rules changes. I don't even know what the rules are. And as you well know, your brother Scott has stirred up quite a hornet's nest with recruiting a player and getting eligibility for a 7'1" dude who is playing in Europe overseas. And Tom Izzo has gone nuts, and John Calipari has lost his mind. Your thoughts on what these rules are, and does it change the game for you? Are you guys suddenly looking around at who you might add as a midseason acquisition?
Yeah, as you look through the history, you have to adapt the rules. They put the 3-point in line in. People didn't like the 3-point line. Well, everybody does it, uses it now. You look at the portal, obviously people complain about that, but the portal's here. You better learn how to recruit and use it. You go to NIL, people don't like to pay players. Well, it's the rules. And now, we got a G League player at Santa Clara. We got a G League player at Louisville. We have a draft pick at Baylor. We have a WNBA draft pick at Kansas State. The rules are the rules. It's legal to do. And, We don't have any scholarships now, 100%. I absolutely would look to add somebody if we did.
All right, finally, so Colorado State at home. What do you want from your team, and what does Colorado State do well that you got to deal with?
Yeah, they shoot the ball really well. Going into last night's game, they're number 1 3-point shooting team in the country. They're top 10 in free throw shooting. They're super efficient offensively. And so, guarding the 3-point line, being really good on the defensive end is going to be key for us. And then, we've had a long break. It'll be, well over a week, close to a week and a half. We haven't played a game. So hopefully getting the jitters out, getting the game rhythm, the game speed back right away is going to be important for us.
Awesome stuff as always, Bryce. Have a great New Year's Eve, great New Year's. We'll see you at the gym on Sunday or Saturday.
Hey, thank you all. Happy New Year.
You got it right back at you. Bryce Drew, head coach at Grand Canyon University, for his weekly visit. They are back in action this weekend. And, yeah, brand new era for them in the Mountain West.
Yeah, I thought it was interesting what he said, too. I mean, they make the tournament every year with him anyway. But to be in a conference that'll get the respect of multiple bids, that's
a big
huge.
Deal.
Yeah.
Huge deal. That's now they're high major. They're no longer considered a mid-major.
You don't have to go like undefeated or win your conference every year.
All right, Jared, I hope you did some prepping because we're going to unveil an edition of Mock My World coming up on the other side. Luke Lipinski, Dan Bickley, Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
The Bryce Drew Show, presented by Global Credit Union. Proud to be GCU's official financial partner and the only place to get your official Lopes debit card. Bickley and Marotta Mornings. Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Hey everybody, Dan Bickley here for Trajan Wealth. And when you imagine retirement, what do you see? Do you see beaches and drinks that come with umbrellas, hundreds of rounds of golf like I do, world travel, or are you a bit uneasy? Are you consumed with anxiety, worried that you're not going to have enough money at the end to do the things you want to do? Because if you're like most people, you probably don't have the peace of mind you really need, and that is why it's a great idea to schedule a free appointment with my friends at Trajan Wealth. You can get a second opinion on your current portfolio or portfolios. You can get tailor-made game plans made just for you, personalized strategies that will secure your financial future. Remember, Trajan Wealth is veteran-owned, they're locally operated, and they're not just financial advisors, they're fiduciaries, which means they're duty-bound and obligated to act in your best interest at all times. I'm a client today because they earn my trust, and if you want to get all that stress of retirement off your shoulders, call Trajan Wealth today. Get your plan started. 480-360-7900, online at TrajanWealth.com. That's TRAJAN Wealth.com. Advisory services through Trajan Wealth, LLC, SEC registered investment advisor, client paid advertisement. Additional disclosures at TrajanWealth.com.
Here's what's different about GCU. It's one of the country's biggest universities with over 360 programs shaped by industry leaders. GCU's campus ranks among the top in the nation. Most of all, GCU cares about affordability. The average federal and private loan debt for GCU undergrads is lower than the average for private nonprofit four-year universities. Find your purpose at GCU. Visit gcu.edu.
Hi, everybody. It's Dave Burns, and Million Points Mania is back at Global Credit Union. With a Global Credit Card, you have a chance every week to win 50,000 points with a grand prize of 1 million points for one lucky winner. Sign up now and get an introductory APR of just 1.9%. Get your Global Credit Card today. Global Credit Union, your world of financial possibilities. Introductory APR on purchases for 6 months on new accounts open before January 9th, 2026. After the introductory period, a variable APR will apply.
As the old saying goes, size matters.
At Morgan & Morgan, we have over 1,000 lawyers and nearly 6,000 people on staff.
But at the core, this is and always has been a family business.
Our family watching out for your family.
Call us or email us 24 hours a day, 7 days a week, even on a Saturday or a Sunday.
And if you ever have a problem, call our mom.
Morgan & Morgan.
For the people and your family.
Injured? Dial Pound Law or visit forthepeople.com for an office near you.
Get in the zone, AutoZone.
Charlie's battery is struggling to start. Not ideal before the tailgate, so he goes to AutoZone.
Welcome to AutoZone,
where a friendly AutoZoner tests his battery for free. Looks like he needs a new one, so he gets a Duralast battery.
have fun and stay warm.
And he makes it to the tailgate early enough to get his favorite spot. Free battery testing and charging. No hassles, just help.
Get in the zone, AutoZone.
Restrictions apply.
Taxes was feeling so stuck. Sitting in traffic, squeezing into a parking spot, all to squeeze in getting tax help during your lunch break. Now Taxes is a TurboTax expert who does your taxes for you, while you go about your day getting real-time notifications about their progress and the most money back guaranteed. Now this is Taxes. Intuit TurboTax. See guarantee details at turbotax.com/guarantees. Only available with TurboTax experts. Real-time updates only in iOS mobile app.
All right, Basin Earnings, it's starting to cool down, so All Pro Shade is heating things up. Right now, when you buy a motorized patio shade or awning, you'll get a patio heater absolutely free. These shades aren't just for summer. They'll stop that winter wind and hold the warmth from your new free patio heater, keeping your patio cozy and game day ready all season long. Get your free estimate today at allproshade.com and snag free patio heaters while this offer lasts. That's allproshade.com.
This is what's trending now, presented by Parker & Sons, Heating, Cooling, Plumbing, and Electrical. The Phoenix Suns return to the court in just a few hours as they close out their 4-game road trip with a day game in Cleveland versus the Cavaliers. The Suns are going for their 5th win in a row and will likely be shorthanded again, with Grayson Allen doubtful, Ryan Dunn questionable, and Jalen Green out. Tip-off is 1:30 p.m. You can hear all the action on Arizona Sports 98.7 and the Arizona Sports app. Speaking of early start times, the ASU Sun Devils will try to finish their 2025 season on a high note when they play the ACC champion Duke Blue Devils in the Sun Bowl today. Kickoff for the game is 12 p.m., and you can hear all the coverage on ESPN 6:20 a.m. And the college football playoffs continue tonight as Miami takes on Ohio State in the Cotton Bowl. You can hear that at 5:30 p.m., also on ESPN 6:20 a.m. This report is brought to you by Casino Arizona and it's brought to you by Pro Smile Dental. Pro Smile Dental. Give the gift of a smile this holiday season. Get $1,000 off all On-X implants and veneers through December 31st. Text PRO to 620-620.
Time to take a look at the Arizona Sports Poll Question. Brought to you by Sanderson Ford. The best play is at Sanderson Ford.
All right, go to the front page of ArizonaSports.com for the Sanderson Ford poll question.
Can you read it, Jarrett? Put on your glasses, Ferret.
I'm going to have to do that. Such a long question there, right? Okay. What was the game of the 2025 calendar year in Valley Sports? Was it ASU's Peach Bowl loss? Was it Perdomo walks off LA? Was it ASU beats Texas Tech without Sam Levitt, I believe? Was it without? Turn your mic on, Luke.
That was the end of it for him.
You work here. That was his last game.
Yep.
Or Colin Gillespie's game winner. If you could, no specific.
Well, there's only been one of those this year, and it's, boy.
Can you pick a game in which the home team, the Valley team loses?
The stakes were so enormous, and the comeback was so epic, and it was so close. I'm voting for that.
I think it has to be that, as much as I hated how that game ended. I mean, that was so gut-wrenching. But if you're just talking about game of the year, again, they've never been in the college football playoff before, and they should have won that game twice. Once was their own doing, not making a stop on 4th and 13, and once was the officials looking away from targeting when it was the definition of targeting.
All right, well, 47% of the audience agrees with you. ASU's Peach Bowl loss is currently leading the poll. Everybody, please go to ArizonaSports.com and vote for your choice right now.
Right now?
Right now.
Sorry, just trying to find the Mock My World opener right now.
That's good. Talk through it on the air. That'll help us.
Well, how's everybody else doing today?
Yeah, you're finishing the year with a bang, Jarrett. I got to tell you, you are going out at 2025.
This feels like, to me, that the lovely Bailey removed this from my things when I was not here.
Now we're attacking.
Now Bailey's catching strays.
All right. Well, everybody stay tuned. And but because when you go to ArizonaSports.com, you don't just have to vote in the poll questions. There's lots of good stuff that you could do there.
I thought we established earlier it was www.arizonasports.com.
Okay, here we go. Ready? Everybody
let's
stay
do
tuned
it.
for a Mock My World.
Arizona Sports, the
Bailey
local
brought it
sports
back.
leader.
Mock-ups are the bane of my existence, guys.
If you cut me open, mock drafts would pour out.
Bickley and Murata, Mock My World.
I tell you, if I'm the lovely Bailey, I'm calling my lawyer right now.
See here today, I have a bone to pick with him.
All right, today's Mock My World. We're already running short on time. Thanks to Mitch Vareldis for popping in to conduct Mock My World after popping in earlier to conduct an interview with Mark Schlerith.
I'm all over the place.
All over the place.
Thank you for doing that, by the way.
You're all
I
over
just
the place.
refuse to talk
Unannounced.
to Mark Schlereth.
All right, exactly. So we're compiling Mock My World teams based on who is going to pop in 2026. Teams, individuals, rock stars, movie stars, athletes, whoever you think is going to have a banner year in 2026. Jarrett, do we have a draft order out of curiosity?
We do. We went to random.org. Dan Bickley has the #1 pick, followed by Luke Lipinski, Mitch, and then myself.
All right, with the first, give me the order again just so I can run this properly. It's
Dan,
me,
Luke, Mitch, me.
Mitch, and then you. All right, with the first pick in the Mock My World draft of who is going to have a very good 2026, give me Larry Fitzgerald going into the Hall of Fame.
Right. This is a tough topic because you can go in a million different directions, and I think you took probably the best one right there.
Best one locally. Thank you.
Yeah. Now, I feel like I have to stay local here with this. But I'm not going to. I'm actually going to go with this guy's not local at all, but he just won the Heisman. He might win the national championship in the next couple weeks. He's probably going to be the #1 pick in just a couple months, too. Yeah. Give me Fernando Mendoza.
Good pick. Mitch,
that's a very good one.
What do you got?
I'm going to go with the one guy that I'm most confident in getting a three-peat in 2026, not with his team, but with the most prestigious award in baseball. Give me Shohei Ohtani.
Ooh.
Could be with its team, too, unfortunately.
I thought about him, but I also wanted to win.
I don't want to pick the Dodgers, but
I also wanted to win.
Who the heck else is going to win the MVP on paper, you know?
Well, if somebody else does, they'll just buy him, too.
Yeah, exactly. All right, Ferret, you got 2 picks.
All right, I am going also with a specifically not local player, but a guy who is already in the midst of a breakout season, already had a ton of hype, but his team is doing very well. He could win the MVP. Victor Wembanyama. This is going to be the year of Victor Wembanyama, spanning over the course of 2 seasons in 2026.
All right.
Then I'm going to the world of pop culture. And I'm going with Tom Holland. Isn't that weird? Tom Holland will star in the 2 biggest movies of 2026, Spider-Man and Avengers Doomsday. He also may get married to Zendaya, who also may currently be pregnant with their child. So a huge year for the actor, Tom Holland.
Zendaya Holland sounds like a soccer player for sure.
Kind of does. All right, Mitch, you're up.
See, I was worried when you were saying pop culture and you were building up movies that they're going to be in. Turns out this person's going to be in a movie with Zendaya, the 3rd installment of Dune, and he might be collecting his first Academy Award coming up in a couple of months. Give me Timothée Chalamet.
Isn't he supposed to marry somebody too? Isn't he supposed to marry like Kylie
Oh,
Jenner?
one of the Jenners.
Yeah.
One of the non-Bad Bunny Booker Jenners.
Okay.
Just the other one.
Just the other one. All right, I'm just going to stick with sports here since, I'm going to stick with sports. Give me, this one I am going to go local because he just got a raise. His coaching staff just got more funding. He has more resources. And if ASU does well again, he's probably going to get a lot more buzz from major programs again in about 11 months. So give me Kenny Dillingham.
Ooh, there we go.
I'm assuming his name's going to come up for big coaching vacancies every year at this point.
All right, I think in year 2026, my second pick, the sport of soccer, is going to have a huge year with the World Cup.
The World Cup.
And then with my second pick,
We're at that point in the draft already.
I don't know. Give me Pablo Torre.
Pablo Torre.
Mm-hmm.
Breakout journalism year in
Breakout
2025.
journalism. Yeah, and I
What
think
is
he's
he
going to
gonna-
have an even bigger year next year.
Really sprouted this year.
The interesting thing with Pablo Torre is that you would think that, he left. Would a giant network come and try to just throw money at him or a brand or something? Or in 2026, do you even need that? Can you just be your own brand?
Well, look at you.
I know.
Throwing out
these
Look at me.
rhetorical questions instead of picks.
We got to roll here. Luke, you're next.
All right, you know what? I'm going to keep this simple. Oklahoma City's probably going to win 70-plus games. They're probably going to win the title again. This could be the start of a dynasty. They also might have a few top 10 picks in the draft coming up because they have the potential for lottery picks from other teams. So give me Oklahoma City.
It's a solid pick. Mitch Vareldis, who you got for your third pick?
I'll go back to local. I think this individual is going to really grab some headlines in the month of March when things get pretty bad. And then that's going to make a lot of NBA teams want him come June. Give me Koa Pete.
Oh.
Boy, U of A and the Dodgers. Okay.
I'm trying to be as unlikable as possible.
Jarrett, you've got 2 picks to finish up your team.
I am going to say that Gerardo Perdomo follows up his breakout season with an even better season, cements himself as the best shortstop in all of baseball, even finishes higher in the MVP voting than he did this year. I'm going to pick Perdomo. I was going to pick the U of A basketball team in general. Is that still good?
Of course. That's fine.
U of A basketball finally ends a 25-year drought and makes a Final Four this year.
Wow, you're a believer.
I've never heard Jarrett optimistic about U of A basketball.
Look at this. I got to find no Sammy here, but Kellen.
You said that, and Kellen just appeared out of thin air.
It's like Beetlejuice or Candyman. If you say U of A basketball 3 times, Kellen appears.
I'm between 2. I think I'm going to go with the one that's having maybe the most prolific wedding of this century. Taylor Swift.
That's a good
Ooh,
one.
That's a good one.
Did we know that the wedding is this year, though?
It will be in the summer.
Okay.
If I'm not
It's
mistaken.
a great pick. Your team is great, and you're going to get like 1% of the vote
I
because you
know.
picked everybody that everybody's
I picked
sick of.
all the people that nobody likes here locally.
There's some people who believe that Disney is going to hire Taylor Swift to an exclusive contract in the tune of $4 billion.
Good Lord.
Your last pick, Luke Lipinski.
I don't know how you're going to phrase this in the actual post you put up, Jarrett, but free agent quarterbacks that are deemed as reclamation projects. So like the Malik Willis, Mac Jones, these guys that are going to get paid a ton of money because Daniel Jones was good.
Like it. Reclamation project quarterbacks.
Reclamation QBs.
And with my last pick, I'm going to go out on a big limb here, and I am going to predict that Fleetwood Mac is going to reunite in 2026.
Wow. Fleetwood Mac?
Fleetwood Mac on my list.
Are they all still alive?
How could they reunite if they weren't?
Well, Christie's no longer alive.
Oh, that's Christy McVeigh did pass. That's right. Well, they're going to get back together.
But Lindsey
because
Buckingham and Stevie Nicks actually speak.
They actually speak now.
That's a huge first step.
It's a huge first step. All right, we don't got time to recap those teams, but I'm sure Jarrett's been taking his studious notes.
I got them for you. Don't worry.
I didn't even cross out the last sponsor for the update.
Yeah.
So you think I was taking this?
I love how the update was brought to us by everybody.
All right, we'll be back on the other side to wrap up today's show. Stick around. Luke Lipinski, Dan Bickley, Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Win tickets to the Verbo Fiesta Bowl from Arizona Sports. This show's keyword is end zone. End zone. Text end zone to 620-620. End zone. Text the word end zone to 620-620 right now for your chance to win tickets to the Verbo Fiesta Bowl. Message and data rates may apply.
Hi, I'm Dustin, your friend and jeweler at Shane Company. I know finding a dream engagement ring can be overwhelming, but don't worry, we got you. As director of diamond sourcing, it's my job to make sure every single diamond at Shane Company is truly the best of the best. Our team travels the world to see diamonds up close, in person. We handpick each one for its unique fire, brilliance, and scintillation. Diamond buying is an art. Of course, we look at cut, color, clarity, and carat, known as the 4 C's. But that's not all. We also look at how each diamond looks on a hand, where it will be worn, how it makes you feel, and if it's worthy of a Shane Company customer. That type of expertise only comes from working for a company that's been a family business since 1929. We also think about your budget. We only pick the best in each grade in all shapes and sizes. Your diamond is guaranteed to be the most beautiful because a friend wants you to pick from only the best. Drop by your store or shaneco.com and see for yourself. Shane Company, your friend and jeweler.
Hey everybody, Dan Bickley here, and a new year is a great time for new windows, a great time to beautify your home, reduce your energy bills, all at the same time. And all you have to do, call my friends at Advanced Window Products, a local window and door manufacturing company that is celebrating their 40th anniversary. This is a family-owned business with a motto that they treat customers like friendships. Their vibe is immaculate. They are co-owned by former NFL linebacker Nate Orchard, former Utah football legend. They've got their own factory right here in the Valley, and they do tremendous work. I know because they've already replaced my windows, and I'm here to tell you they look fantastic. Everything about the process, from installation to cleanup, first class all the way. At Advanced Window Products, they will build your windows, they will install your windows, they'll guarantee them for life, and during their New Year's sale, you can get $1,250 off a purchase of 5 or more windows, or $2,500 off the purchase of 10 or more windows. Give them a call, tell them I sent you. 480-764-2110, online at advancedwindows.com.
Start the year moving, not hurting. If joint pain is holding you back, there's a way to get real relief without surgery, without downtime, and without putting your life on pause. QC Kinetics delivers regenerative treatments that actually help your body repair the areas that are causing you pain. Instead of facing an invasive operation that sidelines you for months, these treatments happen right in the office and you go about your day. Simple procedures that can deliver big, life-changing results. Imagine this instead. You're moving better, stronger, planning the year you actually want, all because you took care of the pain the smart way. Game-changing regenerative treatments from QC Kinetics. January's supposed to be your clean slate, so make it one. Stop managing the pain and start solving it with QC Kinetics. Call now for your free consultation with clinics in Phoenix, Scottsdale, Peoria, and Chandler. 602-837-PAIN. That's 602-837-PAIN.
Hey, it's Wolf. I've been telling you about how great Aria Dental Implant Center is, but don't take it from me. Listen to Denise, a recent Aria Dental patient.
Life before was crazy. I think I've had every other treatment option that you could have. I had the veneers, I did the bridges, the fillings, the crowns, the everything. Yeah, I put a lot of money into my teeth, and it never paid off. Since the surgery, my life has changed all for the better. Every day I'm smiling. Every day I'm laughing. They say laughter is the best medicine. New teeth for me was the best medicine.
Take it from Denise. Aria Dental Implant Center helps patients regain their quality of life while saving them thousands of dollars. Go see my friend Dr. Joe today. Their website is ariadentalimplantcenter.com. And tell them Wolf sent you.
Arizona Sports, the local sports leader. Bickley and Murata, Song of the Day.
It's Christmas time, but it's the same problem. I'm afraid. It's Christmas time, and no one knows the ball being played.
They talk other teams plenty on TV and the radio. But it's time to show the world it's Phoenix time. They've got good players competing on the Phoenix Suns, who all the time play hard and are so fun. There's a world outside the Lakers and what LA does each year. But that's all they talk about when Stephen A appears. And
the referees aren't helping. Every game the team gets screwed.
Because tonight they helped LeBron instead of you.
But the Phoenix team is playing well this Christmas time. The big three's in the past, and that is fine. In the valley they're adored, but nationally ignored. Do they know the Suns play basketball?
All right, so we played that because I had not had the pleasure.
Remember what I told you earlier? I was jealous that you had never heard it.
You were jealous that I had never heard that before. Yeah, you're right. I wasn't ready for that range to come out of young Sammy Sabalka.
Sammy to jump in there with the LeBron.
With a little falsetto at the end?
Yeah, so that was me, then Luke, then Jesse, then / Rick, whatever we want to call him, then Sammy. We all had the different British pop stars there of the 80s and gave us our own
We
spin.
all sounded about the same, except Sammy. Sammy differentiated himself.
Sammy brought a whole different kind of energy. Yeah, you're right.
It's unbelievable that a man in this day and age can still be castrated.
Luke warned me. He said, you're never going to look at Sammy the same way again.
I mean, you're never going to want to listen to music again after that. That's not on Sammy. That's on everybody.
And that's the other takeaway. That is further proof that all Christmas music should not be heard after December 25th.
Well, you know what that is? That right there, Christmas music should not be heard after Jarrett plays that song ever.
Well, there you go. That was today's song of the day.
Bickley and Murata going off the grid.
Off the grid.
Brought to you by Sweet James Accident Attorneys. If you've been hurt in an accident, call Sweet James at 800-500-5200 or sweetjames.com.
All right, before we move on, heads up. Join Burns and Gambo from 2 to 6 p.m. on January 9th at the TPC DraftKings Sportsbook in Scottsdale as they wrap up their fantasy football season in style. Come hang out, talk football. While you're there, you'll have a shot at winning tickets to the WM Phoenix Open. And remember, they're harder to get, so show up, support the fellas. All right, so in Fort Lauderdale, Florida, Oregon coach Dan Lanning joined a growing chorus of college football coaches who say we need to end this season on January 1st. We need to get rid of all that nothingness in the month of December, maybe eliminate week 0, maybe eliminate buys, but get it all done by January 1.
I'm on board with
Makes
that.
sense to me.
Yeah, or at least, if it's got to be January 2nd or whatever, but this whole taking 3-4 weeks off just to get the other bowl games in. Look, if you were watching the Pop-Tarts Bowl, you're not going to suddenly not watch it because Georgia and Ole Miss were playing later that night.
Yeah.
You don't have to overlap the games. We don't need to wait this long.
To me, it's not so much the idea of are these bowls viable anymore when you've got a playoff system in place and now you're getting really compromised teams playing in these bowl games. You remember when it first began, when players first started tapping out of bowl games, how appalled the nation of
Christian
sports fans
McCaffrey, was that the first
Christian
big
McCaffrey
one?
was one of the early ones. And there were a handful of other guys who did it, and it caused holy hell. And now it's nothing but business decisions, and I think most people kind of go, yeah, I get it. I wouldn't do that either.
If Miami hadn't played in the first round, if they were one of the teams with the buys, they would have had over a month between their games because their last game before that Texas A&M game was November 29th.
This all started when they moved from 11 regular season games to 12 regular season games. That pushed it back a week. Now there's even longer. It just loses all momentum.
And the worst argument against it is they're like, well, they're students. Like, really, now they're students? They're not students any other time, but when it's convenient to push the games back, all of a sudden they're students.
So good luck to the Sun Devils today. They're playing Duke in the Sun Bowl. That is kicking off in just a couple of hours.
The Bobby Hurley Bowl, as you pointed out.
The Bobby Hurley Bowl, where all you got to say is, go Devils. And you're covered either way.
Guaranteed to win.
It's a big win. Get to 9 wins. You can get that mark that Kenny Dillingham wants. Win 20 games in a 2-year period. Never been done since. Fill in the blank. And you got something that can kind of package this year as another year in the ascension of the team.
I just hope after they win, they don't party too hard in downtown El Paso for the New Year's.
That's funny. And speaking of 20, the Suns can get their 20th win of this season. That game begins at 1:30. That wraps up not only today's show, 2025 in the books for us, folks.
What a way to end the year.
What a way to end the year.
This was fun.
On behalf of Luke Lipinski, did a great job. On behalf of Jared Carlin, we'll see you on Friday, folks.
Live streaming audio, podcasts, video highlights. The Arizona Sports app has all this and more from the local sports leader, including Cardinals play-by-play.
Harrison goes up and stabs it for a touchdown.
Download the Arizona Sports app, presented by Ready Services Plumbing and Air Conditioning.
We're calling professional wide receiver Michael Wilson. Hey, Michael, where are you?
I'm on my way to practice in my Arrowhead Honda. Man, I absolutely love it. The team at Arrowhead Honda takes great care of their customers, and they're really like family to me. The game isn't until Sunday, but I feel like I've already won with Arrowhead Honda.
Head down to Arrowhead Honda today and score big with unbeatable deals and top-notch service.
Be sure to tell them number 14, Michael Wilson, sent you. Go Red.
Kick off game day with the mouth-watering taste of Redbird Farms chicken. Humanely raised and cage-free. Redbird Farms chicken is what real chicken tastes like. Whether you're tailgating or hosting a watch party, Redbird Farms will be the MVP of your game day menu. Tackle your hunger with Redbird Farms chicken. Available at Albertsons, Safeway, and Bash's.
Grill it, fry it, put it in parm. As long as you make it Redbird Farms.
If you're one of the millions of Americans behind on your taxes, if you're afraid to open your mail because IRS collection letters could be coming, listen carefully. The IRS is cracking down, taking paychecks, freezing bank accounts, revoking passports. That's a fact. But here's what most people don't know. There are official tax relief programs designed to help struggling taxpayers. Programs that could save you thousands if you qualify. No one knows these programs better than the experts at Optima Tax Relief. Optima's award-winning team will fight to protect your paycheck, your passport, and your property. Their tax attorneys and licensed tax professionals will work tirelessly to get you the best deal possible with the IRS. Every day, penalties and interest keep piling up, so don't wait. Call Optima now for a free consultation.
Call 800-343-6460. 800-343-6460. 800-343-6460.
Optima Tax Relief.
Some restrictions apply. For complete details, please visit OptimaTaxRelief.com.
Football fans, every Sunday, the ultimate watch parties are going down at Casino Arizona and Talking Stick Resort. Get ready for an unforgettable game day experience with special guest appearances, mouth-watering food and drink specials, all the big plays on massive screens that make you feel like you're in the stadium. Whether you're rooting for your favorite team or just there for the good vibes, you won't want to miss a minute. So bring your friends, your game face, and catch every thrilling moment every Sunday at Casino Arizona and Talking Stick Resort.
Hey, I'm here with Tim Lee, the owner of Moving Team 6. What separates you from other companies that are out there?
We have a protocol of how we do a move. It's more of a military style, and people are like, wow, who does this? I really believe it's people on our team. I'm a firm believer it starts with the people at the top. When the people at the top believe in everything they're doing, the people will follow.
The standard is the standard.
Yeah.
Go to movingteam6.com. That's movingteam6.com. Your move is their mission.
Sun Devil men's basketball is heating up, and now you can build a ticket plan on your terms. With the Sun Devils mini plan, you choose any 6 home games you want, including the biggest Big 12 matchups of the year, Kansas and Arizona. Lock in the rivalries, circle the heavy hitters, or stack your schedule with weekends that work for you. 6 games, your choice, your vibes, your Sun Devils. Grab your mini plan today at sundeviltickets.com. That's sundeviltickets.com.
Hey Arizona, it's Vince Marotta back again with some amazing holiday deals from our friends at Earnhardt Ford in Chandler. During Ford's year-end sales event, General Manager John Nissen and his team have just announced 000. What does that mean? For a limited time, you can take advantage of 0% APR financing for 60 months.
plus 0 down payment, plus 0 payments for 90 days. And just announced, get $1,000 Ford bonus cash towards your purchase. That's on nearly every 2025 model, including America's favorite F-150 trucks and 3-row Explorer SUVs. This is just a sample of the outstanding holiday deals at Earnhardt Ford, your locally owned Ford dealer. Check them out in Chandler or online at earnhardtford.com.
Most new vehicles include the No Bull protection packages and added benefit. $699 for cars and SUVs, $1598 for trucks. After all applicable offers on select models, exclusions apply. APR is $1667 per month per 1,000 financed. Interest accrues from date of signing. For well-qualified customers through Ford Credit, plus tax, title, license, and $599 doc fee. See dealer for details. Offers in 1/5/26.
KMVP FM Phoenix.
Live from the Casino Arizona and Talking Stick Resort Studio.
Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
I'm Jesse Morrison with Trending Now, presented by Parker & Sons, heating, cooling, plumbing, and electrical. The Arizona Cardinals are gearing up for their season finale at the Los Angeles Rams. However, Marvin Harrison Jr.'s season is done. Cardinals head coach Jonathan Ganon announced that the wide receiver will not play in Sunday's game. The Phoenix Suns are in Cleveland to take on the Cavaliers. Tip-off is at 1:30 with pregame coverage beginning at 12:30 right here on Arizona Sports 98.7 and the Arizona Sports app. Arizona State football wraps up its season today in the Sun Bowl. The Sun Devils take on ACC champion Duke. Kickoff is at noon over on ESPN 620 AM. And the college football playoff quarterfinal at the Cotton Bowl goes down tonight. Kickoff for Ohio State Miami is at 5:30 on ESPN 620 AM. This report is brought to you by Freeway Chevrolet. The year's almost over, but you can still unwrap huge savings on every new vehicle at Freeway Chevrolet.
From Arizona Sports at night to Arizona Sports at day. Callan and Mitch sitting in for Wolf and Luke on the local sports leader.
Put them hands up. Yeah, put them hands up. Amazing, 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 so damn amazing. To my brothers and sisters, my pops and my daughter, nieces and nephews, salute all y'all to those I can't get to.
Hello there! Good afternoon. Welcome to the Wolf and Luke show, except it's not the Wolf and Luke show because there's no Wolf, there's no Luke. This is Kellen Olson, joined by Mitch Vareldis. If you're not familiar with the two of us, we host a little radio program intermittently on weeknights called Arizona Sports at Night. Mitch, we're talking and it's 10 a.m. What's going on?
I don't know how I'm even here right now if we're doing a night show together, but Arizona Sports at Day, it's got a nice ring to it, a nice little funky tune to get us going here in this little mid-afternoon. I'm liking this. Let's roll.
I was reflexively looking towards Jesse to talk to you because that's normally where you are during our show. Instead, you're in the room with me. What a delight.
We never get the benefit of the doubt sometimes.
So we're going to plug away during this 2.5 hours. I don't give a crap. We've got the time slot. We might as well do it. At AZ Sports Night is the Twitter feed. We've had a intermittent night show for a little over a year. Intermittent basically meaning if there's Suns play-by-play, D-backs play-by-play, Big Red Rage, whatever the show is, will either have us have an hour on or no show at all. So we get pretty busy when baseball's not happening. When baseball is happening, not so much. We're not so much around as well. But guess what, folks? That's not all. We do Suns pre and post as well. Mitch is the host of Here Come the Suns and the post-game show as well. So we'll be here until 12:30.
Yes.
And then you and I will do the little hot switch. You'll come in the big boy chair. I'll sit over there in that chair. And then from 12:30 to 1 o'clock, we will be hosting Here Come the Suns as well, taking you up to John and Tim, Suns Cavs. Then we'll do post, and then you will be hanging around with Gambo to do Burns and Gambo for like 4 to 6. You're the MVP of the week.
Can you hear the chain around my ankle right now that's not allowing me to leave this studio until 6 p.m. tonight? No, it's going to be a fun day. I'm really looking forward to this. We get to talk about a bunch of different topics that we, like you and I, on the platform have not been able to discuss in like a whole month at this point. And then we get to watch Suns basketball. They're going to try for win number 20, Kellen, before the year has even turned. This is crazy. I definitely did not see this coming. from this group. It's a fun group to watch.
Yeah, we had the whole line change where essentially you and I are attached to Suns coverage in some sort of way. So that's why Luke was basically moved up, because if Luke was here, that would have required, you've already been doing these crazy shifts where you're doing Bickley and Murata in the morning, Suns coverage by night. We can't have you do 12 straight hours of work.
So apparently not. No, we can't.
That would have been a little too much. Suns 3-0 on their road trip right now. They are in Cleveland right now to take down game number 4 of the road trip. This one is the step up for sure. While the Cleveland Cavaliers have been underachieving, they're by far the best team they've faced on this road trip. It's been sloppy, Mitch, and you and I have been talking about this on the pre- and post-game show, where they are winning basketball games, and they are doing so against the teams that they should. The stat that Gambo had yesterday, 12-2 against teams that are not in the play-in or in the playoff picture right now, which is what you need to do. At the same time, we're starting to see their shortcomings from a health perspective really shine through statistically and just with the quality of play that we're seeing from them. I just wonder if that's going to catch up to them at all against a Cleveland team that, again, is underachieving, but they're still a pretty darn good and talented basketball team.
Yeah, this would be the section of, well, it's the last game of this road trip, but this would start to be the section of the schedule where we would start to notice whether or not the deficiencies, for lack of a better word, that I'm thinking of right now really start to catch up to the Suns. Like the argument that I was making the other day, and you know this already, was that if the Suns are going to end up starting off as slow as they did these last 3 games in particular, the Cavaliers are not going to be a team that's just going to allow them to come back into the basketball game. The Cavaliers have been a little all over the place this year, so my argument at the time going in has been and will stay that this is a team that the Suns can really pounce on in terms of capitalize on a team while they're down, really, step on their throats and just make it very impossible for them to come back. But the Cavaliers are they have the pedigree. They are coming off of the most wins in the Eastern Conference from a year ago. They still have an incredibly talented roster anchored by Donovan Mitchell, Evan Mobley. I wonder if this is going to be the game where the Suns really prove how much better they are than some of the rest of the league this year.
So the Cavaliers this year, they are 18-16, but they are 6-10 in their last 16 games. If you were following the league in the offseason, you'll remember Darius Garland had the injury that was going to keep him out at the start of the year. We still haven't seen Max Strus yet. There's been some swapping that they've been doing, but essentially the story of their season so far has been Donovan Mitchell, who we're going to talk about a little bit later in the show, has been just as sensational as ever. But we keep waiting for that Evan Mobley year where he just goes from pretty good all-star to one of the best players in the league, the guy that some people compare to like a potential Kevin Garnett type. He has not evolved this year either. Jared Allen's been just fine. A lot of their supporting cast has been just fine. And the thing that we saw from them, Mitch, last year was how deep they were and how whoever they called upon was making things happen for them. One of their best stories, in fact, this year has been Jordan Tyson's brother, Jalen Tyson, who has been a great piece for them that we'll talk about more on the pregame show. But here's the thing, Mitch. Doesn't that sound familiar? A team that no matter who is called upon, they find a way to contribute. They're very deep. It's seemingly like the guy you never heard of is stepping up. And it's this classic thing when an assistant leaves and goes somewhere else, and you wonder how much of that was Kenny Atkinson last year and how much of that was Jordan Knott. It's hard not to see some of the similarities in what Cleveland is struggling with that they did well last year, that the Suns are doing so well this year.
Well, the one person who was connected the most to Jordan Knott in terms of some of the stories that I was reading at the time out of Cleveland in terms of what does Ott do well, like what is his calling card, was his ability to develop Evan Mobley into an all-star a season ago. And if we're basing it purely off of that one individual, like if we're using Ott's ability to develop Mobley as an example of where the Cavaliers were a year ago to now, Mobley's numbers are down in comparison to where he's been for most of this year. Right now, he's shooting just below 50% from the floor while averaging the most attempts that he has taken per game so far this year. That includes from three-point range, where he is down to about 34% from that area while shooting the most three-point attempts that he has in his career. I'm wondering how much of an impact Jordan Knott had in terms of finding the right areas on the floor to be able to score, and also at the same time, how much of the team chemistry really played into Mobley's ability to take advantage of matchups, because he's a tantalizing talent, and I would imagine that if he's down right now, I wonder if a Jordan Knott being there this year would have played into him taking even another step forward, because right now he's not taking that step forward.
So the numbers for Cleveland last year, 64 wins. They were number 1 in the league in offensive efficiency, number 1 in the league in effective field goal percentage, just another way of saying they shoot the ball very efficiently. If you look at these last 16 games specifically, again, when they are 6-10 over that stretch, or even just look at this whole season overall with their efficiency and where it lands right now on offense, they're 11th in offense overall. So like that is a massive drop off, going from the best offense in the league to not even in the top 10 anymore on the season. Again, it hasn't been Donovan Mitchell, it hasn't been some of these other guys. It's really interesting to look at some of the numbers that are in the Suns' favor this year. And of course, we're talking about things like the possession battle specifically, because that is where Cleveland had a lot of focus. That is where Jordan Ott had a lot of focus. When I asked him about it early in the year, it was something that he mentioned and sort of said, yeah, this is something that we look at more specifically last year, is when you really started to hear that term used in coaches' rooms. You heard it when you were talking to other coaches. It was talking about, like, how can we get an extra possession? How can we get a second one? If you look at the numbers for Cleveland last year, they were pretty great in a lot of these numbers. Like, they didn't have any ones that were down. They were 4th in the amount of times that they turned it over themselves. They were 14th in the turnovers that they forced. Their rebounding percentages were pretty solid. And you look at some of the numbers this year, they're just way down. Where you look at the Suns, like, they forced the most turnovers in the league. They're top 5 in offensive rebounding rate as well. Those are the numbers where Cleveland's have gone down. Phoenix has gone up. And again, I think some of that is just regression for Cleveland, and some of that is what Phoenix has been able to do. But I got to say, Gambo and I talked about it yesterday, talking about, like, how did we get this wrong for the people that got it wrong, like me, who thought they were going to win 30 games. They might win 30 games before the All-Star break.
I know.
Which is crazy. I think it starts with Jordan Knott and having no idea that he was this good of a coach, because he should be in the running for Coach of the Year, in my opinion.
Absolutely should be in running for Coach of the Year. That award is more like a story award, right? Of like, who was we didn't see this coming. We didn't see this being possible. That was an area that I was curious, or I am curious, I should say, how it's going to play into today's game, because Cleveland has turned over on average about 13 times a game, if I'm not mistaken. And then the Suns, as we very well know, they're number 1 in the league at forcing those turnovers. So is that an area where they can win those extra possessions? Because you can't afford to give this Cleveland team the extra possessions. I get it, they don't have Max Strus right now, but they have the ability to shoot from anywhere on the floor with anybody on their team, and they become a bit of a threat to this Suns team. Also, they play relatively big in terms of Mobley, Allen, even DeAndre Hunter off of the bench likes to play a little big for them. So I'm curious how the size matchup is going to play into this game coming up later today. Speaking of games coming up, we're giving you the chance to win tickets to the Verbo Fiesta Bowl this January 8th. Listen for the code word during Bickley and Murata. Well, Bickley and Murata's done, but keep listening through Wolf and Luke. And then later today in Burns and Gambo, listen for that code word. And when you hear it, you can text the word to 620-620. And if you're looking for more chances, check us out on the Arizona Sports live stream, either on the Arizona Sports YouTube channel or on ArizonaSports.com. Bottom right corner, you'll see a little word that you can text in, get some more chances to win. What are we watching for in today's Sun Bowl? Arizona State football. What are we keeping our eyes on? We're talking about that next. This is Arizona Sports at Day here on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Phoenix Suns basketball.
Suns bring it into the forecourt, and Book will wait for the rest of his teammates to join him on the offensive end. He gives to a cutting Goodwin, out to O'Neal. Now Brooks is open for 3 left wing. That's good. Dylan Brooks from downtown.
Suns at the Cavs with pregame at 12:30 this afternoon. 1:30 tip on Arizona Sports 98.7 and the Arizona Sports app.
Wesley Financial Group is not a law firm.
I'm Chuck McDowell, founder of Wesley Financial Group. Did you buy a timeshare because they told you it was a great investment? That's a lie. Most timeshares can be bought online for $1. To find out what your timeshare is worth and to cancel it, call us today and we'll send you our timeshare exit kit free with all your options for cancellation.
Call Wesley for your free exit info guide. 800-771-1300. That's 800-771-1300.
In today's fast-moving job market, staying ahead means keeping your skills sharp. At University of Maryland Global Campus, we help keep your capabilities cutting edge with our skills-based education programs designed to move your career forward. Explore more than 135 degrees and certificates in business, cybersecurity, and more. Apply now and save with no application fee. Classes start January 7th. Learn more at umgc.edu. Certified to operate in Virginia by SCHEV.
I'm Ultima Morgan of Morgan & Morgan. Every time one of my children started driving, it was terrifying. I am quite aware of the dangers being on the road. Thousands of accidents happen across the country. We see it every day. These families' lives will be changed in an instant. We fight for these families as if they were our own. We've become America's largest injury law firm by winning cases just like these. If you've been injured in a car accident, call us.
Injured? Dial pound law or visit forthepeople.com for an office near you.
Taxes was feeling so stuck. Sitting in traffic, squeezing into a parking spot, all to squeeze in getting tax help during your lunch break. Now Taxes is a TurboTax expert who does your taxes for you, while you go about your day getting real-time notifications about their progress and the most money back guaranteed. Now this is Taxes. Intuit TurboTax. See guarantee details at turbotax.com/guarantees. Only available with TurboTax experts. Real-time updates only in iOS mobile app.
Get in the zone, AutoZone.
Charlie's battery is struggling to start. Not ideal before the tailgate, so he goes to AutoZone.
Welcome to AutoZone,
where a friendly AutoZoner tests his battery for free. Looks like he needs a new one, so he gets the Duralast battery.
have fun and stay warm.
And he makes it to the tailgate early enough to get his favorite spot. Free battery testing and charging. No hassles, just help.
Get in the zone, AutoZone.
Restrictions apply.
This holiday season, AutoNation is unwrapping the biggest gift of all. The car you actually want with 0 down and no payments for 90 days. With our coast-to-coast inventory of nearly 100,000 new and used cars, trucks, and crossovers, you'll find exactly what you're looking for. 0 down, no payments until April. That's the deal you deserve on the car you love. Hurry to your nearest AutoNation store or AutoNation.com. Limited term financing on approved credit. Interest accrues from date of purchase on deferred payments. See store for details.
Imagine finding your dream home and moving in right away. No waiting to sell your old place first. Sounds perfect, right? That's exactly what Orchard's Move First, Sell Later program lets you do. Buy your new home now and sell the old one later. Here's how it works. Orchard gives you cash so you can buy and move into your new home first. On your timeline. No waiting, no showings, no double moves. Then the Orchard experts take it from there. They handle repairs on your old home so you can attract the right buyers. Once they're done, a local Orchard agent lists and sells your home for top dollar. Orchard's Move First program gives you the freedom to buy and move into your new home first and sell your old home later. Buy before you sell and get top dollar for your home with Orchard. Ready to find out how much your home is worth? Visit Orchard.com to get your free home valuation. That's Orchard.com.
Arizona Sports at Day. Sitting in for Wolf and Luke on the local sports leader.
All right, Mitch, we got a busy New Year's Eve, I should put it as, because it's a busy day for Arizona sports in general with the action that we will have going on in the afternoon specifically. It's really weird. It's a holiday. It's 2 afternoon games we've got going on. One of them that we'll be watching, we'll be talking about on our airwaves, of course, is the Suns going to Cleveland, taking on the Cavaliers. 1:30 tip-off for that, 12:30 pregame coverage. Mitch and I will be hanging out here for that. And we will have one of these TVs on CBS for sure, watching ASU against Duke in the Sun Bowl. It's a weird bowl game, I'll put it as, Mitch, because there's actually a lot to look out here for that the people of Fine Tempe will be looking out for.
The Tempe people in particular are going to be very much watching this.
We know you're very interested in what's going on in the Sun Bowl regardless, but with the movement at quarterback, with how many guys are graduating as well, there's a lot of different names to watch for in this game, Mitch.
In general, there's a ton of positions that are going to be without some key guys. I mean, chief among them, obviously, the quarterback position will not have Sam Levitt, but that's of no surprise. Sam's been out for the latter part of the season and now reportedly transferring. Still haven't seen the official announcement on that, by the way. Just curious. At the running back position, it sounds like there's going to be some opportunities for Man Robinson, the true freshman. Maybe he gets the majority of the reps because Raleek Brown is going to be headed for the draft. Kanye Udo is not going to be available due to injury. And Kyson Brown, Sip Brown, not going to be available for this one either. Wide receiver, of course, you're going to be without your top target, Jordan Tyson, combined injury and him going to the draft. So if we keep it just on the offensive side here for a second, there's a real opportunity for some of these guys that Kenny has specifically recruited to this team via high school to really show how good they can be, either as the future depth piece of this team or just a future starter of this team and really make things easier in terms of recruiting through the transfer portal in the offseason. And I think the one that I'm keeping my eye on the most would have to be Man, only because he's not necessarily had a strong performance in any of the regular season games, but now getting to be the presumed bell cow for today. I'm curious what he's able to do with it and what kind of skill set he's able to show today.
Yeah, and how much Kenny and his staff are going to look at this game as a serious point of like analysis for what they are going to do in a very busy 2-week block here, and how much of that work, not that they have done already, because like allegedly no one does that ever. Like,
no,
everyone follows
never.
the rules. No one knows where guys
They're
are
waiting
going
for that
Again,
date.
Everyone's waiting for the official thing, just like everything else where there's an official date with the transactional period. I think it's going to be interesting to see on both sides of the ball what they do. Quarterback is obviously the big one here. Jeff Sims is going to play, but Cam Dyer is a guy, Mitch, where he's a top 150 overall recruit, the number 6 athlete in the 2025 class. I'm pulling this from Damon Allred's work on ArizonaSports.com.
Shout out
Damon as well, running me through the depth chart. I was like, who's in, who's out? Damon, please tell me, because I am clueless on this. He filled me in with everything I would need for this segment. Dyer, you want to play him because you want to give him an opportunity, but there's that weird, like, college football is college football thing where, like, if you play him and he throws for 3 touchdowns and he looks like the man, then someone could get really busy with him in the transfer portal in a way they weren't previously. I don't think we're going to see him that much in this game for that specific reason.
Oh, so you look at it that way.
Mm-hmm.
I look at it the inverse of what if he performs so well that he gives you a reason to give him all the opportunity in the world to win the job for next year. Like, I kind of look at this as, and I don't mean to make this sound demeaning, but they are playing the ACC champion today. The champion of the Atlantic Coast Conference is Duke, with all their 7 wins and 5 losses. At the end of the day, this is still a very competitive team, and one that has shown a lot of fight through the end of the year, obviously carried by how well they played in their conference games. So this is by no means going to be an easy rollover task for the Sun Devils. I really want to see what Cam Dyer can do. He's coming off of ACL recovery, which is why he was not available for most of the year. Ended up redshirting, so they preserved this season so that he has another year of eligibility. I just want to know what he has to offer. Like, we know what we've gotten in Jeff Sims. Jeff Sims is done after this, respectfully. I want to see what the kid can do, and especially given how highly touted he was coming out of high school.
Jeff Fetty, the incoming 4-star freshman quarterback, will not be eligible to play in this game, so it will be Dyer, it will be Sims. I would love to see Dyer stick around with like the talent that he is, but I do wonder, again, with Dillingham made it clear that like we are going after a starting quarterback.
Yeah.
So I don't think that there's a world where Dyer performs so well where Dillingham doesn't look for that guy. To your point, though, I wonder if Dyer is standing out enough or does enough has done enough over these last couple of weeks, and maybe in this game today, where they look at it as instead of getting a clear-cut guy, they get someone who would be in a quarterback competition with Dyer specifically. There are holes all over this roster in terms of guys leaving. Mm-hmm. We'll see a couple of those names here. Kyle Scott is going to be the lone starter in. He's a senior, though, so he's leaving on the offensive line. Got 3 guys like Wade Helton at center who could be starters next year as well. We still are going to see some seniors. I do love the seniors coming in and still playing as well. Scott is one of them. There's a few on the defensive side of the ball as well, like Crooks. And I think on the defensive side of the ball, defensive back is the one to watch, because we're not going to see Abney. We're not going to see Alford. We're not going to see Wilson. We're not going to see Robinson. So that's like, okay, like, can Montana Warren really flash in this game? And then Joseph Smith is a really interesting name. True freshman at corner. Damon telling me a few interceptions in practice he's popped, and the way that he phrased it is like, this is like the next guy that they might want to mold into the Keith Abney type. They're going to need to find someone like that in their defensive back room that's already here because of how many guys that they're going to be losing.
It seems like the one position group that needs the most TLC this offseason, just in terms of who they're losing. Losing Abney, he's probably going to be at best late in the first round, at worst, end of day 2 where he's in the 3rd round, somewhere in there. Very talented corner, somebody who a lot of the experts see very highly. And it's not like that this is going to be an easy task. Cooper Barcotti, I hope I pronounced that correctly, for Duke, their leading receiver this year, had over 1,000 yards. And at the same time, Duke is also bringing back Darian Mensah. He was one of the many quarterbacks who we wondered, is he going to declare for the draft? Is he going to come back? Is he going to transfer? It sounds like he's coming back to Duke, so it sounds like he's going to give it his all today. And that's a talented quarterback that these defensive backs are going to have to go up against. And in the same vein of how we talked about man-man, if they're able to show any sort of promise in terms of how well they play against a team like Duke, who, again, won the ACC, I sold them short. They have 8 wins. Apologies, because they had to win the conference championship.
Their quarterback's playing as well, right?
Yeah.
The big money man.
You got to go against one of the more talented QBs and maybe one of the better QBs going into next year as well. I'm curious to see how they handle that task, especially with a 1,000-yard receiver on the opposite side.
Minor stakes here for Kenny, too. You always want to win a bowl game in general, but if you look at Arizona State's history in the postseason, this would be the first time since 2004 and 2005 when the Sun Devils have won back-to-back games in the postseason, not bowl games necessarily, of course, because we know how the Peach Bowl went. Dirk Cutter won the Sun Bowl as well, and the Insight Bowl in 04 and 05. Now, it's something we've seen a lot of is just sustained success, but also postseason success. Again, it's up to you, the listener, to decide how much you care about the Sun Bowl. I care about it specifically, again, because of everything that we're going to be watching for. Mitch, tight end is interesting to me, too, because Mateer was someone who we felt like they should have unlocked more, and just as they started to unlock him this year, he graduates, he goes to the draft. That's kind of how it works. Harpole was involved in their system a bit this year, and I think he's the guy that could separate himself as well. That's the thing. The quarterback coming in, I know Tyson's leaving, I know Mateer's leaving. Those are your top 2 pass-catching options, and your number 1 running back is out as well. But the guys behind them, just about everyone is coming back. That's where the most continuity is going to exist on this roster going into next year.
Of those receivers, I'm curious about Jalen Moss the most, because he was the one that had all those, burn down the field routes and was able to get large chunk plays. Jaron Hamilton, it just felt like there never was that true connection with either Levitt or with Sims throughout the year.
He was the burner who was supposed to pop. Every practice, Damon was tweeting about how he caught another 60-yard touchdown.
And then Malik McClain, who was really supposed to flourish 2 years ago and then did not flourish again this past year. Had some really big catches, don't get me wrong, but I wonder if that trio can grow a bit more in this game, and then that leading into growing into next year. I like Eusebio. He did really good. All right, coming up next, we got an hour to talk with our guy Lorenzo Alexander, because we've got some football questions, burning football questions. We want to ask him, if Jonathan Gannon comes back, what changes do the Cardinals need to make? We're going to ask Zoe next. Arizona Sports at Day here on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Larry Legend.
At the 40, 35, stiff arms 30, 25, 20.
Now one step closer to the Hall of Fame.
Former Cardinals wide receiver Larry Fitzgerald is one of 15 finalists for this year's NFL Hall of Fame.
We find out if number 11 becomes a first ballot Hall of Famer on February 5th.
His contributions are so immense.
The home of the Cardinals, Arizona Sports 98.7, the Arizona Sports YouTube channel, and the Arizona Sports app.
All right, Basinonians. Ron Wolfley here from my brothers over at Desert Institute for Spine Care, also known as DISC. Listen, if you're having neck or back pain, then you need to go see the best of the best, and that is Desert Institute for Spine Care. The reason you should choose them varies in need, of course, but they have award-winning doctors and provide a broad range of treatments for you, Basinonians. DISC provides pain mapping and a careful diagnostic approach to figure out exactly what will be best for your issue, and then they back that with proven success and trust, of course. Listen, the DISC doctors often train doctors from around the world on best practices and techniques as a world leader. If you're experiencing any kind of neck or back pain like I was, then text SPINE to 620-620. Text SPINE to 620-620 for DISC.
Hi, I'm Elizabeth Smith with Oliver Smith Jeweler. Gold prices are at an all-time high, so if you've been procrastinating selling your watches, jewelry, or gold, you're in luck. Dad, you've been doing this in Arizona for almost 45 years. What should people know before they sell?
First, don't get scammed by those roadshows that pop up in hotel ballrooms, please. We're a local family-owned jeweler, and we've been advising Arizona families for decades.
Does someone need an appointment?
No appointment necessary. We'll evaluate your watches, jewelry, or gold and give you a check on the spot in minutes.
Have you ever seen gold this high?
Never. Do yourself a favor, search your jewelry box, find out if there's anything in there that might have value or things that you aren't wearing, and bring them in.
Weren't you an appraiser on Antiques Roadshow?
Yeah, that was the original reality show.
Sell your watches, jewelry, and gold with confidence. Visit Oliver Smith Jeweler in our 2 Scottsdale locations or online at oliversmithjeweler.com.
Burns and Gambo are back at DraftKings Sportsbook at TPC Scottsdale on Friday, January 9th for a live broadcast from 2 till 6 p.m. for the fantasy football finale. Come hang out, talk football, and while you're there, you'll have a shot at winning tickets to the WM Phoenix Open. DraftKings Sportsbook, your ultimate destination for postseason football. Catch every bowl game, playoff game, or even the national championship all in one place. Join us Friday, January 9th at DraftKings Sportsbook inside TPC Scottsdale. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-NEXT-STEP.
Hey Arizona, it's Vince Marotta back again with some amazing holiday deals from our friends at Earnhardt Ford in Chandler. During Ford's year-end sales event, General Manager John Nissen and his team have just announced 000. What does that mean? For a limited time, you can take advantage of 0% APR financing for 60 months. Plus 0 down payment, plus 0 payments for 90 days. And just announced, get $1,000 Ford bonus cash towards your purchase. That's on nearly every 2025 model, including America's favorite F-150 trucks and 3-row Explorer SUVs. This is just a sample of the outstanding holiday deals at Earnhardt Ford, your locally owned Ford dealer. Check them out in Chandler or online at earnhardtford.com.
Most new vehicles include the no bull protection package as an added benefit. $699 for cars and SUVs, $1598 for trucks. After all applicable offers on select models, exclusions apply. APR is $1,667 per month per $1,000 financed. Interest accrues from date of signing for well-qualified customers through Ford Credit, plus tax, title, license, and $599 doc fee. See dealer for details. Offers in 1/5/26.
Hi, folks. Lorenzo Alexander here. After 15 years playing professional football, I've been through plenty of winning and losing. If you feel like you're losing because of private student loan debt, call my friends at Y Refi. They refinance loans others won't touch and create a payment plan based on what you can afford, even if you're behind or in default. Y Refi can help lower your interest rate and reduce your monthly payment. And they don't care what your credit score is. Call 888-502-2612 or visit yrefi.com.
Not available in all states.
I'm Jesse Morrison with Trending Now, presented by Parker & Sons, heating, cooling, plumbing, and electrical. The Arizona Cardinals are gearing up for their season finale at the Los Angeles Rams. However, Marvin Harrison Jr.'s season is done. Cardinals head coach Jonathan Ganon announced that the wide receiver will not play in Sunday's game. The Phoenix Suns are in Cleveland to take on the Cavaliers. Tip-off is at 1:30 with pregame coverage beginning at 12:30 right here on Arizona Sports 98.7 and the Arizona Sports app. ASU football wraps up its season today in the Sun Bowl. The Sun Devils take on ACC champion Duke. Kickoff is at noon over on ESPN 620 AM. And the college football playoff quarterfinal at the Cotton Bowl goes down tonight. Kickoff for Ohio State Miami is at 5:30 on ESPN 620 AM. This report is brought to you by Freeway Chevrolet. The year's almost over, but you can still unwrap huge savings on every new vehicle at Freeway Chevrolet.
Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
The energy and passion he brings to the game is something I think that's contagious.
Intercepted by Lorenzo Alexander. Now he laterals to Aqib Talib.
When you talk about a great pro that you wish every one of your players would emulate.
He's one of those guys, he's like a lunch bell guy.
That blue-collar appeal to coming to work. He's going to outwork you every single play.
15-year NFL veteran Lorenzo Alexander joins Wolf and Luke to give us the lowdown on the Cardinals and the NFL. Brought to you by Y Refi. Don't let private student loan debt ruin your life. Go to yrefi.com today.
All right, welcome back to Wolf and Luke here on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader. We're turning into a bit of an Arizona Sports at day. Kellen Olson and Mitch Vareld is filling in for Wolf and Luke. The guy you can't find a fill-in for because there's just one of one, though, is Lorenzo Alexander. And Zoe's here with us for the next hour.
Oh, man, I appreciate that. Yeah.
So what's up?
I'm good. Just got back from Buffalo, so happy to be back in some warmer weather. It was a little shaky there. Wasn't quite sure if we were going to be able to get out or not, but we made it back home, and so I'm glad to be back.
I'm born and raised here. If I got dropped into even like Mitch's Denver, I wouldn't know what to do.
Yeah,
like you guys talking about layers and stuff of clothing, I'm like, what?
For sure. It's a different lifestyle. It's a hard living. It's almost I compare it to like Seattle with snow as far as how gray it is and how long that grayness lasts.
Yeah.
Unlike Denver, at least you get the sun. So happy to be back. Got to see a lot of good people, and because I played there for 4 years, so it was good to be back, and now it's good to be back home.
We got a lot of football to talk with you over the next hour. We'll start with the Arizona Cardinals. We'll start with Jonathan Ganon. You can read as much into it as you want, but he was on with Burns and Gambo yesterday. Gambo did the Gambo thing, pressed him a bit on if he thinks he's going to be back.
Of course.
He sounded like he thinks he's going to be back. You can read into it, again, as much as you want, but how is this type of situation as a player, though, when you have an underachieving team and you know that there are going to be changes, not only from a player perspective, but from a coaching perspective as well, that are real possibilities?
You obviously got to finish the season out strong. Obviously from a player perspective, you're in there, you are essentially auditioning. And when you go back and watch the film, there's a lot of young guys playing right now. So you're really showcasing, am I one of those guys that's going to be coming back next year that should be a part of this rebuild or retooling or shift, whatever you want to call it, in terms of the future. And then guys that are young that are going to be back, you're really working on the things that are your weaknesses and how can I get better with the experience. And for example, right, I'm always going to look at linebackers like Cody Simon, right? These are invaluable reps for him right now as far as what does his eyes look like, feet and hands, how is he diagnosing things, how is he controlling the defense, how is he fitting, how is he running to the ball and making tackles. And so right now when I watch it, there's a lot of inconsistencies in that just from everybody, just from especially a young guy standpoint. And so those guys, I think are going to grow a lot, even though they're not winning in these last 2 to 3 weeks because of these reps. And then when you think about from an organizational standpoint, when I go to look at, just like for the defensive staff, for example, there's a lot of young talent, and I don't know them as coaches, but there's a lot of young individuals in that room that doesn't have a ton of just like coaching experience just in general, right? Whether we're talking about college, NFL, and wherever you can fit in between there. And so maybe you start looking at some of those guys, right, where they may not lose their job because maybe they're doing the best and really good, but maybe you bring in somebody that's a veteran guy that's in there that can now help them facilitate what does, position groups or drills that we can do to get better. How do you communicate better to the younger guys to get them to understand as far as this is how we play, this is the standard, this is where you fit. And I think they may be young because it's a younger NFL, right? So there's a connection piece there that is important, but also I got to be able to stand on business and get into guys and lean into them. And if I don't know, I'm just looking at a guy, he looks like maybe he's 25, 28, and you got a Calais Campbell, you got a big-time guy that's been paid, and you've never been in that situation. How do you hold those guys accountable where, I'm your friend, I'm in this with you, but I'm also your coach, and I'm demanding a certain standard? And so maybe they look at that and try to, either bring some more veteran coaches in that standpoint, whether they bring them in along or make some changes there that I think will definitely help in the growth of this football team and the consistencies that I see that are having these breakdowns from week to week. Defensively, especially when we talk about mental errors, which is going to beat you way more than the physicalness of any game.
See, that's one of the things that stood out to me, and I got to ask AQ about it on Monday in terms of why is it that fundamentals are all of a sudden just lacking at this point in the year? Why are the mental errors at this point in the year happening? Like, I get it, we've talked ad nauseum about how injured this team is, but you would think the stuff that's drilled into your minds at like OTAs and minicamp and at the beginning of the season and the preseason, why does that stuff not carry through the year?
Because you have to continually harp on them, right? And like I said, they look like they're young coaches, haven't had a ton of experience. And I equate this to myself. I played a long time now. I'm coaching youth football, and every year I'm trying to figure out how can I make my kids understand this development and understand how can we continue to get better as the year progresses without letting all the fundamentals slip away. And you have to be creative in how you do that.
Yeah.
And each level has its own, uniqueness about it when you talk about high school, college, NFL. And if you haven't done it before, you're really crafting your process as a young coach too, right? Versus having a guy that's been doing it for 15 years who already knows what he likes to do, knows the lulls, has seen guys come in and do it, and the different type of guys that you have to learn to coach to, and the drills that you need to make sure that they're still continuing to maybe tackle well, have great block protection, great eyes. Because I think sometimes we assume because a guy's in the NFL, his fundamentals are just just on perfect, right? 100%. But if you look at Calais, there's times where his technique isn't great.
Sure.
And so you have to make sure that that guy is getting what he needs, whether you're doing it in a drill work or you're setting up time before or after practice, to make sure that those things are happening. And sometimes with a young guy, you just don't know what you don't know. And how do you evolve? So these guys are probably going to take a little, step back and evaluate themselves. JG should be doing this too. Like, hey, this is where I saw where we fell short. What were we doing and what can we do to fix those things so next year we don't have this problem towards the end of the year?
When there's a coaching change in the NBA and we talk to guys about like the differences schematically, like what they're running, most of the time what we hear from guys is like, everyone kind of runs the same stuff, but it's terminology where it's like, okay, are we calling out red for a switch? Are we calling out this? Are we calling out that? That's kind of the pickup thing. I imagine in football, it's quite a bit different in terms of like the schemes that you're picking up. Is it changing with like the era of football that we're in? Because I know that's part of the not risk assessment, but part of the decision is like, do we want to reset this whole thing with how we play football and the decisions that we make schematically too, right?
So right, you have cover. So cover one is man, but when you start getting into like, there's different versions of cover 2 and cover 3 and quarters and how people like to do it. Are we matching? Are we playing zone? Are we playing deep to short? Then also you get the terminology into it, right? And so to your point, in some cover 3, red is cover 3, and in some and others, black could be cover 3, right? And so just a word change right there is not a big deal, but in the thick of it, if I'm learning something new, it is as far as my comfortability with it. So yes, it is different, but if you teach the principle of what cover 3 is, whether if I have a strong safety rotation, when I'm saying we're coming down to passing strength, that's where the majority of the receivers are, or if I have a weak rotation where I'm coming down where there's lesser receivers to it, it doesn't really matter where I fit in that cover 3 system as far as fitting the run. I understand the principles where if I'm one of those outside defenders, so cover 3 is 3 deep, 4 underneath, and I typically play 4 underneath, and you have, let's say, you have the 2 outside guys of that 4 underneath and the 2 middle guys, right? The 2 middle guys are hook players, the 2 outside guys are curl flat. Who they are could be interchangeable based on where the safety decides to insert themselves, right? And so if I understand that from a principle standpoint, as long as I know the L and R word as far as where the safety's coming in, if he's outside or if he's inside, if I know where I fit in that 4 underneath, I know what my role is. I know what my gap is. And then I can play from there. And that's why understanding the fundamentals of coverages are extremely important. So when you do start, and this is why, later older guys understand, oh, this is how it fits. And so when you get a new coordinator, I just need to learn the terminology. I understand cover 3 and how to play it. I just need to understand the words and where I fit into it. So when it happens, you get a motion, you got to bump over, or something shift happens, you can play faster because I understand the principles of it. Now I just need to hear the word that lets me know where I fit in the scheme.
I'm amped up already, and we've still got 45 more minutes of this. You ready to go? You're ready to
man.
go?
Yeah, man. All day, every day. Yeah. I try to represent for my man Wolf. I'm always showing up, being where my feet are at. I know he's on vacation right now, so hopefully he's chilling.
We appreciate you doing the hard work for us. All right, so we're going to pivot to National NFL next. We're going to ask you, of the teams that are still alive in the postseason, who you like to go the furthest. It's a fun field. And we're going to ask the 15-year NFL vet next. It's Arizona Sports a Day here on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Win tickets to the Verbo Fiesta Bowl from Arizona Sports. This show's keyword is
run. Run.
Text the word run to 620-620 right now.
Run.
Text run to 620-620 for your chance to win tickets to the Verbo Fiesta Bowl. Message and data rates may apply.
All right, Basinonians, Ron Wolf here from my brothers over at Trajan Wealth. Go to TrajanWealth.com for more information. When you imagine retirement, brothers, what do you see? I bet all of us have different goals, of course, and different goals require their own unique plan for the future. That's where Trajan Wealth's fiduciary advisors come into play. Let Trajan Wealth help you craft a plan that will meet your goals. Call Trajan Wealth today. Basinonians, just like I did. I thought I had things in good shape until Trajan Wealth gave my plan a second look. Turns out there were some big opportunities I was missing. Now, of course, I've got a clear path to retirement and way more peace of mind. Pick up the phone and give Trajan Wealth a call, 480-360-7900, 360-7900. Advisory services through Trajan Wealth LLC. SEC registered investment advisor. Client paid advertisement. Additional disclosures at TrajanWealth.com.
Wesley Financial Group is not a law firm.
I'm Chuck McDowell, founder of Wesley Financial Group. Did you buy a timeshare because they told you it was a great investment? That's a lie. Most timeshares can be bought online for $1. To find out what your timeshare is worth and to cancel it, call us today and we'll send you our timeshare exit kit free with all your options for cancellation.
Call Wesley for your free exit info guide. 800-771-1300. That's 800-771-1300.
Get in the zone, AutoZone.
Rain on game day doesn't faze Dave. He's already got his poncho. Just needs to do something about those wipers. So Dave heads to AutoZone.
Welcome to AutoZone,
where a friendly AutoZoner helps him get premium quiet wipers and some hand warmers.
You're all set.
Now, if only his team can handle the elements as well as his new wipers. Get wipers, glass cleaner, and more with no hassles, just help at AutoZone.
Get in the zone, AutoZone. Get in the zone, AutoZone.
Rain on game day doesn't faze Dave. He's already got his poncho. Just needs to do something about those wipers. So Dave heads to AutoZone.
Welcome to AutoZone,
where a friendly AutoZoner helps him get premium quiet wipers and some hand warmers.
You're all set.
Now, if only his team can handle the elements as well as his new wipers. Get wipers, glass cleaner, and more with no hassles, just help at AutoZone.
Get in the zone, AutoZone.
Taxes was feeling so stuck. Sitting in traffic, squeezing into a parking spot, all to squeeze in getting tax help during your lunch break. Now Taxes is a TurboTax expert who does your taxes for you, while you go about your day getting real-time notifications about their progress and the most money back guaranteed. Now this is Taxes. Intuit TurboTax. See guaranteed details at TurboTax.com/guarantees. Only available with TurboTax experts. Real-time updates only in iOS mobile app.
Hey everybody, Dan Bickley here with my good friend Shane O'Hanrahan, GM of Chapman BMW, the guy that can literally make your dreams come true.
Bick, you know I love your show and your listeners, and I want everybody in the audience to know that you have a friend in the business at Chapman BMW. This is not lip service. Come down, take a test drive, find what you like, then ask for me by name and get your hookup. Find out how easy it is to do business with a great family.
That's Chapman BMW, 2 great locations,
1 great experience.
Sun Devil men's basketball is heating up, and now you can build a ticket plan on your terms. With the Sun Devils mini plan, you choose any 6 home games you want, including the biggest Big 12 matchups of the year, Kansas and Arizona. Lock in the rivalries, circle the heavy hitters, or stack your schedule with weekends that work for you. 6 games, your choice, your vibes, your Sun Devils. Grab your mini plan today at sundeviltickets.com. That's sundeviltickets.com.
Arizona sports.
Here we go, fellas!
15-year NFL veteran Lorenzo Alexander joins Wolf and Luke.
A guy who epitomizes class, integrity, and is a true gentleman.
The Lowdown. Brought to you by Y-Refi.
All right, welcome back to the Wolf and Luke Show, a.k.a. Arizona Sports at Day. Just for today, that's it. We promise, we swear. They'll be back on Friday. We'll keep it in
They'll
good
be back
hands.
next year, even.
Oh, there you go. See, I knew you were going to.
I can only do that today.
My over-under was at 2.5 for New Year's puns from you, and we're at 1 so far, 10:46. A lot of time left for you to hit that over, buddy.
Well, now that I know the number, I can
manipulate it.
I can manipulate
I should
regular
have told
Terry
that.
Rozier.
That was a mistake. Kelton Olsen, Mitch Veronis are the 2 goofs you hear goofing around. We got someone serious in the room, though, to talk some football with us. Lorenzo Alexander here. This is a really, speaking of goof, this is a really funny league because I would ask you right now, which NFL team is surging at the right time right now? And you would have said the Los Angeles Rams.
Right.
And then they lose to the Atlanta Falcons. So I'll ask you, with that in mind, who's the team surging right now heading into the playoffs? You're shaking your head. I'm kind of with you. I don't know.
Yeah, I don't know. I mean, the Patriots, they're playing really good football. I obviously hate to say that, being a Bills Mafia member, but they're playing really good. I think Houston's playing really good, right? Defense and is flying around the field. The Seahawks, and if you lose a game in December, overall the way you've looked, you're playing really well. So I would still throw the Rams into that. I don't think they're falling off. Typically, you have some of these games, and the way that game took, right, a pick 6 with the Rams, and it just got off to a bad start pretty quickly, but they still were in it for the most part. So that's who I kind of like right now. I mean, Denver's really good. The teams where they got good defenses have really been showing out. And then the Bears have obviously come up big time too, as well as how well as they've played with Caleb Williams playing off schedule. And it's crazy how, the result matters in how you perceive someone, because some of the throws he's still making is like, no, yes. No, yes. Right? Where before it was like, no, oh, I told you not to throw it, right? And now
that DJ Moore throw had to be
perfect. Right.
And he just threw a perfect ball.
Right. Now he's completing balls, and it's a big difference, right? Another team, obviously, the 49ers, and what they did, that was a great game the other night as well with the Bears. So there's a lot of teams playing well right now that is really up in the air in terms of what it's going to look like. I think the Eagles are okay. Obviously, they had a big win versus the Bills going and playing in Buffalo the other night. It was a really defensive game. That defensive line looks very dominant. Mm-hmm. But offensively, I don't think they completed the pass in the second half. And yes, the weather was bad, but still, you got to be able to figure that out, because you're about to play in a whole bunch of bad weather coming in late December, January. So
some you'll even host too. Like
right.
Philly is no stranger to some cruddy weather.
Not at all. So it's going to be very exciting. I think it's going to be some really great matchups on really both sides. But the NFC side, I think you're just going to have some really good matchups, especially once you get into that second round, divisional rounds of the playoffs.
Do you think that this year, just based on who we know is going to be in and who we project to be in, do you think this is the year where the mantra defense wins championships is going to shine brighter than all the other previous years the mantra has existed? Because I can't pick the offense that I like the most other than San Francisco, and their defense is atrocious right now. I just don't know which of these offenses are going to win the games, whereas there's a lot of defenses that I look at, like Houston.
Right.
Is there one specifically that you're thinking about there?
No,
Denver Broncos fan?
I know he's a big Denver fan. Which is fine. Probably because we don't have Lamar, we don't have the Pat Mahomes, right?
Yeah.
Some of the staple quarterbacks that have been perennial playoff teams aren't really in, especially on the AFC side. So that's what you're looking at. You're kind of looking at this new regime of guys coming in as far as playing quarterback. Drake May, the C.J. Strouds, right? What do those guys look like? And how the Bo Nixes, what are they going to look like now? And they're really led by their defenses and how well their defenses have played. And you're like, okay. And that's, as a Bills fan, that's what I'm more worried about. I'm not really worried about the offense, but what defense do we have to play? And hopefully the seeding works out where we can avoid Houston and the Broncos altogether and have a solid way to get there. So I would say that is going to be the narrative because all these quarterbacks are really unknown as far as how they're going to play in the playoffs when the lights are the biggest, and who's going to make their name and become that next solidified guy. Okay, you got to watch out for him every single year when you get to the playoffs.
You've been in a few playoff games and been in those situations. How important is like year-to-year continuity and not just what the team has built over that season, but previous seasons as well? Because I look at the AFC right now, and it's really interesting that the teams that haven't been battle-tested are at the top, or if you look at the bottom, especially if Baltimore gets in, you got Baltimore and then your Bills, who have been through everything together.
It can be good and bad. I mean, it's all about a mindset. And so sometimes, when I say that, without really answering the question, which one do I really prefer? I probably prefer knowing. But knowing can put you in the mindset of, okay, we've been here. This is the year. Got to put all this additional pressure on ourselves. And you know how hard it is. And you start adding all this stuff to you, right? And from that standpoint. And that could be really hard because now you add another aspect. And so I used to tell guys, right, the game – pressure comes from most of the time the pressure that we apply to ourselves. The game is the same game that you did in the preseason as a regular season. Now we're just putting more emphasis on it. So I feel like I got to do something different. So knowing, I think sometimes can be harder. Or on the other end, you really don't know. So you have some young teams that come in like, man, this is easy. This is what we do, right? Maybe this is their first year really making a run. We used to this. Mm-hmm. Got a whole bunch of college kids that's used to winning. Why are they talking about like it's so hard to win in the league, man? I'm in the playoffs my first year, man. We won 11 and whatever, and so we were just rolling. And so you don't really add that additional pressure. You just go out there and play. And, so you get some young teams that hit it and like, oh, okay. And then you see them over the course of the years. It becomes harder because you've been there more often, just like the Chiefs. Eventually it had to come off. Right? They've played way more football than anybody else over the last 7 or 8 years, just how deep they go. And so you realize, oh, it's harder and my body hurts. So it can be harder than that. So sometimes being younger and not really knowing how hard it is allows you to go out there and play free because you don't really realize that this could be your last time ever being there versus like an old guy like me. At the end, I'm like, oh, I'm retiring next year. I got to go all out and give it to you, right? So it just depends on where you're at and how you frame it when you go to the playoffs. I think that really matters.
It's weird, too, the difference between whether or not the Steelers win that last game against the Ravens or the Ravens winning that game will be the difference as to whether or not any of those quarterbacks in the AFC have won a Super Bowl before or not. So the AFC champion this year, depending on if the Ravens beat the Steelers on Sunday, it'll be the first of those 7 quarterbacks to have won a Super Bowl of their class. It's just weird because Mahomes has dominated that conference for so long, and we talked about this already. This feels like now Josh Allen's best opportunity to get it, even though he's only in control of
one side of the ball.
One side of the ball and 10 other guys.
They did keep Saquon in check, so hopefully if they can keep that up, that mindset, they did lose the game. But if they can play good defense, not allow explosive plays, 'cause that's typically what hurts you, right? When you see all their games, the Ravens game, and all the games throughout the year where they've given up a ton of yards, it's been these big explosive runs. And so if you can minimize those. Just like when we watched the Cardinals defense this year, their issue is that they give up all these explosive plays
to guys we've never even heard of before.
And you can't win like that when you're giving up big time explosive plays. But last week versus playing one of the best, players in the league in Saquon, they were able to at least minimize his ability to impact the game with these big plays.
One team I wanted to ask you about is the Chicago Bears, but specifically their turnover differential because it's absurd. Right now they're at plus 22. The next team is at plus 14.
Yep.
Like they're by far the best team. Is that something on great defenses that you've been on that is contagious and can carry over and be a real thing for them in the postseason?
For sure. I mean, at least for this year, it's not going to carry over to next year. But so they probably emphasize it in practice a ton. Whether it's punching the ball, peanut punch, right, or tips and overthrows. They may do drills. When I was on some of the teams that we had a lot of turnovers, we always dedicated, 15 minutes on a Wednesday or Thursday to turnovers, really making it. We used to emphasize it in meetings, so you get bonus points or a minus if you attempted to pick a ball off or punch a ball out in practice. And so it's probably a cultural thing that's now they've had the opportunity, and when those opportunities come, they've taken advantage of it. So, I'm definitely going to ride it out for the rest of this year. They're probably just with the mindset and this the vibe that they're in, they're riding that wave. That probably will, I can see continuing moving forward. The issue will be right now I'm playing against maybe better quarterbacks. So maybe your opportunities to get them won't be there. But even all the great ones, they typically give you 2 or 3 balls a game. You just got to capitalize on it versus a quarterback that's not as good is going to give you multiple opportunities.
And they still got to get stops, right? Because Purdy throws the pick 6 immediately, but then they couldn't stop him the rest of the game.
Right, for sure.
Back and forth affair. All right, halfway through this conversation with Zoe, on the other side, we're going to switch to the college ranks and ask about the one position that everybody's going to be keeping an eye on these next couple of days. The quarterback. That's next. Lorenzo Alexander, the 15-year NFL vet, is with us next here on Arizona Sports at Day on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
One app gets you opinion, analysis, and inside information from Arizona's biggest sports personalities. Plus live streams, breaking sports news, and play-by-play.
He's hit. He's sacked. It's Calais Campbell.
Download the Arizona Sports app, presented by Ready Services Plumbing and Air Conditioning.
Hey, it's Ron Wolfley. Choosing dental implants is one of the most important health decisions you'll ever make. That's why I want you to check out Aria Dental Implant Center in Phoenix. They're locally owned and proud to offer world-class care in a state-of-the-art facility. With decades of experience and thousands of smiles restored, Dr. Joe and their expert team deliver results you can trust. Unlike the gimmick dentistry you see elsewhere, bait-and-switch pricing, fake, limited-time offers, or surprise add-on fees, at Aria, you'll always know exactly what to expect. That's why they've earned over 500 five-star Google reviews from patients who felt truly cared for. This is your health, not a sales pitch. Come experience the Aria difference. Aria is helping patients regain their quality of life while saving thousands of dollars compared to the other corporate dental implant centers. Go see my good friend Dr. Joe today. Their website is ariadentalimplantcenter.com. That's ARIA dentalimplantcenter.com.
Hi, I'm Becca, your friend and jeweler at Shane Company. As an in-house designer, I can't wait for you to see our incredible selection of stylish and stackable rings. If you're shopping for your wedding bands, we have high-quality designs for every style and budget, from romantic to modern. If you're looking to add to a stack, your options are endless. Discover styles with clusters of gemstones, sleek all-metal designs, updated cigar bands, and signet rings perfect for an engraving. Because a friend knows you like options. Shane Company, your friend and jeweler.
Are you living with dry AMD? If so, you could be on the road to geographic atrophy, or GA, a condition that leads to retinal cell death and permanent vision loss. But with Izervay, you can
slow it down and get it going slower.
Izervay slows GA progression by targeting a key source of retinal cell death, which may help preserve your vision longer. Izervay, or Avastin-capted Pagel, is a prescription eye injection used to treat GA. Don't take it if you have an infection or active swelling in or around your eye. Izervay can cause eye infection, retinal detachment, or increased risk of wet AMD. Izervay may temporarily increase eye pressure. Your vision may be impaired after an eye injection or exam. Don't delay. Ask your doctor about Izervay today.
Izervay gets GA going slower.
Visit Izervay.com. That's IZERVAY.com. Paid for by Astellas Pharma.
Hey folks, Vince Marotta with some exciting news. The holidays just got even better. Unwrap exciting holiday deals all month long at Earnhardt Peoria Kia during the Kia Season of New Tradition sales event. And if you know Earnhardt, you know they always treat you right. They're locally owned and they will treat you like family. Now's your chance to save big on their huge lineup of award-winning Kia models across the lot. Looking for sedans or SUVs? They've got them. 2025 K4, 2026 Sportage, and even the family moving 2026 Carnival MPV. Need gas, hybrid, or all-electric options? They've got those too. Plus a sharp selection of Kia certified pre-owned vehicles ready to roll. Earnhardt Peoria Kia is the place to shop for a car, and these new Kias are incredible. Come check them out and discover what drives you this holiday season at 91st Avenue north of Bell Road or online at earnhardtpeoriakia.com.
Dan Bickley here, and a new year is a great time to get moving. And if joint pain is holding you back, there's a way to get real relief without surgery, without downtime, without putting your life on pause. QC Kinetics delivers regenerative treatments that help your body repair and restore damaged joint tissue wherever you are hurting. And these treatments happen right in the office, and you go about your day. Simple procedures that deliver life-changing results. So skip the invasive surgery and the 3 to 6 months of pain, recovery, and rehab. Plan the upcoming year on your terms. Move better, get stronger by taking care of your pain the smart way with game-changing regenerative treatments. Stop managing your pain. Start solving it with QC Kinetics. Call now to schedule your free consultation with clinics in Phoenix, Scottsdale, Peoria, and Chandler. Get on the books by calling 602-837-PAIN. That's 602-837-PAIN for QC Kinetics.
KMVP FM Phoenix, live from the Casino Arizona and Talking Stick Resort Studio. Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
I'm Jesse Morrison with Trending Now, presented by Parker & Sons, heating, cooling, plumbing, and electrical. The Arizona Cardinals are gearing up for their season finale at the Los Angeles Rams. However, Marvin Harrison Jr.'s season is done. Cardinals head coach Jonathan Ganon announced that the wide receiver will not play in Sunday's game. The Phoenix Suns are in Cleveland to take on the Cavaliers. Tip-off is at 1:30 with pregame coverage beginning at 12:30 right here on Arizona Sports 98.7 and the Arizona Sports app. Arizona State football wraps up its season today in the Sun Bowl. The Sun Devils take on ACC champion Duke. Kickoff is at noon over on ESPN 620 AM. And the college football playoff quarterfinal at the Cotton Bowl goes down tonight. Kickoff for Ohio State Miami is at 5:30 on ESPN 620 AM. This report is brought to you by Casino Arizona and Talking Stick Resort. Win big at Talking Stick Resort. Earn entries all December for a chance at $10,000 or a 2026 Mercedes-Benz AMG GT. Details at TalkingStickResort.com.
Arizona Sports.
Crazy. I've never seen nothing like this.
Lorenzo Alexander, 15-year NFL veteran.
And he is going to get sacked. Lorenzo Alexander, the former Cardinal.
The Lowdown with Wolf and Luke. Brought to you by Y Refi.
Hour 2 here of the Wolf and Luke Show, which we've turned into an Arizona Sports It Day. It's Kellen Olson, it's Mitch Vareldas filling in for Wolf and Luke. They'll be back on Friday. Our second half-hour block with Lorenzo Alexander here as well. We're going to be talking about some quarterback scouting tomorrow. Certainly a lot of Cardinals fans, a lot of Raiders fans, a lot of Jets fans will be watching the college football playoff. Oregon, Texas Tech at 10 a.m. featuring Dante Moore, who could go in the top 5. And then, of course, Alabama and Indiana right after that, featuring Ty Simpson of Alabama. And Fernando Mendoza of Indiana, who is, of course, who I want to start with, Zoe, is your former Cal Bears. What have you seen from him this season that, like, allowed him to elevate his game to this level?
I don't watch a ton of college football. You know, I'm kind of consumed with the NFL game because I have to come in and work and talk about the Cardinals mostly. Mm-hmm. I got to know a little bit about him because when I went up to Cal this year, they were really upset that they weren't able to keep him. And it's like, who goes to Indiana from Cal? You know, we had our nose kind of like looking down on Indiana, and then obviously we see now. Yeah. Obviously hearing people and watching what I have seen, right? Really poised, can make all the throws, can throw off schedule. He does a lot of things well, and it looks like he's one of the most NFL ready guys. But I think I was talking to Rick about this, and this is really for all the quarterbacks that come out now, especially when you transition, and maybe it's just the overall college experience, are the developmental aspects, the fundamentals, right? Because you only have X amount of starts, right? And then when you compare them to other classes, like where would they fit into that mix, or how good are they really? I know we get excited by the top tier guys, not to just, kind of say that they're not ready, but we get excited for a guy that's unproven in the terms of the amount of games that they've been able to put together. And then also on top of that, the developmental aspect, because now you're going to different schemes and you really haven't cultivated who you are as a quarterback that you need to be able to play in this NFL. So I say this in terms of whoever decides to take, Dante Moore, and I know Mendoza, those are kind of like 1A, 1B right now.
Yeah.
We'd really like to see them be able to sit and develop and grow, even though I know that's not the current age of the NFL, because it's really hard to come in and play when you have minimal starts. And we've already seen guys come in who played 6 games, right, one season, and really struggle because the game is so different.
It seems like he's going to end up being maybe the first overall pick, just with the Raiders currently in that spot. If it's the Giants are very likely not going to be taking a quarterback. I like your theory, though, about the idea of having them sit for a year. And with the Cardinals in particular, they have the built-in advantage already of being able to take a quarterback, if it ends up being Mendoza, wherever they end up being, and letting him sit and just watch and learn from Jacoby Brissett, because they have him in tow. He at least knows the offense. Offense is probably going to be led differently next year.
Right.
But it would be nice to at least have a Mendoza, or if it's a Dante Moore, sitting and watching and learning from somebody who's very much familiar with the NFL game. I think that can only be an advantage to this team.
Yeah, I think it's extremely beneficial. I mean, and I look at some of the guys that sat, like that was the norm when I first got in the league, right? When you think about a lot of these great quarterbacks, they actually sat down. Pat Mahomes sat down. Aaron Rodgers sat down. A lot of the guys had to sit for the most part. Now you have your Peyton Mannings that came in, but he went 1 in, 15 back in the day, right?
Yeah.
Nobody wants to endure that, getting popped, right? A lot more things can go worse when you have to endure that type of environment versus sitting, developing, learning, and growing, and then stepping into a system that you really understand and know how to protect yourself when the scheme won't allow for a guy to pick up a blitz or those other things that really minimizes you getting down on yourself and then also getting hit hard. So I would love to be able to see that. And Jacoby Brissett, to your point, is one of those great guys, unique guys that can play well, but also has the mindset of being secure in who he is and helping other people develop into eventually taking his spot, which you don't get with a lot of guys in the league.
One of your 2 Pro Bowl seasons was in 2012 with Washington, and that's a quarterback classic. It's referenced a lot specifically in that room. RG3 comes in, immediately sets the world on fire. Little do we know, the guy behind him, Kirk Cousins, has been a long, steady quarterback as well. Was there anything that you noticed from either Robert as an immediate guy that came in and could just adapt so quickly, or from Kirk where, like, you notice things in practice where you're like, this kid's going to have something to him?
They were so different, right? Robert was way more athletic. Kirk, I think, processed better. Rob took advantage of his athleticism early, and then the Shanahan scheme with the run game, play action, really fit what he was able to do. A lot of the zone read stuff that we even saw like Kaepernick do at times. And so he was just so explosive. But when he got hurt, you saw like his challenges with reading coverages and being able to throw from the pocket without the element of him potentially running, right? The game changed for him and something that he never had to deal with. So he struggled in that aspect, which I think never allowed him to reach his full capacity of being like an MVP caliber. Because him fully healthy, I think he turns into that dude where he's a dual threat and plays a long time. But once he took that away, it was too late for him to really learn how to play without that ability.
So the lesson there for a team like the Cardinals is with RG3, you maximized his strengths immediately with what Shanahan did and then tried to limit his weaknesses as much as possible.
Correct, which in a way, the lack of development, and you can't never say when a guy is going to get hurt, but that's why, younger quarterbacks, you want your legs to be the X factor, not the factor.
Sure.
Right? And so if you can use your legs, but also develop the ability to read defense where you don't have to rely on your legs so much, because at some point they're going to go anyway where you can no longer run. And if you want to play until 40 because the rules permit you to now as a quarterback, like a A-Rod, right? Or Phillip Rivers jumping right back in and feeling good about it, you got to be able to process and see the field and be able to make the throws regardless if you have the ability to run or not. And so whoever you have coming in, right, if they have the ability to run, you always want to develop the longevity aspect of their game and then rely on that special effect, right? Because even when you look at like a Josh Allen, a Lamar who's really learned how to do it well, a Pat Mahomes will run when he needs to. Those are the X factors, right? Jalen Hurts, he'll run when he needs. Those are the X factors. I can extend plays when I need to. I'm not relying on that. That's just something I have the ability to do. And so I think that's where you create your franchise quarterback and the longevity of that guy to be able to really play at a high level for a long time.
In general, do you still think looking for a dual threat guy should be of priority in terms of the quarterback position, or can you get away with somebody who just goes out there and operates the offense and then maybe weaves in a run or two?
Yeah, I mean, well, guys are athletic. I mean, you don't want Eli or Manning, right? You don't want one of those guys sitting back there because just the way guys are built these days, you got to be able to get away when you need to. So I would always lean to a guy that has the ability to throw from the pocket but then has legs versus he runs and we can maybe develop him to a better pocket passer. Right. Just from how the league is and what shows longevity. Because once you get out of that pocket, as a lot of guys know, I mean, you're going to take some shots and you want to limit those, like a Jackson Dark, right? Really good quarterback, but you get out there and you think you running over folks.
He's in the medical tent once every week.
Right. You're getting jacked up. Your bodies aren't meant to take that type of punishment, especially as a QB when you have the ball in your hands that often.
Because I wonder if that just ends up being the difference between whether or not they take a quarterback with wherever their first pick ends up being, or wait it out, see who of this class is going to be declaring, and maybe get one of these, Ty Simpson types who's obviously operated on offense smart enough, fallen off a bit here and there, or some of these other lower tier quarterbacks that maybe it works, maybe it doesn't, but you're not expending your first round pick on the guy.
Yeah, they're definitely going to have to take a quarterback, even if it's in the later rounds. And, how guys develop. I mean, Brock Purdy being one of those guys that last pick of the draft that develops, but it's all about coaching. And so if we want to go back to the Cardinals, right, who's on their coaching roster, their staff that has the ability to develop a quarterback and allow them to see? Because when you think about Kyle Shanahan, growing up in the league, Mike Shanahan, you see everybody that's come off that offensive tree from Sean McVay to Josh McDaniels, or not Josh McDaniels, what's my man in Miami? It's not Josh.
Oh, Mike McDaniels.
Mike McDaniels, right? All these guys do these different things, right, and have successful offenses. Yeah. So it makes sense why Brock is able to develop being the last pick, because Kyle Shanahan got to see it up front every day, all day, and knows how to create a scheme that's good really for anybody, any quarterback, to jump in, any running back to jump in, and they're going to operate really well. Can they mimic something like that here with who's on their offensive staff right now?
And just as importantly, if they keep the GM for another year, how can he redeem himself this offseason? And is it through the quarterback position? We're going to ask Zoe about that next. Arizona Sports at Day here on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Phoenix Suns basketball.
Suns have the ball in a three-point lead with 50 seconds left. Brooks hits Booker, a lob down low. Williams will jam it home on the alley-oop. Devin Booker hits Mark Williams. That's the bookmark.
Suns at the Cavs with pregame at 12:30 this afternoon. 1:30 tip on Arizona Sports 98.7 and the Arizona Sports app.
All right, Basinonians, Ron Wolf here from my brothers over at Presidential Pools and Spas. Go to presidentialpools.com for more information right now. When you choose Presidential Pools and Spas, you're choosing peace of mind. Their industry-leading 5-year warranty ensures your investment is protected. Plus, you'll enjoy exclusive presidential perks with every pool sold, adding extra value to your purchase. For over 3 decades, Presidential Pools and Spas has been the Valley's premier pool builder. They're APSP certified, hold an A rating from the Better Business Bureau, and are proud members of the prestigious United Aqua Group. Their cabinet is packed with awards, Basinonians, including Best of Our Valley 2024 and multiple Pool of the Year titles. Their team is made up of a lifetime of Arizona residents who grew up around pools and around water, and that's what's in their DNA. Go to presidentialpools.com.
Taxes was feeling so stuck. Sitting in traffic, squeezing into a parking spot, all to squeeze in getting tax help during your lunch break. Now Taxes is a TurboTax expert who does your taxes for you, while you go about your day getting real-time notifications about their progress and the most money back guaranteed. Now this is Taxes. Intuit TurboTax. See guarantee details at turbotax.com/guarantees. Only available with TurboTax experts. Real-time updates only in iOS mobile app.
Get in the zone, AutoZone.
Charlie's battery is struggling to start. Not ideal before the tailgate, so he goes to AutoZone,
Welcome to AutoZone.
where a friendly AutoZoner tests his battery for free. Looks like he needs a new one, so he gets a Duralast battery.
Have fun and stay warm.
And he makes it to the tailgate early enough to get his favorite spot. Free battery testing and charging. No hassles, just help.
Get in the zone, AutoZone.
Restrictions apply.
Imagine finding your dream home and moving in right away. No waiting to sell your old place first. Sounds perfect, right? That's exactly what Orchard's Move First, Sell Later program lets you do. Buy your new home now and sell the old one later. Here's how it works. Orchard gives you cash so you can buy and move into your new home first. On your timeline. No waiting, no showings, no double moves. Then the Orchard experts take it from there. They handle repairs on your old home so you can attract the right buyers. Once they're done, a local Orchard agent lists and sells your home for top dollar. Orchard's Move First program gives you the freedom to buy and move into your new home first and sell your old home later. Buy before you sell and get top dollar for your home with Orchard. Ready to find out how much your home is worth? Visit Orchard.com to get your free home valuation. That's Orchard.com.
There are only about 4,300 publicly traded companies on the U.S. Stock Exchange. But there are an estimated 33 million companies in the U.S. Hi, I'm Jeff Jr., founder of Trajan Wealth. The average investor is missing out on over 99% of the investment opportunity that's happening in this beautiful country until now. True portfolio strength is found beyond the confines of the S&P 500, investing in promising companies before they go public. Private real estate, infrastructure, world-changing technologies. This is called the endowment model. The endowment model has historically outperformed the traditional model of just stocks and bonds. If you're an accredited investor and want more from your investments, it's time to think beyond just stocks and bonds. Call Trajan today. 480-360-7900. That's 480-360-7900.
Advisory services offered through Trajan Wealth, LLC, an SEC-registered investment advisor. See website for details.
Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
The energy and passion he brings to the game is something I think that's contagious.
Intercepted by Lorenzo Alexander. Now he laterals to Aqib Talib.
I mean, you talk about a great pro that you wish every one of your players would emulate.
He's one of those guys, he's like a lunch bell guy.
That blue-collar appeal to coming to work. He's going to outwork you every single play.
15-year NFL veteran Lorenzo Alexander joins Wolf and Luke to give us the lowdown on the Cardinals and the NFL. Brought to you by Y-Refi. Don't let private student loan debt ruin your life. Go to yrefi.com today.
All right, final segment here with Lorenzo Alexander. It's the Wolf and Luke Show, a.k.a. Arizona Sports a Day. No Wolf, no Luke. It's Kellen Olson, Mitch Ferreldis will be with you here until 12:30 when it will be Here Come the Suns with Kellen and Mitch again. And then you'll get some other voices talking to you about sports, I swear. It'll be John and Tim taking you through Suns coverage at 1. Guess what? We're back, though, for postgame. And then it will be Mitch and Gambo taking us through to 6 o'clock. The front office here, Zoe, is going to have a lot of work ahead of them for a roster that has a lot of talent on it. And we've talked about this throughout the year where you go up and down the roster, you see the talent. Injuries have played a big factor as well, but there are going to have to be changes within the team. We start at quarterback. You can look at the defense, offense, all over the field. Where are you expecting the most changes to occur this offseason as far as the roster?
I mean, it's offensive line. Making sure that they get solidified there and finding not only the every down starters, right, and probably one or two of the spots, whether that's free agency and then also in the draft, but also some depth, some guys that can come in because guys are going to get hurt. I mean, that's the nature of the league. It's been really highlighted this year, the amount of guys that have went down, season injuries, long-term IR or short-term IR, I should say. You got to have guys that can come in there and continue the consistency of whatever that standard is being set by that starting unit. And that was one of the biggest things that we had, I don't know, say take for granted, but assume that it was going to carry over from the years prior in terms of what the Arizona Cardinals did. And I think, a guy like Hernandez coming off of a significant injury, being a bigger guy, wasn't quite himself that yet, right? Mm-hmm. And so he would be a guy, depending on what the contract looked like, that I would obviously love to have back, because I always think that the year after you have played a year after coming off the injury, so 2 years removed, that's when you start feeling yourself again. Even from my own personal experience with my foot, lower body, you just can't move and do the things that you want to do that first year, even though you're technically cleared to play. So, and then having some of the other guys maybe develop and continue to maybe be some of those depth spots like an Isaiah Adams. But that's where everything, it's not a sexy piece, but that is the engine, right? Your offense and defensive line of any football team. If you're dominant there, you're going to have the ability to win a lot of football games. And when you go back and look at the season, they just had too many times where they were giving up too much pressure and couldn't run the football consistently, which obviously married together. If I can't run the ball, then people are just going to pin their ears back and get after the quarterback, and you make your job harder in that aspect. So that's where I think that's where Monty can help himself the most. Can I find a guy there that's going to help us?
So I'm curious, how much of offensive line play is truly the individuals on the offensive line? And then the other thing in the back of my mind, thinking about this year, was Clayton Adams leaving, going to Dallas. Mm-hmm. You're hiring a similar position coach, but from the college ranks at Ohio State, someone who previously had worked with Paris Johnson. And then how much of it has just been the overturn of the amount of guys that have been in and out throughout the year? Like how do you weigh those three aspects of that play?
It's probably, I don't know how I would weigh them, but it's probably everything, all the above.
Okay.
Right. And so when you have a coach, and coaching does matter, even on the NFL level. I know it's, you don't maybe have to motivate a guy. Guys are supposed to be professionals, but when you think about young guys in the culture of college, you're not necessarily getting a developed guy mentally and physically as you may have done back in the day when a guy was at a school for several years in that regard. So you have to have a guy that can develop. So probably, and I'm not going to say the new coach, the offensive line coach, cannot develop, but it's just like anything. Hey, do I know X's and O's, or do I know drills and things that are going to actually help you be able to go out there and play guard and tackle and center at a high level, right? Every coach, I know people don't believe this, but there's some coaches that just don't belong in there, and this talking from experience, that they understand scheme and can tell me what I should do, but can't necessarily coach me how I can do it.
Right,
and help me from where I'm at and put me in a position and not say, hey, you see Trent Williams, go do what he does, right? Some coaches don't have that ability to develop. It just is what it is, and they have value elsewhere. So that may have been some of that in terms of transitioning out. You have somebody new coming in trying to coach you. Maybe it's something slightly different he believes in that you don't believe in, and so you have some struggle there. And then also, I mean, at the end of the day, just not being healthy and having the talent at those positions matters as well. And I think that was probably a little bit of both. And then you lose, some running backs and never could really get going and get that confidence you needed. But I would say even more so than the individual talent, the collective talent. Because I remember years ago, the Giants had the best offensive line, 2007 Eli Manning era, right? Had best offensive line, but individually the dudes were okay, you know, but they worked so well together that they were the number one offensive line in the league. And so I think it's more about continuity a lot of times when you're talking about that position group specifically than the individual parts.
One of my hopes for this season and this defense specifically was an elevated pass rush thanks to Josh Sweat and Calais Campbell. So Josh Sweat has 11 sacks, great. Calais has 6.5, great. And what you expect is the other guys to be able to step up and be more free because of how much responsibility those guys are taking on. What'd you see from those other guys? Because like the likes of Baron Browning, Zaven Collins, and others, Jordan Birch, we know how talented they are, but they weren't able to translate it to get to the quarterback consistently.
Yeah, it's just inconsistency as far as pass rushing understanding. I think also being able to stop the run.
Yeah.
Helps you too, right? And so when you're in the, you know, JG always says known passing downs. I don't know when I watch a game how often teams are in necessarily known passing downs. And when you are, it doesn't mean you're going to win every single time. And those guys' pass rush moves aren't quite there where they can win at a high enough rate. And so they have to continue to work on that. This is still Zaven's, second year as a full-time, DN, which is a transition. And he may not... Pass rushing is an art form. Doesn't come natural to him using his hands. Even when he was an off-the-ball backer, he used to always shoulder and stuff. So he's continuing to work, but he has times where he shows up and he impacts the quarterback. I would also have to really go back look at the pressure rates from all those guys that you just mentioned as far as Browning and Zaven as well, because you don't necessarily have to get a sack, but if I move you off your spot and somebody else gets the sack, you contributed to that, right?
Yeah.
We just got to see that more frequently. But again, when you're struggling, when you're allowing teams to run and have these two-dimensional type of offenses, it's really hard to kind of create that if you're not the guy or if you're rotating in and out. You know, you don't have the opportunities like some of those other guys may, or like a Sweat may, who may be out there first, second, and third. Now I'm setting guys up for the fourth quarter where the other guys are being a little bit more of a rotation. So there's some factors that go into that. You know, I'm not going to just say they didn't get the job done, but they can continue to grow and understand. But playing better defense on first and second down, being in more third and eights, third and, tens and known passing downs is definitely going to help those guys that aren't as gifted as Sweat to be able to create more pressure with themselves. And I would also say just the continuity of who you're working with, too, interiorly. You know, you had your guys that were hurt from Robinson and Walter Nolan. My best year was with Kyle Williams, right? And that was because of who he was as a pass rusher and my ability to play off of him. And so when I had continuity with him, I got a lot of extra pressures. But if you threw another guy in there that wasn't as football savvy as Kyle, I didn't do as well because I'm trying to, what are you doing, man? Why are you doing that? So that also plays a part in it too as well, having that, when we talk about the offensive line continuity, having a guy that you're working with and really understanding how they rush the passer and be able to work off of them, some natural games where you can communicate right before the snap can always add, maybe one or two extra sacks, in that stat realm a season if you really have two guys that are working together. But those two young tackles weren't out there consistently, which impacts an edge rusher who's not elite, right? I need that interior to push him back so I can turn the corner and get a sack. I'm not going to always beat my guy cleanly.
And just like that, the hour's done. Could you believe it? We've entered the lowdown, and now we're all done. So
great. We
appreciate you, man, and we hope the new year starts off well for you and the family.
No, I appreciate that.
Happy New Year, man.
Yeah, always. Happy New Year.
That's Lorenzo Alexander joining us here for the lowdown. When we come back, going to the Suns. Is today the day that Devin Booker looks like, Devin Booker? We'll discuss next. It's Arizona Sports at Day here on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
The Arizona Sports YouTube channel for live shows, podcasts, viral clips, shorts, and more. Just the local sports leader doing what we do on YouTube. Serve yourself some Arizona Sports. Subscribe to the Arizona Sports YouTube channel.
Hey, Basinonians, Ron Wolfley here. You know when it comes to finding the perfect vehicle, there's only one place I trust, and that is Santan Ford. Whether you're looking for a rugged truck, a sleek sedan, or a family-friendly SUV, Santan Ford has got you covered. And let me tell you about the Ford Bronco. The beast is built for adventure. With its powerful engine, advanced off-road capabilities, and iconic design, the Bronco is ready to take on any terrain. Whether you're hitting the trails or crushing through the city, the Bronco delivers an unbeatable driving experience. Their team at Santan Ford is dedicated to providing top-notch customer service and making sure you drive away in the car of your dreams. Plus, with their unbeatable prices and financing options, you'll get the best deal in town. So why wait? Head on down to Santan Ford and check out the incredible lineup of Fords. Tell them Ron Wolfley sent you. I am Santan Ford.
Cardinals fans, football is back, and Kilt Lifter from Four Peaks has your game days covered. Whether you're posted up at home or cheering with your crew at Four Peaks 8th Street Pub in Tempe, Kilt Lifter is the ultimate game day companion. Arizona's favorite award-winning amber ale, bold, smooth, and brewed for Sundays. This season, lift your game with Kilt Lifter.
Hi, this is Stuart Willis, President of Asset Preservation Wealth and Tax. A personal relationship with your financial advisor really matters. It's super important that you have the ability to talk about anything you need to with your advisor. So if you have been pushed off to a call center and you don't have a one-on-one relationship with your financial advisor, then reach out to us at assetpreservationwealth.com. That's assetpreservationwealth.com.
Investment advisory services offered through Foundations Investment Advisors, LLC, an SEC registered investment advisor.
Hey everybody, Dan Bickley here with my good friend Shane O'Hanrahan, GM of Chapman BMW, the guy that can literally make your dreams come true.
Bick, you know I love your show and your listeners, and I want everybody in the audience to know that you have a friend in the business at Chapman BMW. This is not lip service. Come down, take a test drive, find what you like, then ask for me by name and get your hookup. Find out how easy it is to do business with a great family.
That's Chapman BMW, 2 great locations,
1 great experience.
This message comes from Viking, committed to exploring the world in comfort. Journey through the heart of Europe on an elegant Viking longship with thoughtful service, destination-focused dining, and cultural enrichment on board and on shore. With small ships that bring travelers closer to the destination, there's more time to explore. And every Viking voyage is all-inclusive, with no children and no casinos. Discover more at Viking.com. CVS Health supports people in the moments that matter, from picking up a prescription to connecting care. With nearly 5 million daily interactions and serving 185 million consumers and 1.5 million healthcare professionals, CVS Health holds a trusted place in healthcare. By simplifying care and improving health, we're helping people get the care they need. Learn more at cvshealth.com/Investor Day.
I'm John Morgan of Morgan & Morgan. If you've been injured in a car accident, call America's largest injury law firm. For over 35 years, my mission has been to deliver more for our clients, to deliver more for you. If you or anyone in your family has been injured in a car accident, call us now, as the time to file a claim may be limited. Last year, more clients hired Morgan & Morgan than ever before, protecting America, fighting for you. Morgan & Morgan. Visit forthepeople.com for an office near you.
I'm Jesse Morrison with Trending Now, presented by Parker & Sons, heating, cooling, plumbing, and electrical. The Arizona Cardinals are gearing up for their season finale at the Los Angeles Rams. However, Marvin Harrison Jr.'s season is over. Cardinals head coach Jonathan Ganon announced that the wide receiver will not play in Sunday's game. The Phoenix Suns are in Cleveland to take on the Cavaliers. Tip-off is at 1:30 with pregame coverage beginning at 12:30 right here in Arizona Sports 98.7 in the Arizona Sports app. ASU football wraps up its season today in the Sun Bowl. The Sun Devils take on ACC champion Duke. Kickoff is at noon over on ESPN 620 AM. And the college football playoff quarterfinal at the Cotton Bowl goes down tonight. Kickoff for Ohio State Miami is at 5:30 on ESPN 620 AM. This report is brought to you by Casino Arizona and Talking Stick Resort. Win big at Talking Stick Resort. Earn entries all December for a chance at $10,000 or a 2026 Mercedes-Benz AMG GT. Details at TalkingStickResort.com.
I got your picture, I'm coming with you, dear Maria.
Arizona Sports at Day, sitting in for Wolf and Luke on the local sports leader.
Hello there. there. That's right. Arizona Sports at Day. Kellen Olson, Mitch Farrell is here. Wolf and Luke will be back on Friday. No shows for us tomorrow to celebrate 2026. If you've never heard of us and you don't get Arizona Sports at Day, that would make a lot of sense if the pun didn't make sense. It's Arizona Sports at Night is the program, intermittent weekdays. So let's say you got a Suns game like on Friday.
Yep.
There's no Arizona Sports at Night.
No, there's not.
But if there wasn't a Suns game, there would be an Arizona Sports at Night. Now,
unless the game's at 8, and then there is an Arizona Sports at Night.
And then we take in the pregame coverage and we kind of keep going on.
Yeah,
what if there's a
there you
Big
go.
Red Rage and it's a Thursday and it's at 6 and we'll be on at 7. Sometimes we do a half hour. Sometimes we do 2 hours. Sometimes we do 2.5 hours like today.
And
We're just
sometimes
all over
you'll
the place.
hear me fill in.
Jesse, this sounds easy to follow. Obviously, that's so not complicated.
No,
and
just
easy.
follow your page up on Twitter.
That's exactly what I was getting to. Thank
Boom.
you. So at AZ Sportsnet on Twitter, every week I go in there and I pin a message. It tells you when we're on. And look, if you can't catch us and you're busy, you're getting home with the family, eating dinner, whatever, we totally understand. Our podcast feed is available. We try to have conversations such as today's, where you can digest it a couple of days later. We're not so in the moment doing the sports talk radio thing, trying to exaggerate the conversations a little bit further and enlighten them a little bit further, elongate them a little bit further. My brain finally got to the word I was thinking of. I was like, it's not exaggerate. It's not exfoliate.
It's one of the other things that I struggle with.
It's one of the other ones that is an E at the beginning and an E at the end. Speaking of struggling, it's not really that bad for Devin Booker.
He's
Mitch.
fine. He's
fine. We expect him to completely bounce back out of it, but we know what elite Devin Booker, arguably top 10 player in the league, Devin Booker looks like. We have not seen that guy for most of the season. Guess who doesn't really care too much about that? Devin Booker, because they're winning basketball games. But I do wonder with this type of game specifically, with the matchup that he has, if this is the one that can spark him.
So Booker in general, really the month of December has not been kind to anybody, but if we're just looking at Devin in particular, shooting 45% from the floor in the month of December, just 25% from three. That is probably the most gaudy number of the bunch on 5 attempts per average, by the way, and around 24.3 points a game. Now, we would harp on these a little bit more if they were losing because of this. But as it turns out, in the month of December, in games that Booker has played, they've lost 2 times. And there's reason to just kind of throw away any sort of feelings that we have about, whether or not Devin Booker should be scoring more or how much better they would be if Devin Booker was close to a 30 points a game clip. But I think one of the most underappreciated, at least from a national perspective, aspects of Devin Booker's ability to help his team win is just the natural gravity that he pulls from defenders so that Dylan Brooks can get one-on-one opportunities or Colin Gillespie is open on the outside. We really noticed it in the 3 games that he was missing, in particular against Houston, where it just felt like a real chore for anybody else to get up a shot because Houston was able to just guard whoever had the ball. OKC is the extreme example, but his ability to allow some of these other players on the team to get more open looks, I think has contributed to why they've been able to succeed these last 4 games in particular.
Absolutely. And this whole matchup with Donovan Mitchell is something that has encapsulated a lot of Devin Booker's career and been revolving around it quite a bit because that is inevitable. When 2 players rise up the rankings at the same position, you often see them compared to each other. And this was something in the first couple of years of Donovan Mitchell's career where we were like, relax, everyone. Like, he's not close to Devin Booker's level. Like, let's ease up on this. And then the last couple of years happened, and Donovan Mitchell made his first All-NBA team 3 years ago in the 2022-23 season. So that was the year after 64 wins. That's when things started to go downhill for the Suns. He made second-team All-NBA that year. The next year, Mitchell was just an All-Star because he had some injuries. And then last year, he was a man possessed. He finished 5th in MVP voting, like he finished 6th the year before. He was first-team All-NBA as well. So it's pretty clear to me that Donovan has usurped Book, and I can't believe that we're at that point just because of the ascension of both at the same time. It was clear that Book was just the better basketball player. But Mitchell, in Cleveland specifically, has elevated his game to a tremendous level. You look at the head-to-head over the years, 9-7 record for Mitchell against Booker, so it's been very even. And then you look at the numbers, 25.6 points per game for Booker in those matchups, 24.3 for Mitchell. 4 rebounds a game, 5 assists, four assists. Like they've always been similar players from a production standpoint and with some of how they operate. The one thing I'll note here, Mitch, and something to watch for tonight is watch the amount of pull-up threes Donovan Mitchell takes and watch the amount of pull-up threes that he makes, because that is the skill that Donovan Mitchell unlocked to become a superstar in the NBA, and Devin Booker is a superstar without it. But if he could just add it, he would be a completely different player. The problem is you're 11 in, and relying on that if is a bit much. Keep an eye on the pull-up threes today.
What is it? He's at 5 of 12 on average, or 4 of 10 on average, just in terms of the amount of three-point attempts that Mitchell is taking. I mean, look, the offense that they have there in Cleveland is structurally designed to benefit Donovan Mitchell, and then in turn, it benefits the likes of Darius Garland. It benefits the likes of Max Strus when he's healthy and available. Even DeAndre Hunter, who has the ability to shoot it from 3. Somebody that you brought up early in the show, Jalen Tyson, Jordan's brother, somebody who has truly benefited from the opportunities and has really put together some strong performances, offensively speaking. I think if we're going to have our mano-a-mano matchup between these two guards that have been two of the more prominent shooting guards of this particular decade, where's the support from behind them going to come from, right? And when I think about the Cavs and I think about the Suns, who's going to be available today, which, by the way, we should mention, Ryan Dunn is available today. Grayson Allen's still not. Where is the extra offensive support going to come from after Mitchell fires away and gets up to like 20 points at halftime, or vice versa, if that's the case for Booker? I look at Cleveland's talent, and I just feel like that's where they're going to have the edge in this one. And this is a real, is it the style of play or is it the talent that's going to win a basketball game today?
And they've been in this weird space over the last couple of years where no one is quite saying that one of Darius Garland and Donovan Mitchell had to go, but we were entering that space a lot more, especially with the playoff failures for them over the last 2 years. Darius Garland, one of my favorite players to watch in the league. You would not think it when you watch him. But for those who grew up watching Steve Nash or just watched Steve Nash in their more elder years, whatever generation of fan you are, I'm sure you watched Steve Nash play basketball here and really, really enjoyed it. Garland plays like Nash more than anyone else in the league, and you wouldn't notice it right away, but when you see him move along the baseline, when you see the way he delays his steps, where you see just the areas of the floor where he exploits where the defense is, it's so like Nash. But with that in mind, it has just been Donovan Mitchell and a cast of underperforming guys. Like, that has been the story of their season so far, which, again, similarities to Booker there. It's crazy how you can say that type of thing, Mitch, where it's like, where's the help from Devin Booker going to come? And I have immediate answers for you. I'm like, it's Colin Gillespie. Yeah. It's Royce O'Neal. It's going to be Dylan Brooks, who's eventually going to find his shot. Again, that has been so encouraging to see. Defensively, they have their identity. They get so much done on offense because of their second possessions that they create with the offensive glass. But then the way they're able to score the basketball, too, with this myriad of options is kind of rivals a team like Cleveland in a lot of ways.
But Booker also likes to get up for the matchups like these, right? Like when he knows the lights are the brightest, when he knows there's that mano-a-mano opportunity, he really likes to step up to the table.
I can tell, by the way, he'll answer them sometimes, too. Like, McCollum and Mitchell have been the two we've asked him about over the years, and he's so, like, over it and just, like, whatever, man.
There was a period where it was, like, Jamal Murray, too, at the early part of the 20s, and then it was Devin Booker really separated himself.
And then it was Ant the last 2 years.
Yeah. Ant's the fun one now, only because Ant just fires away from 3 all the time, and he makes it, and he's such a talented player. I'm curious, too, I don't know if you've noticed this the way that I've noticed it, but it almost feels like, and I don't want this to sound sort of in the favor of the officiating, because the officiating's not been great the last month or so across the league. It almost feels like he's trying to play into getting the foul call instead of taking the more appropriate Devin Booker shot. And maybe that's just me watching it based on these 3 games in particular against New Orleans and then the Wizards. It almost feels like he's trying to get the call on some of these shot attempts instead of this mid-range assassin just pulling up from the spot, doing the turnaround, fade away shot from 2 that we're accustomed to seeing. It doesn't feel like Devin Booker shot making at its finest.
Had one in the Pelicans game that really bothered me where he missed a layup trying to draw a foul and then immediately fouled McCollum while New Orleans was in the bonus. Like, it was a 4-point swing just on him being mad. Even in the glory years with him and Chris, there'd be some games where it'd be like, guys, relax. Like, just get it out of your head. It's just always going to be the way Book is. He'll snap out of it. It's usually a couple of games and then he's back to himself. But I hope for their sake that it's just a consistent whistle because, yes, has the officiating been bad the last 3 games at the same time, they got to know that there's going to be portions of the schedule where it's going to be rough.
All right, Christmas through New Year's Day, so from the 25th of December to tomorrow, It's the lowest week of the year for blood donations, and January, next month, is the highest blood usage month of the year for patients. So as we are getting out of this holiday season, consider making a donation Sunday, January 4th at Vitalent's Saving Arizona Blood Drive. You could schedule your appointment right now at vitalent.org/saveaz. Are we reaching a deadline when it comes to Catel Marte being traded or not? We'll discuss that next. Arizona Sports at Day here on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Win tickets to the Verbo Fiesta Bowl from Arizona Sports. This show's keyword is
run. Run.
Text the word run to 620-620 right now.
Run.
Text run to 620-620 for your chance to win tickets to the Verbo Fiesta Bowl. Message and data rates may apply.
All right, Basinonians, Ron Wolfley here from my brothers over at All Pro Shade Concepts. Go to allproshade.com for more information. When you work with All Pro Shade Concepts, you're working with the most trusted local shade company available here in the Basin. Voted #1 by Ranking Arizona for patio shades in 2024. They have an A+ rating with the Better Business Bureau, and you can check out all their 5-star reviews on Google. There's over 1,000 of them. Installation is all done by their in-house team. No subcontractors. The installers are shade experts, and they've installed thousands of shades here in the Basin. They'll work around stucco or tile or work on your pillars for a seamless fit, allowing you to close in your patio with shade and then open up that same patio with a touch of a button. These shades are commercial-grade, industrial strength, hundreds of colors, durable fabric to withstand the Arizona sun. Choose from manual or motorized sealed track or cabled shades. Go to allproshade.com. That's allproshade.com.
Whether picking up a prescription, getting help navigating the healthcare system, or checking in at home, CVS Health is there to make care easier and more connected. Our future is brighter together. Learn more at cvshealth.com/Investor Day.
250,000 people across Arizona rely on St. Mary's Food Bank every day. Your donations make feeding them possible, and you can benefit too. In Arizona, there's an incentive called the Arizona Charitable Tax Credit. You can make your donation today and get it back up to $987 on your taxes when you file. It's a great way to help your neighbors in need. For more info, visit stmary'sfoodbank.org.
Makita knows that pros never settle, and neither do we. With Makita, you get tools that perform at the highest level on every job without compromise. Makita is for the most detailed pros, expertly engineered to deliver precision, job after job. When your work calls for the best, call on Makita. Makita, built to be the best. Available at the Home Depot.
Get in the zone, AutoZone.
Charlie's battery is struggling to start. Not ideal before the tailgate, so he goes to AutoZone.
Welcome to AutoZone,
where a friendly AutoZoner tests his battery for free. Looks like he needs a new one, so he gets a Duralast battery.
Have fun and stay warm.
And he makes it to the tailgate early enough to get his favorite spot. Free battery testing and charging. No hassles, just help.
Get in the zone, AutoZone.
Restrictions apply.
Wesley Financial Group is not a law firm.
I'm Chuck McDowell, founder of Wesley Financial Group. Did you buy a timeshare because they told you it was a great investment? That's a lie. Most timeshares can be bought online for $1. To find out what your timeshare is worth and to cancel it, call us today and we'll send you our timeshare exit kit free with all your options for cancellation.
Call Wesley for your free exit info guide. 800-897-4400. That's 800-897-4400.
Get in the zone, AutoZone.
Rain on game day doesn't faze Dave. He's already got his poncho. Just needs to do something about those wipers. So Dave heads to AutoZone.
Welcome to AutoZone,
where a friendly AutoZoner helps him get premium quiet wipers and some hand warmers.
You're all set.
Now, if only his team can handle the elements as well as his new wipers. Get wipers, glass cleaner, and more with no hassles, just help at AutoZone.
Get in the zone, AutoZone.
Nothing makes a gathering great like Eggland's Best Eggs. They're just so delicious, with better nutrition, too. For us, it's eggs any style, as long as they're the best. Eggland's Best. Better taste, better nutrition, better eggs.
Arizona Sports at Day. Arizona Sports at Day. Callan Olson, Mitch Veraldis, sitting in for Wolf and Luke on the local sports leader.
Welcome to Arizona Sports at Day. That's right. If you're usually listening, we appreciate you. Callan Olson, Mitch Veraldis. You might hear us on at night. You might hear Wolf and Luke on this time slot a whole lot, which would make sense because this is technically Wolf and Luke. Jesse's here. Rick's here.
Thank you, Rick.
Some sense of familiarity is hanging around. No Jamal. He's busy later, helping out on Burns and Gambo, but
Mitch is going to be on every show today.
It's crazy.
Except for he wasn't on any of the ASU coverage on 620.
Yeah, so which is funny because they asked if I was available.
Oh my gosh. So you did do Mock My World
I did.
So you were on Bickley Murata. Of course, this is the
Also
Wolf
interviewed Mark Schlerith.
That's right. I did interview Mark Schlerith.
Wait, how did that work?
Today. I totally interviewed him today as opposed to yesterday after the show.
You totally interviewed him today when you were available today, not in like a different time when someone else could have been available and you were the guy that had, oh my gosh.
It happens.
And then you shut your phone off sometimes, man.
And then
he was people asking you to do stuff around here. Oh my gosh.
And then he's done this show, and then it's going to be Here Come the Suns, and then it's going to be the Suns post-game show, and then it's going to be Burns and Gambo. It's a lot of Mitch. Get used to Mitch.
And then I'm going off the grid for the entirety of 2026.
Yeah, we're going to stick you in a cryo chamber, and then we'll unfreeze you when Catel Marte.
I'm one of Bud's buds.
Who knows when that's going to be, but it sounds like it's going to be very soon. Steve Gilbert of MLB.com was the first one to have this, but then Nick Picoro at AZ Central had the same quotes from General Manager Mike Hazen, who said, we're very likely to put an end to this here shortly. And then when they followed up on a more specific date, Hazen said, quote, I don't know. I haven't figured that out yet, but this isn't going to continue to linger. We need to focus on our offseason. My gut this whole time is that this wasn't going to happen, and I think it seems likely that's the case. We want to focus on the best team we're going to have. We have other things we want to do and accomplish, end quote. Mitch, you can look at it like Hazen is leveraging with all that he is saying. At the same time, we've followed Mike Hazen for a long time. Mm-hmm. We know how he speaks. And he has been very clear with these quotes this week that it's not like they have like a best offer they're sitting on and they're going to take it once their negotiating period is done. They have not gotten an offer yet that they deem even close to worthy of the price tag that they're looking for.
I'm trying to see, when did they trade Paul Goldschmidt? Because that's the last time that he made a significant offseason trade in terms of trading away a guy that they weren't going to re-sign or something to that ilk. It looks like
December 5th.
Okay, so they got that done well beforehand.
Very early.
And, the return was essentially addressing areas of need to a much smaller scale. I think a lot of people were skeptical in Paul Goldschmidt's ability to maintain his level of performance. Obviously, the Diamondbacks were, and then 3 years later, he won the MVP.
Whoops.
So, it happens. But with this situation, this is probably the most valuable player that is, quote-unquote, up for grabs in the offseason. Maybe next to Kyle Tucker. I'm not sure. But I think a lot of teams would be very happy to take on, for the rest of the decade, the best second baseman in baseball who is hitting a peak right now in terms of his career and is on a very affordable contract if you look at some of the teams that would be willing to go and poach him. I'm still going to remain in the camp of why do you need to trade him? Like, why? But if they're going to come to it...
He's so annoying, though. He asks for days off sometimes.
He's such a bad teammate. Didn't you see? He posted a picture with him and Corbin from earlier in the season, and he says, not great teammate.
Someone must have used a generalization on some national show and said he's a bad teammate, which is just picking from the whole, like, asking for days off in the clubhouse and whatever, and taking it 3 steps further than the actual reporting was taken.
Which, here's what I will say to that. I do think that there needs to be an established common ground going into this year if he stays, in terms of, all right, we want to give you what you want because you're our most valuable player. But at the same time, there needs to be some give and take here where you're also contributing to the organization at the certain times when we need you the most. So if that means stacking your off days earlier in the season as opposed to later in the year when we need you more, fine. But like whatever it is, because it sounds like communication has been at the center of this whole shaboozy. I don't even know what to call it. Get it figured out at the start of the season. If he's going to stay, get on the same page from the get-go.
You were looking for something else that starts with SH and ends in show, and I'm with you there for sure. It's feeling like it's getting there the last handful of really like months, and you could even go years with the rumblings that we've heard about this type of stuff. What is obviously holding this up? And again, the timeline, like I would guess like end of business Friday. Like that sounds like very, very close, but we've got a holiday here in the middle
spring
as well.
Pitchers and catchers are going to report beginning of February. You got to have stuff together by then.
Yeah, and there are teams like Jesse, we talked yesterday, and I was like, what's your offseason checklist for your Baltimore Orioles in your new Pete Alonso jersey, by the way? And you're like, we're kind of like done already. We don't really have anything to do.
Yeah, they addressed the closer situation. They addressed the starting rotation. They got a big bat, and they got another big bat.
Literally did everything Mike Elias wanted to do. It's crazy.
Must be nice, dude, because we have a lot to do. Yes, the Diamondbacks have signed 2 starting pitchers, but they have a whole lot left to figure out, or at least set in concrete with what they're going to do with their team. And I think the number one thing here, Mitch, is holding this up is, you know this better than me. What is the most valuable thing in baseball? Pitching. What is even more valuable than pitching? Young pitching. What is even more valuable than young pitching? Good young pitching. And the Diamondbacks are asking for good young pitching. Hold on. What's even more valuable than good young pitching? Good young starting pitching.
Yeah.
Where's the closer, though?
I think they're going to try and get it in this deal, and I think that's part of what's holding this up. They're like, hey, not only can you give us one of your young, controllable starters,
can you give us someone who can close for a few games?
For a few years, probably. That's
Maybe.
Also like not even in their peak of their powers yet as well. Like I think that's what is holding this up, the price tag and how maybe not on a value perspective, Mitch, it's super high, but like when it comes to individual things that baseball teams value, they're asking for too much out of teams right now.
If we combine the theories and the reporting that we've heard, I would think at this point, Catel Marte is the one holding up the entire rest of the offseason. So we talked for a minute about the Orioles and we joked about how, they're basically done and it's not even January. Well, they didn't really have anything that would have required a Catel Marte move for them to have done anything, right? All the moves that they made, they didn't necessarily require an all-star second baseman for it to be done. They have a pretty solid second baseman, young up-and-comer in Jackson Holliday right now. As far as some of these other teams across the league, somebody that you and I touched on and has been reportedly linked to the Diamondbacks, and Alex Bregman, is he just using the Diamondbacks as leverage, or is he also waiting for Catel Marte to be traded because the reporting is that the Diamondbacks wouldn't have both Bregman and Marte on the team, and they wouldn't get Bregman until they've moved on from Marte and have a better idea. So it's literally holding up basically the entire offseason. Not helped by the fact that a lot of these general managers are probably just on vacation right now because it's the holidays. So I would imagine we're going to have a definitive decision by the beginning of next week.
Hey, New Zealand was where Mike Hazen was last year when they signed Corbin Burns. It can happen on vacation.
It can happen, but I don't know if because the reporting was that Ken Kendrick was the one that really pushed for the Burns signing. I don't know if he has that same itch this offseason right now.
And you know what? I completely respect what Mike Hazen's doing and all that he is asking for. I think that he is right to do this because the lowest average OPS by position this year was at second base. It was 680. Catel Marte's OPS is 893. And then you look at certain hitters these days, Mitch, even going back like years, like this has been in the sport forever, where it's like, okay, they crush left-handers, they crush righties. His OPS against righties last year, 893. His OPS against lefties last year, 891. Like he's
consistent.
He's just one of the best players in baseball at a position where his strengths are even more valuable because second base is just all about guys that are hitting 7, 8, 9. Like even like some of the best second basemen in baseball, like a Nico Horner, for example, is not an offensive powerhouse or even an offensive-minded player. Yet with Catel, you get whatever your defense is you want to call it, which is like good to pretty good, maybe below average this year is fair. And then just the offensive production of like a modern like outfielder or designated hitter with what you want. Like he's an incredible baseball player who is making $19 million a year over this annual average value of the salary. So yeah, like they are right to hold this up and be like, no, we want one of your best young starting pitchers. We want one of your best young relievers. We want one of your best whatever else is. If they want to get another infielder, another outfielder to help out those pictures as well, they're right to ask for the world here because Catel is that good.
Unless you're the Yankees or Pirates or Cardinals or Giants or A's.
Thank goodness the Lakers are not in Major League Baseball because they would get Catel for like 3 pennies and a box of cereal.
It's that meme of the trading a laptop for a package of spaghetti. You know the one I'm talking about?
Yeah.
All right, coming up next, it's time to go through the top sports stories of the day. Rick has got Wolfing Down Your Lunch next here on the special edition of the Wolf and Luke Show. We're calling it Arizona Sports at Day here on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Larry Legend.
2nd down and goal at the 5. They can win it with a touchdown.
Snap to Palmer, rolls out, and it's a pitch to Fitz, running straight ahead into the end zone. The shovel pass for the touchdown and the win.
A top 15 finalist for the Pro Football Hall of Fame.
Fitz on the shovel pass scores, and the Cardinals win it in overtime.
We find out if number 11 becomes a first ballot Hall of Famer on February 5th. The home of the Cardinals. Arizona Sports 98.7, the Arizona Sports YouTube channel, and the Arizona Sports app.
All right, Basinonians. Ron Wolfley here from my brothers over at Desert Institute for Spine Care, also known as DISC. Listen, if you're having neck or back pain, then you need to go see the best of the best, and that is Desert Institute for Spine Care. The reason you should choose them varies in need, of course, but they have award-winning doctors and provide a broad range of treatments for you, Basinonians. DISC provides pain mapping and a careful diagnostic approach to figure out exactly what will be best for your issue, and then they back that with proven success and trust, of course. Listen, the DISC doctors often train doctors from around the world on best practices and techniques as a world leader. If you're experiencing any kind of neck or back pain like I was, then text SPINE to 620-620. Text SPINE to 620-620 for DISC.
Hey, Arizona, it's Vince Marotta with some big news for you. If you missed the holiday kickoff, don't worry. Earnhardt Buick GMC is keeping their savings going. We're talking favorites like the 2026 GMC Sierra 1500 for up to $13,000 off MSRP, and the all-electric 2025 Hummer SUV and pickups. Get yours for up to $18,000 off MSRP, or take advantage of 0% APR financing. And folks, that's just the start. Even the sleek 2025 Buick Enclave SUV is yours with a savings of up to $9,000 off MSRP. You want it? Earnhardt has it all, priced to move right now. Check them out in Mesa, right off the 60 at Superstition Springs Boulevard, or online at EarnhardtBuickGMC.com. We are professional grade, and that ain't no bull.
Most new vehicles include a $998 no bull protection package as an added benefit. After all applicable incentives on select models. APR terms limited through GM Financial. Not all will qualify. Plus tax, title, license, and $599 doc fee. See dealer for details. Offer ends 1/2/26.
If you're considering a dental procedure to fix your teeth and give you the confidence to smile again, I'm 100% certain you'll choose ProSmile. Why? Because ProSmile really is different. They're Arizona's Smile Center. Experts in all-on-X implants and custom cosmetic veneers. They're the only practice in Arizona with full-service oral surgeons and cosmetic dentists on site. Many implant centers use regular dentists for oral surgery, not ProSmile. ProSmile is the only implant center where the lab technicians, anesthesiologists, and board-certified oral surgeons are all in office. No outsourcing, no delays, no mistakes. Specializing in all-on-X implants and custom veneers, ProSmile can give you the gift of a smile this holiday. ProSmile is offering $1,000 off services through December 31st. Call 1-888-GO-SMILE or text PRO to 620-620, and I'll send you a link to schedule your free consultation. Locations in Paradise Valley and Scottsdale.
Message and data rates may apply.
You know, people talk a lot about saving for retirement, but they don't talk enough about what happens when they start spending that money. Paul Calves here, and that's why we're talking with Matt Dagas from Bright Wealth Management.
And that's the part, Paul, that no one prepares for, taxes. If you've got a 401k, IRA, or a pension, Uncle Sam is lining up on the other side of the field, ready to blitz your retirement income.
All right, so in football terms, how do you avoid getting sacked?
You've got to have a plan with intention, and we help clients build strategies to reduce unnecessary taxes and keep more money in their pocket.
And you're offering folks listening right now a chance to come in and talk through it?
Absolutely. Call Bright Wealth Management today at 844-726-9116, and we'll show you how to prepare for the tax hits before they happen.
No gimmicks, just smart local planning right here in Phoenix.
Exactly. Let's help you retire with a game plan.
Call Bright Wealth Management today, 844-726-9116.
Investment advisory services offered through Foundations Investment Advisors, LLC, an SEC-registered investment advisor. The content provided is for educational purposes only.
There's nothing quite like the Verbo Fiesta Bowl. For locals, it's been a point of pride for 50-plus years. For players, it's where legends emerge. For fans, it's the trip of a lifetime. But this year is even bigger. It's the College Football Playoff semifinal on January the 8th. Viva Fiesta. Tickets on sale now at fiestabowl.org. That's fiestabowl.org.
KMVP FM Phoenix.
Live from the Casino Arizona and Talking Stick Resort Studio.
Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
I'm Jesse Morrison with Trending Now, presented by Parker & Sons, heating, cooling, plumbing, and electrical. The Arizona Cardinals are gearing up for their season finale at the Los Angeles Rams. However, Marvin Harrison Jr.'s season is done. Cardinals head coach Jonathan Ganon announced that the wide receiver will not play in Sunday's game. The Phoenix Suns are in Cleveland to take on the Cavaliers. Tip-off is at 1:30 with pregame coverage beginning at 12:30 right here on Arizona Sports 98.7 in the Arizona Sports app. ASU football wraps up its season today in the Sun Bowl. The Sun Devils take on ACC champion Duke. That one is getting underway over on ESPN 620 AM. And the college football playoff quarterfinal at the Cotton Bowl goes down tonight. Kickoff for Ohio State Miami is at 5:30 on ESPN 620 AM. This report is brought to you by the Window and Door Store. Ready to replace your windows or doors? Schedule your free in-home consultation online at thewindowdoorstore.com.
And I'm hungry like the wolf.
Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Yeah, could I have a number 3 with cheese and a large coffee?
Wolfing down your lunch. Serving up today's top sports stories with Wolf and Luke.
And does it smell good?
Brought to you by Aria Dental Implant Center. Locally owned and affordable dental implants.
We're calling it Arizona Sports at Day. Kellen Olson, Mitch Vareldes here. We have an intermittent weeknight show called Arizona Sports at Night. We're doing it here on Wolf and Luke. Wolf and Luke both out, but guess who's still here? Rick is still here. Jesse Morrison is still here. It's still wolfing down your lunch. We'll keep an eye on this ASU game, by the way, just getting underway, Jesse, and update people over the next hour or so on the action that they can hear on ESPN 620.
Yes, and that's exactly where I'm going to start because it's about to kick off here. I'm seeing Brad Nessler and Gary Danielson on the TV.
What a crew to get, by the way.
Yeah, it's actually Gary Danielson's last game.
Really?
The legendary color commentator for CBS College Football. So this will be it for him.
Salute, Gary.
On CBS Sports. But ASU's going to face Duke in the Sun Bowl. What intrigues you guys the most about this game?
Just the opportunity for some of these younger players who didn't get a ton of opportunities throughout the year, given how many Sun Devil starters are not going to be available for this game, whether due to injury or transfer or going to the NFL. I'm excited to see some of these young guys, Kel.
This secondary, Jesse, is going to lose a lot of players this offseason. We're going to see some of the guys we expect to step up next year, including the true freshman Joseph Smith, including Montana Warren, who has played a role already this year. And they're going against Darian Mensah, who has been arguably one of the best quarterbacks in football so far, in college football so far this season. Duke made a lot of headlines with how much money they paid to, one, sign him, and then two, retain him because he's coming back next year as well. So he will be playing in this game. I believe it's 30 touchdowns, 5 interceptions for him this year. He is the reason Duke has been so good this year.
Really impressed with the crowd I'm seeing here, actually. Some of these bowl games have had really bad crowds. I'm impressed with especially the ASU fans. I mean,
makes me want some cereal, given that it's the Tony the Tiger Sun Bowl.
I do like myself some good cereal. The Phoenix Suns are in action in just over an hour at the Cleveland Cavaliers. Suns head coach Jordan Ott was an assistant with the Cavs last season. How important has Ott been to the Suns' success so far this season?
I think it's just evident in how different the Cavs look this year and the areas that Kellen had pointed out earlier of winning possession battle more than from the previous year for the Suns and then vice versa for the Cavs. I think it's very evident just what kind of impact he's had in terms of relaying that culture set that they've wanted, that they've advertised to us all summer. I think it starts with Jordan Ott really relaying that to this group.
Yeah, he's the number one reason behind their success, Jesse, because I think that in all sports, talent efficiency is eventually going to be able to catch up to you, but the sport that you can make up for it the most by just being a more connected group than others is in basketball. We saw the opposite of that last year. We saw the opposite of that 2 years ago, and we're seeing the correct version of it this year, which is, in my opinion, it's a bottom 10 team in the league in terms of talent, but they're a top 10 team in the league right now, and that part is more important to the equation. It just is.
CBS Sports put out a mock draft, and Ryan Wilson has the Arizona Cardinals taking Alabama quarterback Ty Simpson 5th overall. How would you guys feel about the Cardinals drafting Simpson?
alone, drafting Simpson, fine. Drafting Simpson 5th overall, you better have won the national championship and really impressed at your pro day if we're going to see the Cardinals taking Simpson at 5th overall. That's a sign of just, we're looking at this team clearly wanting to make a change at quarterback, so let's push the quarterbacks up the draft board. I just don't think that this draft is going to work out that way.
I would be extremely excited for one, I'll admit, because drafting a young quarterback that high is always exciting. And then immediately what would start, you guys, is the cycle we all know where you just buy into that guy no matter what. Like the off games for Bo Nix, Mitch, you're just like, that's fine. Yeah. Everything's fine. No, everything's fine.
Nobody talk to me. I'm fine.
Win-loss record. That's all that matters. Wins are a quarterback statistic. You know what I mean? And that is the process that I will start with this kid because he becomes the Arizona Cardinals quarterback. I'm going to believe in him wholeheartedly, like Jeremy has done with Tua over the years, like Vikings fans are doing with J.J. McCarthy right now. You just got to believe in your guy, and that would be the system. He seems like the guy, Jesse, especially, that would be a placeholder where you would get.
For me, it's, that I call him 9.
that is 9 as well. There's a lot more J.J. McCarthy cuts that you could play as well that are just as entertaining. He's a placeholder option to me with Simpson, which is maybe where he makes the most sense for the Cardinals because only 1 year of starting in college football. He's going to need some time, I would imagine, so you'd just play Brissett for at least half a year. The last guy Brissett did that with turned out pretty well, so hopefully it would be more of that.
I would prefer if they don't draft Ty Simpson because of what you just said there, Kellen. I am a firm believer that the more experience, the better when you're drafting one of these quarterbacks. You look at Mitch's guy, Bo Nix. He was a 5-year starter. You look at my guy, Jaden Daniels. He was a 5-year starter. You look at Caleb Williams. He was basically a 3-year starter. Drake May, 2-year starter. Kyler Murray, you look at Kyler Murray, and, we've seen how this has worked out, and he was a 1-year starter at Oklahoma. So I think, you've got to draft. Mendoza, to me, is a much better option for teams because I honestly think he's the only quarterback that I would go first round with. And if he's not there, then Cardinals should go offensive line.
Jesse, my take that I've shared with every show that I will continue to say, and people will throw tomatoes at me, is I want an excellent football player, and I don't care what position it is. If it's even Jeremiah 11, we're taking a running back 5th overall, I don't care. I just want someone who is joining Trey McBride in that elite category because this team really needs guys like that.
I love Jeremiah Love, and they do need a running game. So if they can find somebody in free agency that can help the offensive line, then in draft Jeremiah Love, then that would be awesome. All right, last one for you guys. Over to our Sanderson Ford poll question, which is up now at arizonasports.com, and it asks, what was the game of the 2025 calendar year in Valley Sports? ASU's Peach Bowl loss. Perdomo walks off the Dodgers. ASU beats Texas Tech, or Gillespie's game winner against, believe that was against the Timberwolves.
Minnesota, yeah. I will still go back to the fact that even though it was the loss, it was by far the best college football playoff game that we had of the college football playoff games, and how Cam Skattebo basically entered the national fray and went from being cult hero to national icon. So I lean, and will always lean with, the Peach Bowl loss for Arizona State.
It was targeting.
That too. And Matthew Golden didn't hold on to the ball at the end. Yeah,
yes, that one he did. Come on.
Don't call it all out blitz, Jesse.
Don't, but also that was targeting.
Okay, that's not why they lost, though. They lost because they called an all-out blitz.
Answer the poll question, Kellen.
My answer is the Peach Bowl as well. To what Mitch is saying, it was in real time on social media watching our guy, our beloved local guy, become everyone's guy, and then everyone was like, where's he going to get drafted? Everyone started to love him. Everyone's taking him in fantasy too high because they saw him in that one game. And what was he in the NFL until the injury? He was Cam Skattebo. He was awesome.
Yeah, he was awesome. He was yelling into the camera, which they now play at ASU games. I don't know if you guys have seen. He just goes, ah, ah. So, all right, I'll vote ASU's Peach Bowl loss, which leads at 46%. ASU beating Texas Tech, 24%. Perdomo walking off LA, 18%, and Gillespie's game winner, 12%. Was the Perdomo LA game, was that right before they
they
went on
were
a
still
slide
in the
and
playoff hunt.
Mid-September, right?
Yeah.
Yeah,
and they
and
were
then,
able to hold on to that last grasp, basically.
And then after that, though, it went all downhill from there. Yeah, that one for me, definitely, that one would be last for me, actually.
Minor shout out as well to Mercury Minnesota Lynx Game 3 of the semifinals. I thought that was a great game, and the way it ended was very unfortunate with Nafisa Collier going down, but still a great game overall.
I was there. It was absolutely electric in that building. It has not been that electric in that building in a very long time.
Probably the best game the Mercury were involved in, though, was the finals game that Asia Wilson hit that shot.
Yeah, that's true.
Which, again,
why are all the best games resulting in losses?
I was there for that one, too. She was absolutely unbelievable.
We get it, Kellen. You were at a lot of cool games. Come on.
Yeah, man.
It's just what we do for a living.
Yeah, man.
Thank you, Rick. Appreciate it. We have now wolfed down our lunch here on Arizona Sports Today. And good news, we're giving you the chance to win tickets to the Verbo Fiesta Bowl on January 8th. Speaking of college football playoffs, listen to the code word during each of the shows every day. So Bickley and Murata, Wolf and Luke, Burns and Gambo. When you hear said code word, you could text that word to 620-620. And if you're looking for more chances to win, check out the live video stream on the Arizona Sports YouTube channel. Hello, hi video stream. You can also find the video stream at arizonasports.com or the Arizona Sports app. There's a secret word hidden in the bottom right corner of the stream. When we come back, could the Suns elevate themselves in the Western Conference standings? We'll talk about that next. It's Arizona Sports at Day here on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Phoenix Suns basketball.
Suns bring it into the forecourt, and Book will wait for the rest of his teammates to join him on the offensive end. He gives to a cutting Goodwin, now to O'Neal. Now Brooks is open for three left wing. That's good. Dylan Brooks from downtown.
Suns at the Cavs with pregame at 12:30 this afternoon. 1:30 tip on Arizona Sports 98.7 and the Arizona Sports app.
Hey, Ron Wolfley from my brothers over at Moving Team 6. Go to movingteam6.com for more information. You know what I love? Moving Team 6, they utilize a military-like approach. That's right. They're professional, they're efficient, they're on time, they're reliable. It's one of the reasons why they love to support and hire our veterans. And they do it proudly, my friends. Not only that, too, Moving Team 6, they believe building trust starts with you, the customer. They want to earn your trust. It's one of the reasons why they require no upfront deposits and no hidden fees. This is a company that is built on a family, the Lee family, as in Tim Lee, who owns and operates the company with his sons Garrett and JT right here in North Phoenix. It's built on a foundation of faith, ethics, honesty, trust, and service. Go to movingteam6.com for more information. That's movingteam6.com. Your move is their mission.
Cardinals fans, football is back, and Kilt Lifter from Four Peaks has your game days covered. Whether you're posted up at home or cheering with your crew at Four Peaks 8th Street Pub in Tempe, Kilt Lifter is the ultimate game day companion. Arizona's favorite award-winning amber ale, bold, smooth, and brewed for Sundays. This season, lift your game with Kilt Lifter.
CVS Health supports people in the moments that matter, from picking up a prescription to connecting care. With nearly 5 million daily interactions and serving 185 million consumers and 1.5 million healthcare professionals, CVS Health holds a trusted place in healthcare. By simplifying care and improving health, we're helping people get the care they need. Learn more at cvshealth.com/Investor Day. This message comes from Viking, committed to exploring the world in comfort. Journey through the heart of Europe on an elegant Viking longship with thoughtful service, destination-focused dining, and cultural enrichment on board and on shore. With small ships that bring travelers closer to the destination, there's more time to explore. And every Viking voyage is all-inclusive, with no children and no casinos. Discover more at Viking.com.
Taxes was feeling so stuck. Sitting in traffic, squeezing into a parking spot, all to squeeze in getting tax help during your lunch break. Now Taxes is a TurboTax expert who does your taxes for you, while you go about your day getting real-time notifications about their progress and the most money back guaranteed. Now this is Taxes. Intuit TurboTax. See guarantee details at turbotax.com/guarantees. Only available with TurboTax experts. Real-time updates only in iOS mobile app.
Wesley Financial Group is not a law firm.
I'm Chuck McDowell, founder of Wesley Financial Group. Did you buy a timeshare because they told you it was a great investment? That's a lie. Most timeshares can be bought online for $1. To find out what your timeshare is worth and to cancel it, call us today and we'll send you our timeshare exit kit free with all your options for cancellation.
Call Wesley for your free exit info guide. 800-897-4400. That's 800-897-4400.
A new diamond era begins. Desert Diamond Casino White Tanks is now open. An atmosphere sparkling with excitement and top names like the legendary Morton's Steakhouse and signature Starbucks coffee. Best of all, this stunning new destination is right at Loop 303 and Northern Parkway. So come and live the diamond life. Desert Diamond Casino.
An enterprise of the Donna Automation.
Kellen and Mitch setting in for Wolf and Luke on the local sports leader. From Arizona Sports at night to Arizona Sports at day.
Boy, Jesse, you sure would be surprised if you turned on your radio at 12:17 and you heard Kellen and Mitch.
Big
That's a
surprise.
shout out to Surprise.
Surprise, surprise, surprise. Surprise, even.
Also a surprise, kind of how ASU has started this bowl game.
Yeah,
I was
already
about
in the
to
red
say,
zone.
So already got to stop it. Was a Justin Watley sack?
Yeah,
Jesse,
Justin
correct?
Watley
And then
sack.
A deep 40, 50-yard completion to Jalen Moss. They are now in the red zone against Duke in the Sun Bowl. That is
Also-
on CBS to watch, and then, of course, ESPN 620 if you want to listen along to the gang's last call of the year.
What a beautiful uniform matchup.
It's terrific.
They're popping, both of these teams.
Lovely stuff.
Any day with the Sparky helmet is a good day.
If
With
you
the
wanna
white
stick-
face mask, too. Ooh.
If you want to stick around here, we'll be talking Suns basketball for a few more minutes, and then we'll be talking about Suns basketball for a few more minutes because Here Come the Suns is coming right after this. Mitch hosting, me tagging along for pregame, and then I'll pop in for postgame as well. And then if you're looking for more sports talk on your New Year's Eve, guess what? Right after the Suns broadcast, postgame show, again, Mitch and Kellen, you're getting sick of those two. You're sick of Kellen, guess what? He's gone. There he goes. But you want more Mitch, you get him yet again.
You're welcome.
With Gambo. You guys are going to do like 4, 5, 6 segments, depending on how the day goes. They'll get you updated. They'll talk about this Arizona State Bowl game, which just had a Jeff Sims touchdown run to give the Sun Devils a 6-0 lead.
Forks
Dillingham
up, baby.
looking to become the first coach in 20 years to win a postseason football game in back-to-back years.
That's a real stat?
It's a real stat. Dirk Cutter
my gosh.
back in 04-05 was the last coach to win back-to-back bowl games, technically, because there's not really any other postseason games that they were a part of too much in the years following that. But, of course, the Big 12 title win last year. And
Jeez Louise.
This could be the win here as well. Every time we talk about the Western Conference standings as it relates to the Phoenix Suns, Mitch, we find a new angle because this side of the league continues to bring out storylines, and there's two discussions we can have. We'll start up top, where you've got the Thunder 28-5. They're a bunch of frauds. They lost 3 of 5. They've lost 2 straight now, so they're kind of
stumbling
back to doing it. But yeah, they're weak all of a sudden. The Spurs, my goodness, the 2 seed at 23-9, but it's these following 4 teams that are worth monitoring. The Nuggets 22-10, the Rockets 20-10, Lakers 20-11 after a loss last night. And then the Timberwolves are 21-12. Those are the teams ahead of your Phoenix Suns at 19-13. And there's a few different teams there that you could spotlight, Mitch, that have a real chance to tumble down the standings over the next month and perhaps open up a top 6 slot for the Suns. Who are you keeping an eye on the most?
I think the obvious one to start with is the team that just lost their team, for lack of a better way to describe Nikola
That's a great way to
Jokic.
describe it, actually, yeah.
So Denver's sitting at the 3 seed right now at 22-10. They are just a full game ahead of Houston before the slide gets a little bit tighter. Now, what's interesting is, and for those who didn't hear, Nikola Jokic, he suffered what was a partially non-contact injury. Foot stepped on his foot as he was trying to adjust. The knee clicked back. He went down. And, all of Denver's faithful was thinking it was the absolute worst. And instead, what it turned out to be was probably the best case scenario for this was a hyperextended knee. So he's going to be reevaluated in 4 weeks' time. I was looking ahead at their next month, Cal. It's not that bad. It's really not that bad.
It's East Coast stuff. It's like it's the more challenging teams in the East. But you and I have like talked off air. Like, are the Suns like a top 3 team in the East, a top 4 team in the East if they were in the East? So it's some of those teams that they're going to be mixing up with. It's not that bad. It's a huge, huge month for Jamal Murray, who I think you know better than me. In the regular season, I think he likes to pace himself, and then he becomes the true blue arrow in the postseason when he's like one of the 10 best basketball players alive.
Yes.
All of a sudden. Aaron Gordon is the guy who's going to be out quite a bit longer.
Hamstring injury.
Christian Brown is the one that's going to be the closest back,
ankle
perhaps,
injury
of that group that's missing time. And then
Cam
Cameron Johnson, of
knee
course,
injury.
just had the knee injury pop up as well. The team, when you take injuries out of the equation, which injuries are a part of the equation I'll get into, is the Los Angeles Lakers, who have exceeded expectations to this point. If you look at what the models say, what their offensive efficiency is, what their defensive efficiency is, and how many games they should be winning, they're winning way more games than they should.
Or if you just watch them. My God, it's just atrocious basketball that they're playing right now.
It's yucky. It's gross. It's a terrible product, which of course means it's going to be on 50 times a year nationally like it was last night. And you see a lot of foul baiting. You see a lot of trying to get to the line. And then on defense, you just see a lot of careless effort. And J.J. Redick went to the point of his latest kind of public tirade, whatever you want to use the descriptor for what he...
Seems like more of a staged process at this point, if you ask DeAndre Ayton.
He's done it a whole lot already. DeAndre with 2 rebounds, by the way, last night.
JJ is going to drive himself crazy.
That was my prediction coming into the year.
And
is that like keep JJ Redick in your thoughts because this year will drive him insane.
And he's already graying a little bit. I don't know if you guys have noticed that his
job will do that to
He's
you.
graying a little bit, and like knowing JJ Redick sort of personally, he's not going to be okay with just half bleeping it. Like,
well,
and I have a story about him actually.
Okay.
In 1996, in my hometown, because he's from my hometown, we had this massive snowstorm. He shoveled the driveway so he could shoot hoops.
Wow.
At like 12.
It's a dedicated guy.
So he's not going to.
He's a nutcase, dude.
Yeah, he's a nutcase.
But he said in that just a few days ago, what he said was like, I'm not going to do this for 50 more games. Like, we're going to do this differently. And then they go out and play inspired basketball against the Kings. And then, as we've seen with this Lakers team time after time, including against multiple games against the Suns that they've lost, when adversity really started to show up against the Pistons last night, about the 8 or 9 minute mark of the fourth quarter, that's when they checked out. And that's what this team is going to continue to do with the players that they have. That's not a veiled shot at DeAndre Ayton. It's a veiled shot at Luka Doncic. It's a veiled shot at LeBron James. It's a veiled shot at Rui Hachimura. It's a veiled shot not so much at Austin Reeves, but guess what? Austin Reeves is the guy who is going to miss a month as well. So they have got a very interesting next couple of weeks going because the trade deadline is a month away. They have assets, but they have been steadfast, Mitch, in saying we're about the next 3 to 5 years here. Like, we're about the Luka Austin Reeves era. So any move that they make would sort of have that in mind. Their next 5, Memphis twice, New Orleans, San Antonio, Milwaukee. Schedule is pretty light until the start of February where it starts to get a little more difficult for them.
I've got like 30 seconds here. Do you think they end up trading LeBron James?
No. Because
at all.
LeBron's going to go where he wants to go, and LeBron wants to stay in LA. He's not going anywhere. The Lakers are in the LeBron James business. They knew what they were doing when they got him. You do not control that situation.
He's killing them defensively, though.
Yes.
He's one of the biggest reasons why they're playing as poorly as they are.
Wants to stay in
Still
LA,
playing better defense than Luka.
So he's going to stay in LA.
Well, good for them, I guess. We're so sorry that the Lakers have to go through with this. Well, that was fun. I'm glad we got to do this. That was the edition of Arizona Sports at Day, but don't go anywhere. Here come the Suns coming up next here on Arizona Sports.
Larry Legend.
It's a flea flicker, pitching it back to Palmer as Johnson. Now throws a deep ball right side. End zone touchdown, Larry Fitzgerald.
A top 15 finalist for the Pro Football Hall of Fame.
Great memories of a great player and a great guy.
We find out if number 11 becomes a first ballot Hall of Famer on February 5th. The home of the Cardinals. Arizona Sports 98.7, the Arizona Sports YouTube channel, and the Arizona Sports app.
Burns and Gambo are back at DraftKings Sportsbook at TPC Scottsdale on Friday, January 9th for a live broadcast from 2 till 6 p.m. for the fantasy football finale. Come hang out, talk football, and while you're there, you'll have a shot at winning tickets to the WM Phoenix Open. DraftKings Sportsbook, your ultimate destination for postseason football. Catch every bowl game, playoff game, or even the national championship all in one place. Join us Friday, January 9th at DraftKings Sportsbook inside TPC Scottsdale. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-NEXT-STEP.
Hello, everybody. Eric Bryan, owner of Precision Air and Plumbing. As we step into 2026, I want to help you start the year with comfort and confidence. And there's no annual promotion better than our 50% off new AC units. Half off a reliable, high-efficient system your family can depend on. Don't wait for temperatures to rise and schedules to fill up. Upgrade now while savings are at their best. Make the precision decision today and call us at 602-FIX-MY-AC.
Get in the zone, AutoZone.
Rain on game day doesn't faze Dave. He's already got his poncho. Just needs to do something about those wipers. So Dave heads to AutoZone.
Welcome to AutoZone,
where a friendly AutoZoner helps him get premium quiet wipers and some hand warmers.
You're all set.
Now, if only his team can handle the elements as well as his new wiper.